first up, I can't see you. Mo5, audio check.
Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3.
Okay, P-Biz.
Yo.
Okay,
Yo.
Shmeeb.
Hey.
Okay, no need to be seductive about it.
That was like one of the dating simulator text when they don't have voice lines, so they just play like one sound.
Hey.
Hey.
It's Betsy to see you today.
Yeah, I didn't see you there.
So what's
I feel the same.
Your little pussy now belongs to me.
Okay.
You're gonna do what I fucking say.
Shit.
You're gonna learn to like
What
it.
do I fucking say?
You didn't learn to like it. Oh my god. Fuck. Okay. I think everyone's sounding
Come here, my little
alright.
kitten.
Let me
It's a
check
good video.
my stream itself.
Hi, gorgeous.
My stream itself. That's
Wait, are
working.
there 3 S's now?
Hey, gorgeous.
Why are there 3 S's? Did someone join twice?
I mean 3S. No, there's a this, as I said,
FMPSSS.
no, as I said, there's the stream there now. It's a
Oh!
yeah. It uses it should automatically follow you guys. It's to make my stream pretty. Yeah. So I don't have
Without
to worry
Una,
about following.
we're just thumps.
With you guys have been influenced by Sothis. All the fucking
I was gonna make that joke.
Don't worry, I made it first. All
Yeah,
right.
thank
So
you.
if there's no questions, we'll get started. We're already running a little bit, quite a bit late actually, for whatever reason we were doing. Who wants to do the recap? Someone can volunteer, or I will volunteer someone for themselves. Also,
Let me get the music up. It'll sound like Let me see. I need one that doesn't have sound or lyrics. I mean.
What? Oh,
Yeah, that sounds
accidentally
good.
logged out.
Okay, last time we were in
What are you
DnD.
doing?
We were in a battle with
Yeah.
the frogs who ambushed us, but we were too slow, and the snakes attacked.
I came here
And then
tonight.
the snakes got their fucking big ass naga to come over and shoot fucking lasers at us, killing us all instantly. I got eaten by a snake. Shmeeb got like fucking like cornered into when he was running and everything, and so did Mo5 and Newt. I think Newt got lasered, and yeah, I don't remember what happened to Swills. Did you get lasered too?
It's so hard to keep the smile from my face.
Yeah, like I was asking questions during the recap.
I can't hear a thing you're saying.
I can't hear shit, dude.
And so we were like, oh no, we just got party wiped. So then we wake up, we wake up in this cave from the Naga, and he's like, yo, it's me, Sothis, I played chess with you guys, and we played chess with him and noticed that we had our dead bodies. So I guess he like cloned us or some shit. He did some black magic ritual or something like that. We don't really know. And then while we were there, he was like, "Yo, let's play chess." That was really important. And then he got attacked by our fucking Chronos guys, who were like, let's kill this guy. And then they killed him. With our help, of course. And then we stole all those riches. And then, yeah. And they were like, yo, don't go doing side quests anymore. And we were like, okay. Is that good? Is that good?
Yeah, I'll touch up on anything you missed.
Yeah, if there's anything important.
The main other important things was Sothis. Some of you, Hawkins particularly, doesn't know much about it because he woke up like 30 minutes ago. But Sothis had a quest for you, which you may consider it minute now, as he has been slain. But you would know, you still technically have that quest to take care of Anthros. Next up, whenever you guys left, they took all the riches. Twilight Redemption, Jacera, Balk, and Lovely Bones. They took all the riches. But they did leave a few things. Your characters don't know, but Stavros got a staff, and then the ring that Kira got that was inside of Sothis' mouth. As well as when you walked around, you would have found the Remembrance Crystal, the crystal that had Lawrence Aubrey's last message in there before he got murdered. And you would have seen that all this, the blood pool and all the nasty dead bodies that Sothis has been working on for the last 900 years. And I believe Hawkins was the one who picked up a few of those red mushrooms. Not knowing what they are. Then we're going to leave off. Kit, you went inside to try and find the bodies. And you just exited, and you came back out because you left in the middle of it, but Hawkins was just finishing up his speech, talking to everyone. Everyone seemed to kind of not really accept what he was saying. They kind of begrudgingly heard him out. But whenever you exit, you see Crocol, the frog. You don't actually know his name, but I refer to him as Crocol. That is his name. He was about to start guiding you guys, and as soon as you start walking, Kit, suddenly everything freezes for you. You recognize what this means. You have experienced this before. This is usually what happens whenever you're being contacted by the Guardian.
Oh, shit.
So the way the Guardian contacts you, the Guardian does not have a voice. He doesn't speak to you. The Guardian is more like a presence. So whenever you're walking, you see everyone stepping forward, and it freezes. You're looking around, and suddenly this intense pressure comes around you. And it's almost like it's enveloping you in a blanket. As you start feeling different kinds of emotions and start seeing things, you feel emotions of fear, forgetfulness, of needing to do something, of yearning. You see visions of you walking out of the cave, of you needing to go back inside, of you looking at the blood pool. You see these various visions of yourself doing things, and even of other people doing things, and these various emotions that hit you. And this is usually what happens when you get contacted. He does not, or it does not speak. And you innately understand the messages whenever these various feelings of needing to do something and these visions of other people dropping their key to their house and then walking away and then coming back and realizing they forgot their keys and now they're in trouble. Various things like that are happening. And around you, everyone's frozen. You can't really move far yourself, but as time stopped. And as you sit there taking in these emotions, you realize that what he's telling you, and this is what you understand in words, he is ordering you to go free the person, to go back into the lair of Sothis and go free the last victim of Sothis. And the last thing he says is, after you free him, put him in the pool of blood. And that's the message you've just gotten. It's an order from the Guardian. Go back into the cave and put Sothis' last victim into the pool of blood.
Okay. What's like happening right now?
Everyone,
did he just finish his speech?
Yeah, as soon as he does that, suddenly a little bit of a pant befalls you as everyone's stepping forward. They're all about to start leaving, following Crocol here in the front, who's just ordered, or who's just asked to lead them to where the rest of the Frogollians are.
All right. I'll be
Everyone's
like,
moving.
guys, just 1 second. I know I just went in, but I forgot one more thing. Yeah. You mind if someone comes with me on this one?
Nature calls.
You're going back inside the cave.
Yeah. I think I dropped something.
What you
All
drop?
right.
I don't know exactly what, but I feel like I got something I need to do. Just I don't want to be alone on this one.
You don't want to be alone?
Yeah, just come with me.
I'll take Newt with you then.
Trust me.
Yeah, take Newt with you.
Yeah, sure. Newt's going to be quite talkative about this.
Newt does not seem to be paying any attention to anyone. He seems to be looking off into the distance, almost blankly.
That Newt. Okay, I'll go with him.
Or we
Alright,
could go if
scream
you
if you need
wanted.
anything.
But they,
You got it, Hawkins.
yeah, your frog friend stops and just looks back behind you.
Right.
So you always needed company for this?
where was it?
Wait, what'd you say?
I was whispering to Hawkins.
Oh, never mind.
Okay, what did you say?
Has he always needed company to,
Shit.
All right. I don't know exactly where I'm looking, but I feel like there's something here. So can I just like do passive perception checks around here?
Well, he said his last victim. So what are you... passive perception is automatically going on anyway. But what are you
Okay.
looking for? So you know it's a victim.
I guess I'll
doing
look for
something.
these under these like bones.
When you go in there, make me an investigation check.
I will do
So what did you drop?
It's not exactly I dropped it, but I'm looking for something here.
What are you looking for? Why can't you just say that at the entrance?
Because I don't quite know exactly how I'll find it.
Wouldn't it be better if all of us helped you instead of just?
I mean, you could have brought everyone, but you know,
I mean, I thought.
I didn't think all of you wanted to come back in here.
You're
It
right.
sounds like shit.
I definitely didn't want to come back in here, but I didn't know
Yes.
how
Where's investigation? There
it
we
would feel just leaving you here.
go. Very epic.
It most definitely does smell bad. You guys left for a moment, refreshed your senses, and it's like when you first woke up all over again. It was very rough.
Let's just get out of here, all right?
I don't know. You
As-
brought Newt with us. Oh.
You see, as Kira seems to be covering her nose and mouth, almost pinching it. As you look through these bones, you're digging through it. Some of these piles are like twice the size of you, but you're looking through. Kira, you seem looking through, but every time you look through there, it just seems to be a bunch of disassembled bones. Nothing is still together. There seem to be no other items. There are various bones. Some are darker in color. Some look like they've been here for a long time. Others look like they're more recent. There are heads, hands, bones of huge creatures you've never seen before. It looks like a whole bunch of everything's here, but you see nothing that would point out the last victim of Sothis.
They're saying it.
Because it's
Just trust me on this one. I promise it'll probably be worth it. I guess I'm gonna go over to the ritual circle thing.
What?
You ever see anything in here?
You have dark vision, yes. As you walk, you do have dark vision, right?
Yes.
As you walk, you see all the blood. You see chains on the wall, and to your right, you see a skeleton chained up to the wall, unmoving.
How well preserved is it?
Yeah, Tyr, you see him move over here towards us. You see, once again, Tyr, you see the skeleton you saw previously. His bones are no longer white. They look rusted. They look very similar to the rots around the pool. They seem to be rusted, but upon getting closer, if any of you want to do it, if you want to do an investigation, Kit,
I would like to do that.
you can, Tyr, you can suspect, based on the rots previously, that this is likely
I'll
not
help him
rust.
with this investigation.
Go ahead, Kit. You can do a one more time for advantage. I'm assuming you're looking. What are you doing here to help him?
I guess. Excuse me. Before I help him, it's more like. So what are we looking for again? Like, what are you looking for?
I'm looking for someone.
What do you mean, someone? You gotta explain to me. What's someone? Like, you're looking for bones?
Listen, this is one of those things where it'll be much cooler if I stay vague with it and then you find out.
Okay. Just tell me what I'm looking for. Like, just tell me a vague.
We're
thing
looking
I'm
for a person.
A person. All right.
The last person that fell
I'll look for any. I'll help him look for any clean like bones that I feel like would be pretty recent.
Are you looking at the skeleton, or are you looking around here? Because the only
looking
thing
at
around
this-
here is a skeleton. That's the only bone.
Yeah, I guess I'm just looking at a skeleton, and I guess I'm gonna help him determine whether or not the skeleton is pretty new or not.
Do you have
like-
proficiency in investigation, Kira?
Let me see. I do not.
You do have it in nature, though, right?
I do have it in. I do not have it in nature.
You have. You do. Let me think.
I have it in survival.
So normally I would make you have to be proficient in something to help him, but you've explained it to. So you're looking at the body to try and determine how recent these bones have been here for.
Mm-hmm.
Based on your insight, as I said earlier, you can tell that these bones, they don't look white or even like normal bones. They look like they're like bones made up full of rust. They look like more like rusty pieces of metal. And as both of you get closer, you originally start looking at the skeleton, and you look around it. You don't know why it's chained, and it doesn't seem to be anything special. Then Kira, you come up and you start looking at it and pointing things out, and then you have the thought in your head. It's very strange that all these bones are here, and none of them are undead, nor have none of these victims become waters of Perduta. He must have done something special to keep all these bodies from changing. And as you look at the skeleton, You start prodding it. You look at his hands. All of it just seems like a normal human skeleton. You assume it's human. It doesn't seem very special. Seems to be a human skeleton. You look at it. You reach down. You look up to the chains where its hands are. And as you go to like reach, check the chains and the wrist, you look as Kit, you see, as Kira is messing with this body, you see these deep, almost like cracks around the wrist of the skeleton. And both of you looking, and you talk a little bit, you can determine that this skeleton was probably, for a long time, it doesn't seem very recent, but for a long time, whoever this creature was seemed to have been desperately trying to get out of here. But the problem is, as Kira helping you with your insight, you realize that if this person was alive doing this, those marks would have been left on their skin. But for some reason, there's these deep cracks and scratch marks around the bone part of their wrist. That shouldn't have happened if this creature tried to move while it was alive, because it would have just blemished the skin and flesh.
Hey, Kira, something's not right here.
Something is definitely not right here.
Well, my gamer intuition tells me we should throw this into the blood.
What the heck is a gamer? Anyway,
You know, like card games?
You wanna touch this?
I mean,
With your bare hands?
It is chained to the wall. It's two hands, right?
I'm gonna go get the other 3.
sure.
Plus that frog.
Yeah,
There,
leave me alone while I touch this somehow not undead skeleton.
Don't, I'm gonna yell, as I'm walking, I'm gonna yell back, don't touch it!
Oh,
Sure.
okay. I'll just sit crisscross applesauce and wait.
I mean, you're free to touch it. It's just-
Are you proficient in perception yet?
I think so. Let me see.
If you are, make me a
Yes.
perception check. Okay, you sit there just looking at the skeleton.
Yeah.
It's almost giving you the creeps as you sit there, looking at it. It's weird rusty bones, just sitting there.
Hey, Newt, you got something on your chest. Zip.
Hey,
What's that?
Stravos, Hawkins, Newt, frog person. Kit's gonna need your help with this, and I'm pretty sure it's gonna be a good idea for all of you to come inside.
Help with what?
While they're out there, I'll be like, hey, don't look at me like that. To the skeleton.
He needs help with some skeleton.
What is there a skeleton, like a animated skeleton?
No, I mean, I don't think it's animated, but it probably is best to assume it might be. But anyway, just don't touch it for now. Let's take a look. I'm gonna lead them inside.
All right. Stavok, can you see in there?
No.
If you do with, yeah, Gary, you hear them say that.
Okay, I grab both their hands. Come on.
Newt, if you want, you can stay out here with our new friend.
Newt and the frog will come with you, but I'll leave them there for convenience sake. The frog seems also curious, but almost hesitant to walk back in. As you walk that way here, you see once again the skeletal remains of that skeleton, and you see the body of Sothis still laying there in the corner, blood pooling out.
Ugh. I just walk over it. Or not walk over, I just walk around it.
As you walk
Alright,
past
over here,
its
guys.
eyes, it seems its eyes are frozen in time. His eyes full with rage, but dead.
Oh,
Over
you guys are
here.
here? All right.
Yeah.
Stavros, you're going to have to help me get these
So,
shackles off.
As you and Hawkins go there, you guys cannot really see what the hell they're talking about.
Why?
Or for what?
Why are we removing shackles from a skeleton? I don't understand what we're doing.
Can you guys see? Like, do we need like a torch? Anyone got a torch around here?
Torch might help, but first, please explain what's going on here.
Am I able to make a light with prestidigitation?
Right. What does it say? Read it real fast. You might be able to make a small fire. I'm not sure if it works that way. But it might only be temporary. Homosensory fetch shower, sparts. You can light or snuff a candle, but you need you need that already.
Okay.
So like you need it there already.
Okay. So I don't
You
think
can
there's
either
anything
light
I
a
can do to
torch
help
or
them
you
see.
yeah, you might be able to. So if any of you have a torch, you can light one, or you can probably get one off the wall. It's up to you.
I definitely don't see a torch, but I'm gonna walk over. to a torch right here.
Can you grab it?
I'm gonna touch it.
I mean, it just seems to be on the wall, kind of. It's kind of weird. It seems like there's little rots up there, almost like coals, but they're blue. As you bring it over.
Yeah, I bring it over.
I'll leave that there. You guys
There.
can now see that there's a bunch of chains on this wall. There's a whole lot of chains all over the wall where people were probably shackled before. But there's only one body left. A skeleton that seems to be rusted, almost.
So please explain to me why I should remove these chains from the skeleton.
Well, I'm getting the feeling that we should throw this into that pool of blood.
You're getting the feeling that we should
Yeah,
take
it's my
this
it's my
skeleton
gnome intuition.
and throw it into the blood. What will that accomplish? I don't
exactly know, but I know that we should do it.
Fine, whatever. Can I inspect the shackles?
Yeah. Maybe. Are you proficient in investigation?
Yes.
Okay, go for it.
And I'd like to insight Kid.
Yeah. You can make a deception, please? Make it privately for me. And make your insight privately too. Both when you're doing insight and deception, make them privately to me. Whenever you're investigating Hawkins, when you're looking at the shackles, particularly, it's chained up to its wrist, and as you look, you see on the bone part of the wrist that the bones seem to be like deeply scratched and gouged, as if this creature was at some point desperately trying to get out of these chains. And for a moment, you think, you as well, Stavros, both of you would think it's really weird that none of these bones ever turn into Walkers of Bermuda. And you know that whenever something's chained up to a wall, or like chained or can't move, the Walker Bermuda will then stop becoming one, and they will become an actual undead. So to you, firstly, it's very strange that all those bones in the other room. So this must have done something, so they didn't turn into anything. And this one here is even more weird. That's chained up and just a skeleton.
But you really gone through the ringer.
Yeah, you can tell that those chains have been there for a long time. They wouldn't be super hard to remove.
Can I see if there's any any small gaps around where like the locking mechanism would be, like I'd use for leverage?
What do you mean? You mean like so?
Like I want to use a crowbar if there's like enough gap between the two locking mechanisms.
Oh,
the way
well, they're shadowed up separately, like his arms are differently, but with his bony arms and such, you can easily find leverage anywhere. Also, Stavros, when you're looking into trying to read into Kit, you know it's weird. Like, why would Kit randomly just be like the skeleton? But you don't see any malice or any like bad intent, or even what the actual intent is. He seems to be just thinks it's a good idea. He didn't give you much more details, but you don't seem like he's trying to hide anything from you, like maliciously. But yeah, you most definitely have leverage there if you're trying to break him off.
All right, I'll use my crowbar. If I did, would that give me advantage?
Yes. Go ahead. Easy enough.
Okay, sick. With that a strength check?
Do me a strength check, yes, please. Okay. As you're prying on them, wait, one more. As you're prying on them, you notice it's kind of difficult at first because it's so close to the wall, but it seems to be very rusted at the seam where the key would normally go, and it seems like it's already kind of loose from where this creature must have been trying to pull on it. And the first one snaps off, and there's another one on the other side.
Stavo, you want to do the next one?
I suppose. Should I use
I
your...
pass him the crowbar. Go ahead, you're probably stronger than me.
Womp, womp, womp.
I'm still looking at it and be like, do I have to do everything?
I mean, if you're using the crowbar, you should have advantage.
Do I have advantage, or is that the...
Yeah, you have advantage.
Okay.
The other one, just even a little bit easier than the other one, pops open. Both the skeleton's arms fall to the ground.
Perfect. Go on, Kit. Do whatever weird shit you want to do to the skeleton.
Don't say it like that.
Take your crowbar back.
Oh, thanks.
How heavy is it? Like, is it heavier than me?
Firstly, first thing you notice, Kit, all of you would probably think about this. Because once again, this is all really weird to you. Firstly, the undead and water paduda. The second thing that's really weird to you, this skeleton is still intact. Normally when someone loses their flesh, muscles, and tendons are what keeps bones together, these bones are together. They're not falling apart. It's not overly heavy, but I will need you to
They're
give me a
like
strength
floating
check.
in place, or
They're not floating. It's like they're connected, but normally, you know, when you look at bones, you know, they come apart. These seem to not be coming apart. As if they're together, you know. I think you understand what I'm saying. Normally a skeleton would fall apart into a pile of bones. This one is an intact skeleton.
yeah, something's definitely up here. Someone help me pick this up. I'll grab the legs, you grab the arms, you know, that sort of thing.
I'm not gonna touch that.
It's most
Fine, I'll
definitely
do
a
it.
strange situation.
Do you have any gloves at least, Hawkins? Don't touch that
No.
with bare hands.
Oh, I've touched worse. Much worse.
Oh. Okay.
I just grab the legs.
You grab the leads, Hawkins. What are you grabbing?
I'll grab it by the shoulders.
Okay, since both of you are doing it, it's even though both of you are not very good in strength, it's easy enough for the two of you. It's just pretty light hollow bones. As you start dragging it, you guys start slowly walking, dragging it to. You step around the giant sprawled out body of Sothis, and step as you step in the mushiness and the blood of Sothis. And are you about
Alright,
to lay Aldania?
We're gonna gently rest it in. Yeah.
Are you?
All right.
Alright, don't make it splash or it'll be worth cleaning for a while.
As you lean over, you have to lean over some of these big old mushrooms that you originally saw, and some of the red vegetation that seemed to be having blood come out of them. As you kind of swing it a little bit and rest it in the pool, and you see it start to sink. I need Kira, make me a who's proficient in perception. Whoever
I
is,
am.
make me a perception roll.
I will do so.
Nice. Okay.
So, why are we doing this again, Kit? I don't know why I got advantage there. It was weird.
You might have accidentally used your inspiration. Be careful if you didn't.
No, I didn't. Weird.
Okay. So Kit, you and Hawkins, after you throw it in there, you see the body just start to slowly sink. As you guys look at it sinking, Kira, you're looking as well. Stavros seems to be backing off a little bit. And you look, and as its body sinks, and its hands are floating down, you see its finger twitch a little bit. Its finger twitches.
You see that?
Twice. Twice.
I saw that.
Only Kira saw this.
Oh, well.
Yeah, you guys just see
I
it
do not
sinking,
say that.
and you watch as it like just bones just sunk to the bottom as it vanishes. But as it's vanishing, you see it look like its fingers twitch, and then lightly you swear you can see in its eyes a little light, like a little fire almost reignite. As it
Guys, I
sinks,
think you should stay back from
as
the
it
pool.
sinks under this
I mean,
pool.
alright.
If you say so.
I also made you realize that this pool liquid is much deeper than you thought. There's a lot of blood and flesh in here. Insane.
What
amount.
made you want to do this, Kit?
Yeah, I don't know. I just knew to throw this in here.
Can I insight?
Goodness. You didn't inside him, yeah? Privately?
Yeah,
Give me a deception
Check
check.
if I...
Oh, assuming you have, do you have
Yeah, I do.
proficiency in it? And do you have proficiency in deception or no?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
I
Just
am a
public roll?
con artist, of course.
Yeah, give me a private insight and private deception.
Yo, natural 23.
And you are,
Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah, let's, hold on. Alright, Epic. You guys, you're looking at Kit, and what do you ask him? What was the conversation here that you're trying to insight on him?
I'm just like he's saying that he just got a hunch about this. I'm not really like talking to him. I'm just like, is he trying to see if he's telling the truth that he just got a hunch?
So there's something you know Kit, as you were talking, he almost rudely left, went inside the cave, and then like at the end of your speech he came back. And as soon as he comes back and everyone says, okay, we're ready to leave, he suddenly says, hold on, there's something I need to do. You can tell that it doesn't seem like it. This is a weird hunch to have. Like, he didn't even know, because you saw where Kit walked the first time. The only people who looked at the body, I believe, was Kira and Stav, or Newt maybe, unless it was Kit who saw it the first time, or maybe you, Hawkins. I don't know. But only two people saw that skeleton in the first place. Kira and whoever was with them. I think it might have been new. So, and it was never brought up. So you think it is a little bit weird. Something seems a little bit weird about it. You're not sure what, but you know something. That's a weird hunch to have, at the very least. However, you don't know what that means. You don't know if he came back in here was influenced by something, or maybe he just thought about it, or what.
All right, Kit, if you say so.
Yeah. You guys, yeah, you see the thing seen? Nothing's happening, Kira. Even though you're keeping your eyes on it, worried about it, nothing's happening. The body's just
Well,
gone.
I don't think this one's the one. Let's keep looking.
The one?
Okay. I'm gonna hand off my torch to Hawkins. Hawkins, hold on to this. I'm just gonna keep my eye on this pool. If you guys hear a really loud scream,
You're dead.
yeah, no, I am not dead. Please come back.
Oh, all right, sure. I'll keep an eye on Kit.
Thank you.
All right, do we see anything in this room?
As you walk around, it's the same thing. You see what you saw earlier? Hawkins, when you walked in here with the kid, you realize that all your bodies are gone.
Huh, well,
Kid knew
I
this,
would
of
think
course.
to put our bodies in, but,
Kid, you already knew that they were gone when you came to check the
hard.
armor.
yeah.
Did those freaks take our bodies?
I'd be, worried about their intentions, but we're quite
Probably
past
lovely,
that.
wasn't it?
As you walk around, this place seems thrashed by where Sothis was moved around. All the treasure's gone. It's cleaned out. There's nothing.
I'm like 80% sure we were supposed to put our bodies in there. OOC.
As you travel around, you would also know from walking around previously, since you were awake earlier, that there's not. You don't know if there's anything else that would be considered a last victim of Sothis or a body. It's kind of hard to tell. You've never seen a fleshy body. All the other skeletons seem to be completely a mess. The only other full skeleton you've ever seen travel around here is the dead horse there.
Okay.
the only other
Did I
skeleton.
see the memory stone?
Yeah, you were there. You and Staub was trying to break it when Hawkins was trying to get you to stop. You would have heard it too.
Would I know like how far back that was?
You wouldn't know how far back, but you know the only thing left of that guy was his skeletal hand that was clenched to the memory, the remembrance crystal when it came up. You know for a fact, looking in that room full of bones, you would never be able to make a full know who's who, or make a skeleton or anything. That is from the same person. There's literally thousands and thousands of bones in there.
Did they drop the hand in the pile?
I doubt he
it, like,
carried
off
it,
somewhere?
but you probably wouldn't be able to recognize it with all those bones.
Okay.
I believe that'd be a lost cause, probably.
Well, I've only got 2 more guesses. One that we can't exactly do. So we're supposed to get, or I assume we're supposed to get, I've been told, that we need to get his last victim into this pool.
Suddenly Kit
I
says he
don't know
was told to do
why, I
something.
don't know what it'll do, but I know we should. So, it was either that skeleton we just threw in, which clearly wasn't, this horse, or, unfortunately, maybe, perhaps even Sothis himself. What do you think?
Who told you this?
We're back. Keep going.
Wait, do I know it was the Guardian that told me that?
Oh, you know, I mean, it's up to you if you want to say or not, but you know for a fact there's a Guardian. The Guardian's the only one who taunts you like that, and he doesn't, it doesn't speak. It's always weird presences like that. It's something that's the only experience you've ever had in your life like that. It's a very memorable and very powerful feeling.
An old friend. The voice in my head.
You know what, Kit? That's the most sense you've ever made.
Yeah.
Of course you have voices in your head. What was I thinking? Alright, let's find your skeleton.
Wait, the horse is right here. You just walked away from it.
Oh. Right. Horse. That thing looks... Oh, that's disgusting.
Yeah, well, gotta do what we gotta do. Alright. I think we'll need more than one hand. 2 pairs of hands. Two hands.
Oh, hey there, Kira.
I'm back.
Welcome back, guys. Nothing came out of the pool, but I don't know if it's a good idea to keep throwing in bodies in there.
He will sneeze NRP.
But if you're throwing another body,
Go ahead. Do whatever you want.
if you're throwing another body, I turn around and look at the horse's carcass behind us. You guys mind throwing that one in there?
Yep, that was the next plan. Come on, help us pick it up.
Mind the goo.
As
I'm
you
gonna look towards Stravos.
I'm not gonna desecrate any of the dead bodies around here. You folks can do what you want.
You know, for all we know, this could revive them or something.
Through whatever dark magic this creature was performing.
If I'm putting 1 + 1 together, Stravos, I'm pretty sure we were all tossed into this pool. I'm gonna bend down and pick up this horse.
The one thing
I
you
don't
guys
want any
know
part of whatever this
is that
happened.
Sothis, I mentioned it last session, but Sothis, during your free days walking around, he bathed in this pool a lot. This is like a bath for him.
Okay.
All right, I'm helping them pick this thing up and tossing it
Sure.
into.
It definitely doesn't seem as solid as the other one, but due to all this weird muck that has grown around it, whatever this dirt, goo, its body seems to be stitched together pretty well.
Are you guys ready?
Pretty well. Let's go.
3,
Alright.
2.
Are we heaving?
Yeah, we're heaving.
All right.
3, 2, 1. Ah!
Heh!
As you guys
I'm
pick it up,
holding it by the middle,
and-
like over my head.
yeah, you start walking it. You can feel as the goo starts dripping down, and starts dripping, especially on you, Kit, since you're under it, starts dripping on your shoulders. And
Oh,
it has
fuck.
this. As soon as you pick it up, it has this awful smell, just awful. And you start carrying it. You can carry it pretty easily, but you can feel it start slipping because of this weird slimy liquid on it. So you need you
Alright,
make
let's
it
be
choppy.
quick with this one.
That's really ripe.
You just pretty easily. Are you throwing it in there? Trying to put it in there gently? What are you doing?
Let's put it in there gently if we can.
All right.
You can pretty easily, with the three of you working together, you can cover most bases for the skeleton, and you put it in there pretty easily. And once you see it, the sounds of bubbles coming up as it goes through the bones.
Is it normally supposed to bubble?
As it seems. The first one, well, this one, the first one didn't bubble as much, but you see it bubbling through the rib cage of this one.
Okay.
As it seems to no longer be seen. Once it's improving, this
Yeah.
pool is really deep. You can make a perception if you want.
I would do so. Epic.
Any of you can actively perceive if you're meaning to. Okay, you notice once again just scenes, and you do notice the bubbles. Often the same thing. You realize as it's sinking down, bubbling, and you see it's as the goo start to almost dissolve in this red, what used to be blood. And it disappears. Nothing seems to be happening.
Weird.
Yet, to be fair, you would also know that the message you got never mentioned anything about waiting. It just said throw the body in there. So you don't know if there will be a sign. But that's up for you to know if you thought about it or not. But the message was simply to put his last victim in the pool. But you don't know if you should actually be expecting anything or not.
Is that all the skeletons?
Well, that's all the skeletons, but you know, we still have one more option.
What?
I look at the exploded Naga on the floor.
He's not really exploded. But yeah, his side of his face is caved in, blood's coming out. His tongue has a rip in it where the ring was taken out.
No. If you got a chance to bring that thing back, not happening. I'm not happy with that. You can fuck right up for that. No,
That's actually a good, very good point. I didn't think about that. You're right. It was kind of a long shot to begin with, so yeah. Let's just avoid that one.
Are we sure we should be spending our time in here? Shouldn't we be going now?
I'm sure.
I feel like we're wasting. Maybe not wasting. I don't think wasting is the right word, but I feel like, I'm
For all we know, a beautiful nymph will come out of this pool and grant us thousands.
Look,
I'm not interested in that.
we're already, using up time we don't have. If we waste any more time and it cuts into what we need to spend doing, looking for that tailor, you'll have to be the one doing the explaining, Kit.
Well, I understand that you all have this. This is the biggest thing going on for you is not dying for the sake of continuing on your life, doing whatever dilly dally you want. But I've got a greater purpose than just this Chronos. And if my boss, the one who told me this, is wrong, then
Would you have explained on the month that you guys knew each other? Would you have talked about the Guardian at all, or is this your first?
I would have
Okay.
talked about the fact that I have this divine purpose.
So you guys know a
the
little bit
whole-
about this, but you don't know who his boss is. So
Yeah.
you're now realizing that this is somehow related to, most likely, what he keeps talking about his purpose in life. Now, who told him this? You don't know. But now you know that he didn't just have a hunch. He was told by someone.
All I know is that if I don't do this, I don't know. I don't know if my plan will ever go through.
Well, if
Something brought me here, and if I do this, it'll get me where I need to be.
Well, if we don't do what Chronos asked of us, none of us might be able to. We will not be able to do any of the things we want to do.
Maybe you, Stravos,
Well,
but I'm different.
I don't know if this voice in your head will stop Chronos' wrath. Should we fail in our mission?
Okay, you can do whatever the fuck you like, but we don't need to help you.
Stavros
begins
starts
feeling
leaving.
his way out.
Starts
with
leaving,
Stavo.
and as you watch him leave, you see he walked out pretty cool, but instantly you start feeling the walk. You couldn't see anything.
I just run my hand along.
Yep, sure. You watch as Stavros leaves, Kira, you and Hawkins beside each other. The two skeletons are now in this pool, out of sight.
Kit,
Oh,
go for it.
no, sorry, go ahead.
Kit, I don't know how important this is to you, but you seem pretty determined. So, I'm willing to give you at least 20 more minutes before we leave.
Thank you, Kira.
Of course, Kit. If something happens, you know where the exit is.
Which is Kira wants off.
Same. Can I do an Arcana check on the pool, by the way? I want to see if I
Sure.
recognize anything about like blood magic.
Yeah, just you're doing a general one on the pool and like basically this area.
Yeah, mainly on the pool, ideally, but.
Okay. The only thing you know that's weird is because, firstly, you can tell like this is with the ritual in the corner and all these bodies. You can tell that this is probably used for some kind of magical reasons or ritual reasons. You don't know exactly what it does, but you have a pretty solid feeling that Sothis was using this for some sort of magical or ritualist type thing. You don't know why he bathed in it. You don't know why these bodies went there. You don't know what these mushrooms or these plants growing out of it are. But you know, people don't just have thousands or like hundreds of gallons of blood in a pool for no reason.
Alright, I'm gonna stand over here while you do your shit. Because if you do end up dying, I will feel bad. So, go ahead.
Are you doing anything else, Kit? Or are you leaving?
I will ponder the water. Or blood, I guess.
Okay.
And then eventually he'll start thinking about it. He'll go, last victim.
To be a insight check.
I'm going to insight check now. Fuck.
When you're sitting there thinking about it, you're like, you don't really like the Guardian, and he often makes you do some really weird shit, and it's always like super vague, and like doesn't tell you why he wants you to or what the outcome's going to be. So you're pretty used to just doing things and being like, okay, it's probably fine. You won't know until next. You won't know for sure until next he contacts you, because you have made mistakes in the past, and next time he contacts you, he's usually it is usually pretty unhappy. But the only other thing that could possibly mean that at least it's here in this layer still are the thousands of bones. So unless you plan on trying to put all those piles of bones into this pool, you don't know if there's much left here besides Sothis himself. So you kind of at a dead end.
Kit thinks about the Guardian is whatever he says is going to get him to his goal, and the Guardian kind of like knows what's going to happen and like how everything's going to turn up in the end. So Kit knows that whatever the Guardian's saying is definitely going to do his job right. Because if he doesn't, then he's not really following the orders. But he's going to look for Hawkins, and he's going to say, Hawkins, the last victim.
Yeah.
When we wiped our party, who was the last one to get taken out?
Stavo. I think. Oh, Stavo, yeah. Stavo
Gonna
or
run
Kira.
out yelling, Stavros! Stavros! The last victim wasn't one of the skeletons.
I don't know what you're saying right now.
Last victim was one of us.
The last victim.
Of Sothis. We need to put the last victim in the pool.
Okay.
That would be you.
I'm not going in the pool.
Well, that does it. Let's go again. Let's go, guys.
Stavros. And look
Okay,
at his
I'm gonna
goofy
throw
little
you
like,
in
crop
there.
top armor.
I'm gonna throw you in there before I go in there.
Listen, y'all were alive when I died.
I don't see where you're going with this.
I know I wasn't the last one to get out.
Here beside you, you see the Fawnde. Assuming he's looking around, almost on edge.
Okay, we need to go. I don't.
Wait. This frog. Do you know English? You know Common?
He looks at you.
Kid. I'm gonna point at the frog.
The Frog's looking between you two, but he's also looking around. Like he seems very much so on edge.
Everything okay there? Buddy, I'm gonna reach out my hand and like try to touch his shoulder.
He seems not to be paying attention inside the cave. He seems to be on edge about something outside the cave.
Can I do a perception check to see what he's looking for?
Sure. Across behind you, you hear Kira talking to your frog friend. You look around, you don't see anything directly, and it's still pretty quiet out here. But every now and then, you're hearing.
From inside the cave or out there?
Outside the cave, off in the marsh somewhere.
Do you guys hear that?
I'm sure there are more dangers to the swamp than what we've already experienced. We're spending a lot of time in one place. I think we've wasted enough time in this cave throwing skeletons into pools.
Yeah, we should probably... Kid, are we good to go, Kid?
I don't think we are. I'm gonna need Stavros to go swimming.
What?
Yeah, see, this whole thing seemed like Kid had something in mind, but now that he's telling me to go take a dip in a pull blood.
Well, the first two things we tried didn't work.
I don't know what you
Got any
expect to
better
happen.
ideas?
I don't know what you expect to happen, Kit, but I'm not going it.
Listen.
Go ahead and lead the way, frog friend.
You see as he starts
wasted
stepping cautiously.
Follow.
Okay.
You know what, Stavros?
Go ahead, Kit.
You said something earlier. Not much like it.
Kit, I entertained what you were doing for a while, and even helped. But there's only so far I'm willing to take it.
No, it's not that. It's... You made a pun. I didn't much like that.
Pun.
You feel like as soon as you say that, this feeling in your stomach is loosened a little bit, but it's just itching at the back of your throat. Like you're fighting yourself.
I don't quite understand what you're saying, Kid, but
I just didn't like it. It's just, that's all I gotta... I don't know.
yeah, making sense to me.
Mind you, Kit, if Kit actually lights them, if he lights them, he lights them, but he feels like he has to say he doesn't like them. So depending on your normal feeling about it, you would realize that you're...
Can I
really
like
wanna-
check what this feeling's like? Like,
Yeah.
can I insight
Do
this?
do an
Can I
insight check on
insight
yourself.
myself?
Yeah. You're proficient in insight, yeah, or no?
Yeah.
Okay. As you're thinking about it, you're feeling this feeling. You felt something in your stomach, and then this feeling started rising up in you, and you're like, "Why is this coming from my stomach?" And you start thinking, and you realize the only thing that should be having in your stomach is that potion you drank earlier.
Oh. God damn it. Sorry, it's the potion. Sorry.
You think
Anyways, I still need you to get in that pit.
I'm
Corporal
Kit, no matter how
starts
much you
walking
insist.
off.
Yeah, we got places to be, things to do, Kit. If you ever need, help with whatever the voices are telling you to do, as long as it's not too far out of my way, I'm willing to entertain it.
Rose, tell me, what is your greatest goal in life?
Of course, it's to find out the hidden truths of the world. I've said this before.
Now, what if I told you you could never find that truth?
I mean, wouldn't believe you.
Corporal is
If
now
I told
getting
you
farther
that
away.
you will someday
I'm
find that
following,
truth?
walking and talking. Would you repeat that, Kit?
Now, what if I told you you could find that truth? Someday you will, without a doubt.
It wouldn't be your affirmation that makes me believe that.
What if I told you exactly what to do to achieve that truth?
I'd be curious but skeptical.
What if these were so specific and on the moment that you felt this is the way?
Well, first I'd have to critically think about why that may or may not be the case and make a decision for myself on the matter.
Stavros, I need you to understand that I have a purpose beyond just you and me.
I think we all do. And whether we achieve that or not is up to us. And, Kit, I know you have this strong feeling and need to perform whatever tasks it is at the time that you see fit. But I'm not swimming in that blood.
Suddenly, Crocodile stops. He puts his hand up. As Kira, you hear.
Guys,
Unfortunate.
I think.
Shh, I think he wants us to stay quiet.
Guys, I think we either get going
You guys have been walking a little bit. You're probably about 230 feet away.
We walk faster, or
No, we keep with Croakle.
yeah, we keep up with
Or the
Quarkle,
frog.
or we run back into that cave.
I'll try to pay close attention to him and stick with him whether he's moving or stopping.
Krokel is crouching down looking. And then
On
he
the
seems,
table.
his head turns as the sound comes from the right. His head turns and his head freezes.
Do we see anything to the right?
Yeah, you see coming out, running. It seems that sound seems to be the sound of someone running through the marshes. You see as this yellowish frog, it seems to be almost greenish, but has this weird tint of yellow on it. That has a bow on his back and a spear. Is in this almost in like a ragtag set of leather armor. Is running through the marshes, and suddenly, as Krokel stops, the frog lifts to the side and slides and stops and stares directly at you all.
Does it look like they are gonna grab their weapon?
It seems to be trying to back away. Please, don't hurt me.
You speak common.
Krokel stares at this frog.
I'm sorry. I've got to go. I didn't do it, I swear.
This thing speaks English.
Krokel stands up. Krokel doesn't seem to be approaching. He seems to just stare. As he's staring, the frog goes again.
It's too dangerous.
You,
They're after
you stay
me.
there. Come here.
No, please, don't hurt Jest. Please.
We don't plan on hurting you, so long as our friend here, is fine with you. Are you in this this gentleman here? Are you two, comrades or?
They're after me. Just,
Who's after you?
Just has to go. Just is sorry.
What are they near? Are they close?
As he turns and starts running off, Krokel just keeps staring. As you see his back start running through the marsh.
He's running. I'll keep going with Croakle.
Krokel is just standing there watching.
Oh, he's just.
If you try and approach him, you see Krokel just seems to be staying off. Almost. It seems to be a gaze of, not really disappointment, but like, the weird sense of like disappointment. But also understand, like you recognize.
I'll put my hand on his shoulder to kind of try to like see if he'll come back into doing what we're doing here.
You see, he just raises his hand as the frog runs off. All right. From that point on, he seems to look for a little bit longer, and he doesn't say anything in the Bullywug Warcommon. He turns and he starts walking again, as in the opposite direction of where the frog, who seemed to be being chased by someone, ran off.
That was
Did any of
odd.
you? Yes, the only things you heard is that he's being chased. He didn't talk to any of you. He talked to Krokel. He didn't seem to trust you. And he told himself jest as he ran off. Are any of you doing anything as you're following Krokel through these marshes?
I am just gonna keep my eyes wide open, expecting to
Sure.
see anything.
Same.
As you guys are traveling, obviously on guard, you don't seem to ever really run into anything. It seems mostly like, your frog friend knows where he's going and knows what to look out for as he avoids certain ponds. Every now and then you see him throw like a little rock into a certain section of water, and you see things jump out of the water and go for the rock as he quickly runs with all of you on one side. He seems to know about the dangers of the swamps and what he needs to look out for, and is quickly making progress.
I'm gonna be jotting this all down.
Sure,
Like
you
all
can see
these,
some of the
techniques he's using.
general things he's doing to distract creatures that run around. And you see sometimes he points up, and you see what you thought was just a vine was actually a snake hanging down, and he'll make the way around it. There seems to be a lot of potential dangerous things. And now, for the first time, you kind of understand why Aldania said you shouldn't leave at night in the swamps. Did you know if you're traveling through nighttime, it's hard enough to see during the day? You probably would have been grappled by some of those snakes hanging from the trees, or step into the wrong pond, or be dragged into the water. Watching Grokol lead you guys, you realize that this would be much harder at nighttime. And it might even be hard during the day. You're really deep into these marshes. A few hours go by, and as the hours go by, ahead of you, suddenly, the sound comes back together. As in the distance, Grokol raises his hand and tells you to move, and does a little move forward motion. You see, you've been following this large cliffside. As you turn the cliffside going inwards, as soon as you turn the cliffside, you see a few really shabby-looking wooden buildings. As Grokol is now leading you. You can tell by looking around, you see what seems to be another frogman, a Frogollian, with a spear. Seems to make eye contact with you. As you start approaching, you notice that there seems to be, raising up out of the water and this marshy land that you've been walking on, seem to be these wooden bridges. As Grokol, getting closer to the buildings, doesn't stop. He turns and he starts walking up on one of these crickety-looking wooden bridges. In front of him are two bullywuds, and I can switch you guys over here now. Are two bullywuds. I believe you guys are going to be switching over soon. Ba-ding-da-ding.
RPA grab onto the word. This is Patreon.
Through. I'm going to delete Newt here. So
I do a pull up off it.
You see Grokol walks forward, and something I need to tell you, Kira, as you're approaching this. You're not quite in there yet, but Grokol is currently talking to his two people. Something you remember, Kira, is that one time whenever you were still in Tenor, and you were in the tavern listening to people, one day Sebastian and Sinclair actually came in there, and he had recently came back from a trip to Maplewood to talk to what you would know as Duke Gilbert, or Gilbert. And he was telling the story how they went through the marshes, and he ended up encountering the frogmen. And he was basically telling the story of how they were brought into the camp. And it turned out that the way he was portraying that they were these really crude, barbarian-like creeps who he says you cannot trust at all. And he was telling a story to some people listening to him. And he ended up saying in the end, him and all of his men had to fight their way out of the camp because they were trying to capture them and kill them. And he was really surprised to find out how easy it was to kill all these barbarian-like frogmen who seemed totally untrained. And he was genuinely surprised by how weak they were. So you've heard of, through Sinclair, you briefly heard of him telling his encounter with the frogmen that they can't be trusted and that they had to fight their way out of the camp. And you'd recall that as you get up here and you see these shabby-looking buildings that seem to be made of wood and cloth. And it reminds you of that story of like how crude that he was saying these people are.
And it was Duke who again? Sorry?
Well, he was talking about... The person telling you this was Sebastian. He wasn't telling you directly, but he was talking about it in the tavern. Sebastian Sinclair, the diplomat.
Oh, okay.
But he was on a trip to see Duke Gilbert Ildred of Maplewood. But during his trip, he ran into the frogmen and ended up in their camp. And that's why he was saying he can't be trusted, and that he was surprised with how easy it was to fight their way out. Though you don't know how much of that's true, but that's the initial opinion you ever had on the frogmen in the Maplewood Marshes.
I'm just gonna instantly think about, dang, looks like Hawkins was somewhat true about untrustworthy.
Yeah, you can mention that if you want to talk to him, because Grokol seems to be up here talking to these two bullywuds who are blocking the path.
Oh, I'm just thinking that to myself.
Yep, perfect. So he seems to talk to these two bullywuds, and they don't stop him, and he turns back and waits for you to move on. As he keeps going, you just go through them. What you notice as he starts walking even farther, and as you're walking, you start noticing more and more bullywuds. And as you walk past them, instead of stopping you, they seem to all start following you. Like their gazes are looking at you. And every step you take, more and more of them seem to be falling behind you, kind of like a mob of Frogollians. As soon as you pass one, they'll fall in line. You hear them under the breath as they stare at you. Hawkins, you feel a lot of gazes fall upon you. as they point, and they start following behind, which I'll move them later. But he just keeps going down these bridges.
Don't think they really
Best
like you.
behavior.
Hawkins. Don't think they really like you,
Oh.
Hawkins.
Yeah, it's some racial tensions.
Yeah, I think anyone has to be careful.
As more
It's gonna
follow.
be you.
It's alright, I'll be good. I promise.
Oh, I hope so.
I gotta awfully pee before I can do all this description shit. So maybe
True. I got
Yeah.
P2.
Yeah, let's take like a 2 minute or something, because I'm about to describe a shit ton. So we'll go for it.
Wait, side note, did you
Okay.
forget Newt here?
I deleted him, so the stream camera will keep all of you in frame. So if I didn't delete him, the stream camera will be like super zoomed out. But he is here with you.
Newt!
He deleted Newt, finally.
All right, if anyone else has to pee, do it now. But yeah, Newt is here with you technically.
Stavros would definitely had whispered to Hawkins and say, hey, if be ready in case these guys decide to, turn on us. We didn't exactly have amicable interactions with them when we first met.
Yeah, but we got a man on the inside now. I hope.
We'll see how things go. I don't exactly trust them. We'll trust our friend. But I'm also going to BRB.
God, I hate Shmeeb.
Everyone just started pissing.
Real talk though, if I fucking die because Shmeeb didn't take a swim, I'm gonna cry and scream.
Should have been more persuasive.
Should have been less stubborn.
Should have been less cringe. Less RP.
Yeah,
Oh,
you're
back.
right, I shouldn't have RP'd so much.
Yeah, you should have
I should have
Taken
just
out of
instantly
RP.
started combat.
started drama with them outside of game. And like,
I'm
what,
gonna do
fuck,
that.
you
I'm
didn't get on the
gonna
board.
do that. We're
making
making a
drama?
Twitter account right now.
Are you drama side in?
I'm starting drama with Shmeeb for ruining my run.
No, you're.
He was world record pace.
Yeah, I mean you'll know
See, if I die, it's because I couldn't complete that task.
You know the Guardian probably won't kill you, but he doesn't get mad if you don't do things right, and he'll let you know. Or it. You don't even know. It's not even a creature. It's a presence.
Genderless.
Well, it's not even. You don't even know if it's alive or not. It's literally like a presence. You've never seen it.
Well,
It feels more like when you think of emotion, it's not something. Like it's not.
gnarly dude.
It's not like tangible. It's kind of what it is. It's kind of like the air around you. It's not tangible, but you know it's there and you can feel it. I can't get comfy. Okay, we're in the fun part now where we get to do a bunch of describing. Oh Jesus! I can't get comfy.
RP, I kill every frog.
I will let you know that even though I just have to explain that in a second once everyone's here, because I don't know. I think
No,
once
don't
I
let
describe
Shmeeb
it,
know.
once I
I
describe it,
croak
you'll realize
mockingly.
you don't want to start a fight. I would touch me too, not get to describing. Because we got lots of words to read, boys. Lots of words.
RP, I kill a single frog.
RP, I marry fraud woman. Have
Yeah,
a
while I
little-
walk by a
fertilize the
frog,
girl.
I give a frog's butt cheeks a good squeeze.
Oh my god.
Frogs don't have butt cheeks.
These frogs do.
Do they?
I've seen some frog avatars in VR chat. Oh yeah, they do
Okay.
definitely do have booty. That's for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, but do bullywogs? Please, Fawnde, tell me they don't have butt cheeks.
I mean, they have butts, but I mean, they might not be like crazy, you know? They're humanoids.
Upakalo pipi
Do frogs have butts?
What kind
Do
of question
frogs
is that?
have butts?
Frogs do not sit on their rear ends at a 90-degree angle. Let's see this.
They got the swamp ass, if you know what I mean. Haha. Phoebus, by the way, what I told you, that feeling is still with you. You don't have to do it all. You don't have to do it all the time, but like
Someone
you're,
fucking rhymes. I'm gonna.
it's
I
not
don't know
even
what
it's
I'll
not even
do.
something does. It's you just want to talk about it and tell people you don't like it. Very freaking. Not
I
all the
wouldn't
time,
like
you know?
act on it.
You might like actually like rhymes and puns, but this is like making you feel like you need to tell people you don't. Kind of like, whenever like someone does something and like you really want to tell them they're wrong, but like at the same time you're trying to hold it back. Like, I shouldn't tell them. It's rude. It's kind of like that. Deep urge to tell. Not all the time. Like I'm not telling you to make that your entire thing.
Oh man, I'm really trying to be mad at Stavros right now though.
Yeah, well the problem is like, and you don't know when this is going to go away. You don't. Yeah, it seems to be at least one side effect of.
Does this like occupy my mind?
It doesn't necessarily occupy your mind, but like like whenever you want to say something, like every now, it's not all the time. Like I don't want you to like ruin your RP or like be like, I can't RP this, I'm not focused. But whenever you're talking to people, and like every now and then, keep it in the back of your mind, like your character sometimes has these urges to just complain about rhyming and puns. Even if you like them, so it might even irritate you more. It might genuinely irritate you because you might actually like them, and now you have to tell people you don't. So it's not like it's not change your preference.
Chester boys.
Yeah, it's not change your preference. It's simply forcing you to say it. Welcome to Lovely Bones of Magic.
GM roll. A lot of these.
Private GM roll. I rolled 1d20.
Look at that.
I did do love it. I did love. No, I didn't show up on the stream view. My stream is private. Oh, I know why that didn't show up. It's a private roll to me. So I'm looking at my other screen that I'm streaming from.
Oh.
Forget that. I'm the DM on this one.
Wait, so we can't even stream snipe to see private rolls now?
Nope.
Nice.
It's probably for the best.
That's actually good as fuck. That's crazy.
Well, I mostly did this for the stream because it wasn't, whenever I have a fucking 20 pages of information taking up, 75% of my screen, that's not very fun to watch. Not very pleasant to the eyes. So yeah, I did that to make my stream more.
Do these bullywogs have penises? Describe in great detail.
Only if you pull down their pants and give the little...
Give me a kiss.
A little kiss on this pipe.
Maybe a little more.
Whereas my plumber tools today, I guess I'll have to use my mouth.
Shout out Mo5. What?
What the fuck? What the hell?
Yo, real talk though. Shmi, we better be getting back there. I'm gonna fucking throw in
Shmi must have disappeared.
Oh shit, forest ambience?
There's a frog.
Sorry, I'm back.
I'm back.
Alright,
so
this guy.
Well?
Hello.
Perfect. Alright, so we're doing
I'm starting drama with you.
As you guys get up here, Grokel's over here on this bridge. As he sees you guys are behind him, he waves, trying to go past that bullywug standing next to you. The bullywug does seem to step out of the side, and as soon as you're past, he will start following you as well. But Grokel seems
Could I mean mug this last one in particular for no reason other than to just...
He doesn't seem to be... I mean, you can try, but he's staring at Hawkins.
Oh, he's staring at Hawkins.
Yeah, they're not looking at you. I mean, they're looking at all of you, but like they seem to be mean mugging Hawkins.
Even more
Can I
so.
mug them?
Yeah. This one, me and I'll get in between, or not in between, but like next to Hawkins, and we both suddenly just like stare at this one in particular.
I don't know if this will change your mind. I don't know if you're trying to start beef or not, but I know they're looking bad at you, and you're free to do this. But you would know, even though it looks like there's, you can see handfuls of tokens here. There are thousands of bullywugs around you.
Oh yeah, no, we're just looking at this one in particular, I assume.
Yeah, just make sure you know what you're doing in case you start a fight.
Alright, do you want to do intimidation check, Hawkins, and I'm helping you?
Sure.
Okay, sure.
It seems he's glaring at you, and then you Hawkins stops beside you, punches his fist together, and you like open your mouth and show your jaws, and he steps back a little bit quicker to let you guys pass. But he doesn't stop staring at you.
Badass.
Crocodile is like waving to you guys there. Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, we're coming to
Guys, you gotta don't intimidate these frog people.
I didn't like the look of that one.
I instantly intimidate every one of them.
As you walk up here, so now we'll get to what this town looks like. As you look around, which some of you might not be able to see properly because of shadows. But as you look around, you notice that this town seems to be shoved between two large cliff sides that go at least up 100 feet. It was the same cliff that you guys have been following. So basically, it's almost like it's in a little cove area. From the top of the cliffs, you see several waterfalls are falling down, and they fall down into this town. All the water seems to be converging into a giant green pool in the center, which is what you're standing beside. You're just on the platform. Inside the pool, closer to the other side, you see a bunch of wooden poles or even logs that seem to have strange stains and ropes tied around them. And as you're looking at this water, you realize that it mostly seems to be stagnant, almost like a pond. But you can see that there's a small current that's heading into a large cave opening on the cliffside farthest from you right now. As you look at this cave, you see that this cave entrance seems to be at least 30 feet in diameter and just as tall. This is a huge cave entrance. However, even with the large entrance, as soon as you look in there, it seems about 10 feet in, all light seems to disappear, as if it just turns into an endless void that consumes this water that goes into it. All around you, a light white fog seems to constantly stand. It slightly obscures all of your vision, so when you try and look really far away, it seems to be a little bit more foggy and harder to see. In the air, you feel this constant, thick smell that feels almost like it sticks to your skin due to how humid it is here, but the smell isn't horrendous. It's nothing like the smell you just experienced in Sothis' lair. It smells very much so like what you'd imagine a swamp to smell like. Kind of unpleasant, kind of stagnant, almost a little bit like you would imagine sewage to smell like. And it almost makes your skin itch a little bit due to the humid air. It makes you imagine that this nasty smell is sticking to your skin or your scales. Around you, as such as the one you're standing on, there are many wooden walkways that stand several feet above the ground in water, about 5-10 feet in various spots. These shabby bridges allow you to basically avoid stepping in this water or on the mushy ground. And as you look around, and you've already walked in some of them, you realize that they connect to each other in very complicated ways. They seem very shabby, like they might fall apart, and if you don't watch your step, one of your legs might go through it. And it just makes this really confusing layout. And they all seem to go in between all the houses, which are also on stilts. All these houses seem to be made out of, basically shabbily made out of wood, torn cloth. There's some mud on there as well. And as you look around, any of you have ever been in the city, it really reminds you of the living conditions of slums in cities. It's very slum-like, it's very nasty, and it does not give you the sense of, wow, this place is nice. Looking around, especially here in the center, you can see several frogmen training in unison. Some seem to be training with archery, others are marching, and I need to verify with you right now, even though there's only a few tokens here, as you look into here, you see hundreds of frogmen marching. Like, you see entire units of frogmen marching, of following commands, of practicing their swordplay, sparring, doing archery. Like, this place is really large. It's limited due to Foundry and the scope of things, but there are hundreds of frogmen all around, hundreds in certain units training, and you can tell that there are hundreds, probably thousands of frogmen within the city. So you would know right away that you don't want to cause trouble here, unless you think you can get away, if you even had that thought in the first place. Looking on the other side, every now and then, looking away from the ones training, you can see a few bullywuds who don't seem to have this weird wooden armor or leather armor, who seem to be in like rags and weird torn up cloth, and they're always two in a pair walking, and two in a pair seem to be chained. You see a couple groups like this. Most of them seem to be carrying baskets or other things. You see some of them carrying little tiny frogs, and as you look at this, you realize that these are probably the women. It seems like the female frogs are all chained together, like two in a pair, and they don't wear armor or anything. They walk chained by the legs to each other, doing their various tasks. As you look around and watch the training versus the barbarianism with what you presume to be the women and the shabbiness, you get this strange sense that these people are civilized and organized, but they're also completely uncivilized and almost tribalistic and barbarianistic at the same time. The more you watch, the more you feel like everything you're watching contradicts one another. Some things make them seem very powerful, other things make them seem very poor. And it just gets more confusing the more you watch. But that's basically what you see as you watch as your frog friend here jumps down as he lands about 5 feet down in this mushy water as he waits for you to come down.
Ugh. I guess I'm going swimming after all. No, leaping.
Motherfucker.
Kit, you might want to hop on. I feel like that's gonna go up to your shoulders.
Yeah, you're gonna need it.
Can I just keep following this wooden bridge like structure?
You could try, but you can see crocodiles waving at you guys. Also, Kit, you know right here it's not that shallow. It's not. Sorry, it's not that deep. Maybe deeper in
It's
it would be.
waving at us.
Will
Yeah,
I
I'll jump
instantly drown if I jump in?
No, it's like
Okay, I'm good.
It's like up to your feet maybe. It's not very right here. It's not very much. We guys can all jump down.
How's the water?
I'm gonna roll up my trousers.
It's kind of. It seems a
Above
little bit
my knees.
stagnant. It's green. It seems mushy. Whenever you step, you instantly hear your feet as your feet go a couple inches into the mud. You know your shoes have mud all over them now. So it's not really awful, but you know for a fact that it's not good. As he's leading you up, and the first, obviously you see all these frogmen. You've seen some of them before. You fought a lot of them. The ones who are training beside you seem to have blowguns, and they're just marching right now. The first important looking frogman you see is actually up on the right, as Crocodile is leading you farther in. You see him standing up on the ledge, and as soon as you approach, you hear him crawl out. You hear him crawl out.
Bow down before Lollipops the seventh Frogollian.
That's what you hear come from his mouth.
Do I understand the language they're speaking?
Oh, they're speaking common, it sounds like. It's hard to...
I was joking. It's because they have a very thick accent.
If I'll just try to follow and do whatever Croakle.
Yeah, Crocodile is standing here for a second as he turns to look. So the frog who yelled at you is... hold on, I forgot to change it. Right here. He, as you look at him, in front of you, standing up about 5 feet on this pillar, is literally what you can only describe as a nasty-looking toad attempting to look fancy. He has this really rough, bumpy brown skin in color, and his entire skin is covered... basically, the brown skin covers the hide of him, like his back is all brown on top of his head. His front half is creamy white, very similar to what you'd imagine a frog if it was like naturally an all-fours would look like. His body seems to have a pretty bad hunch, almost making him seem like he's hunched over on this cane, like he's an old man, as he heavily leans on this metal staff. His grayish eyes stare down at you, unblinking. You look at him even more, you see that his body is really lumpy. It's almost like he's obese with fat, and it's in all the wrong spots. To cover this up, he wears this really nice, it seems to be full bronze belt. That seems a little bit too complicated. And from the belt, you see hanging down are several black tassels that barely cover up his nether regions. So every now and then when he turns, you might get a glimpse of something you don't want to see. Which, for some of you, might matter, some of you might not care. He wears this red cloak with these white spots that totally leave his chest revealed. And on top of that, he has various trashy-looking pieces of jewelry, like a necklace with some weird-looking bones, a bracelet with, when you look at it, it's like a spoon on the bracelet. It just looks like garbage. And to top it all off, he has this really weird metal halo behind his back that almost looks like he was trying to have like one of the rising suns behind his back, but it just looks like a plate cut up. It is very trashy looking. As he looks at you, and he points,
Bow down before Frogollian the seventh Lollipops.
and Crocodile looks at him. He steps forward this way. He scoots over in front of you. And he steps up in the front, and you see him take a knee in front of this large-looking, this frog that seems to be 7 feet tall. He seems to greatly, like outsize the other ones.
Stavros will just match whatever Croakle does.
Crocodile, when you try and approach her, he tries to push you back a little bit, like he's telling you to
Okay, I
stick
think
up.
it's
And he looks over to Hawkins, Kit and Kira, and he's waving for you to come over, as you're still looking at the frog who first commanded you. Epic. Alright.
I don't know if frogs can get this big.
That's a very large frog. Let me show you, I'm going to do his description, but I'm going to show you a picture of him. I think you're going to like how beautiful he is.
He's an absolute unit.
I might just come in my pants.
Oh my god.
Huh.
What's that, kid?
Let's not do that, kid.
I did not say that in character. Huh?
This is what he
He
looks
doesn't
like.
have a dick.
You see this
Dang.
very, you see this very
The
large frog.
fupa.
Yeah, this very large frog
Looks like squirrels.
squats in front of you. You're not really sure if he's squatting by choice or due to his weight. The more you look at him, the more you genuinely want to look away. And not because he seems intimidating, but you get this really strange ickiness looking at him and when he looks at you. His green skin is
Probably-
covered... Go ahead.
Probably the toad penis.
Princess
Thank you.
penises.
His green skin seems to be covered in these large bumps and warts, very similar to the one you saw earlier. And there are several darker patterns that trail from his eyes all the way down to his waist. Normally, you may think that these are painted on, but it seems, the more you look at it, it just seems like a discoloration of his skin, almost like it's his veins, which is very strange to you. These large flabs of fat hang from his neck, and right above that rest this really unnatural-looking gray goatee. He wears no clothing besides a thin belt, which hides nothing. And his center is made of this wooden, fancy-looking piece of wood with these gray and orange feathers. On his head is this really fancy, what seems to be what you presume he might consider a crown. It has behind it this wooden halo and these really large orange feathers that come out. And he holds this really small cane down to his waist, and a very large metal staff sticks out of the ground next to him. And you tell right away, but he is much larger than all the other Frogollians around him. You think he's probably around 7 feet tall, but his body is totally not proportionate. Everything seems wrong. When you look at him, his legs are constantly squatting. I'll show you it one more time. His legs are constantly squatting, and they look too stubby. And it seems like he might even not be able to handle his own weight. And when you look at his arms, you realize his arms are way too long because his shoulders start past his face. So it's very strange looking at his arms. His arms are nearly as long as his body is.
Well, I, for one, think he looks fantastic.
And the more you look at it, the more you realize it's probably because he does not have a neck. That's what you think. As he stares at you, you get this strange sense of creepiness, and you sort of feel gross under his gaze, almost as if he's undressing you. And it brings this unsettling discomfort with him. As he looks at you, Krokle steps forward one more time. He takes his knee. All of you, I assume you're all taking a knee as well?
Yep.
Will I drown if I bend
Mhm.
No, you will not drown. I mean, it's not right here. It's not that deep. Yeah. Hawkins, you would know for a fact. I mentioned it before, but the bullywuds, and at least the bullywuds from where you're from, and the lizard folk have this really long-lasting rivalry. If you bow, you might not hate them, but this is like a disgrace to you as a race. I don't know how you'd feel about it, but if you bow right now, it'd be like surrendering. Much like how previously you ran into the frog people, and you knew you couldn't surrender. I don't know if that's going to change what you do, but do you still decide to bow or no?
Hawkins like lowers his head a little bit, but he's not gonna like go on his knees.
Tristan. At the same time, you realize that the crowd that has been following you, this large crowd of Frogollians, whoops, I didn't mean to do that. This large crowd of Frogollians are now converging on your area and making this large circle on the platforms around here. And they seem to all be staring at you, especially at you, Hawkins. Suddenly, they start croaking. As you start to hear a lot of ribbiting coming at you. As one steps up, this one over here steps up in front of Lollihops, points at you, Hawkins, and points at everyone else. He seems very, 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 very angry as he's pointing at you.
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
You see the giant frog, who you're bowing before, or nodding down to, looks at you. Then he raises his hand. He raises his hand to make everyone go quiet. Everyone suddenly, they all kind of drop what they were doing. Then Krokle stands up. He stops crouching. He stands up. You hear as he turns and points at you as he is bowing and talking to what you assume is their king. And this goes on for a few minutes. You can't really understand what he's saying, but this is going on for a few minutes. And at some point, all of the bullywuds around you, you suddenly hear And as you look up around you, you can tell all of their faces, almost like if they just heard something insane. All their faces are like contorting as they turn and they're talking to each other, like these thousands of bullywuds around you. You don't know what he's saying, but you can tell that he said something that has shocked all these bullywuds. Then you hear, this one has got closer, you hear the toad speak up and say,
There's no way. There's no way that they killed Sothis, the champion of answers. I don't believe it.
and Lollyhops once again raises his hand. All the fronds, they stop, they more or less stop croaking. He looks back and starts talking briefly to Crocodile. Once again, you can't hear anything. And he looks around, and then you notice this, you might have seen him before, but coming out from the side of this large bullywug, what seems to be a creature, the only creature you see that is not a frog. I'll show you a picture of him as well. This is the only one who is not a Frogollian. Should all. As you're looking, it's almost hard to tell what type of creature you're looking at because his body is so covered in these tattered robes. Additionally, he has countless fragments of other cloth and vegetation that are just hanging off of him, making a huge, what seems to be a mess. It makes his outfit look extraordinarily unkempt and confusing. Even more strange, jewelry is coming from his necklace or from his neck. As similar to the other fronts, he has a bunch of bones and various pieces of what you think is trash wrapped around his neck. In his hand, he carries a large staff that resembles almost like a light post. At the very end of it, you see this strange stone that is yellowish in color, and it's constantly, more or less, emanating this small little light that seems like it to be like almost like a torch, but on a smaller scale. And on his back, you see several types of flowers that are intertwined to his cloak. And as he approaches, all of you can catch this whiff of this really strange fragrance. It is very different from the smell of the water you're currently in. And the only thing that really gives you an idea of what he might be, you see a large reptilian tail twist out from underneath his cloak, helping reveal the nature of his race. His hands have these really sharp claws, and his face stretches out a little too far to reveal this gray, scaled snout. However, most of his face is still currently hidden under this large, a leafy hat that hides his eyes and the top of his head. While his look is very messy, it is somewhat alluring to you. It reminds all of you of the stories you've heard of tribal shamans that some people encounter out in the forest, the ones who do weird magics and do just strange things and rituals out in the woods. You see as he steps up. Hawkins, I would like you to do me an investigation check with advantage. But you see him step up and he starts whispering. You can't hear what he's saying, but he's whispering to Lollyhops. As you look at him, the only thing you're looking at is trying to figure out what he is. But as firstly, you're looking at him, you realize this is not a lizardman. He has scales, but his beak's too long. You're like, maybe he's a dragonborn. And you start looking, and you realize he's not a dragonborn either. And then you start to think about your time spent with the Firetooth Flyers tribe and Erdic Loforn. And you start to remember something he was telling you. One time he told you the story of his best friend. He had a best friend that he traveled with and trusted him with his life. But then one day, out of nowhere, years after they knew each other, he suddenly realized that he was betrayed. That his friend wasn't actually a dragonborn. He was a lookalike. He didn't really explain to you how he betrayed him, but he said you cannot trust anyone who tries to pretend to be a dragonborn. And this guy seems to be looking almost like a dragonborn. But you realize that this might be the same type of creature that Erdic Loforn reminded or warned you of in that story that one time, like years ago. That he was betrayed by a creature that seemed to look like a dragonborn, but really wasn't. So you get the sense that this might be of the same race as that one. You don't think it's the same person, but might be the same race. And that will leave you with the idea that might not be trustworthy, just from your past history of knowing about him. But you see, as he leans up, you can't hear what he's making out, but you can tell he's whispering in the ears of Lollyhops. And you see his Lightops is listening, and he starts nodding. And then suddenly, he stops whispering. He speaks up.
I am Lightops, the 7th Frogollian, the leader of all Frogollians, of Mother Devorator. I'm willing to hear you out for whatever reason you've come here. Especially our best scout Chronos here has.
You see as he swallows.
He has said that you have supposedly killed the champion of Anthros yourselves, and that you have managed to fight off an entire troop of the Green Men. However, this is very unbelievable. Not that I don't trust Krokul, but Krokul has been missing for 6 days. I don't know what's happened to him. My men!
He looks at you, Hawkins.
My men! Do not believe that you are strong enough to kill the champion of Anthros, the Life Devourer. And they also cannot bring themselves to trust a lizardman. Who would ever believe that a lizardman could be strong enough?
He says he starts coughing.
Who would ever believe that a lizardman would be strong enough to fight the champion of Anthros? My men will not have it. I tried to talk them out of it, but
You hear as a croaking. As the croaking starts raising up.
they will not listen until you're tested. They want.
He points down to the one from him.
He wants to challenge you to a traditional duel.
You watch as this Frogollian steps up. He picks up some mud off the ground and throws the mud in front of you. That is like when someone throws a napkin in front of your spits. He is challenging you to a traditional duel between the bullywuds and the lizard folk.
They do not trust that you are strong enough to have done anything claimed, nor will they listen to lizardmen unless you prove yourself.
Alright. They're right, though. I'm not alone. I'm not strong enough, but due to my allies and our other allies who are not with us, we survived. But if you want to fight me, fuck off. Yeah, let's do it. I throw the mud back at him.
You hear as the one in front of you,
Ribbit!
and Lollyhops puts his hand up.
At least, you as a lizardman have enough pride to still follow the ancient traditions.
And firstly, Newt's not here, so you won't know this, but Kira, you know from listening to what he said, even though it's kind of hard to make out, he said that Krokul said that you single-handedly killed the champion of Anthros, which you know as Sothis. It seems Krokul did not mention the fact, for some reason, that your allies actually killed, well, you guys helped, but he seems that he did not mention the fact that you had any help, that he gave all of you the credit, you 5. He seems not to have brought up, for whatever reason. You don't know why he wouldn't have brought it up, but he did not bring up the fact that 3 really strong people came and helped you. And he also, you assume that when he says green men, you assume he means probably the Vegetans. But you see, as you stand up, Hawkins, to accept this duel, out of nowhere, you suddenly hear a lot. As everyone starts raising up, the cheers start raising up. As Krokul is going to step back, you see he turns and looks at you and kind of shakes his head, and he starts ushering you all to the side.
Before, on my way to going to the side, I'll kind of whisper to Hawkins and grab his shoulder. Hawkins, you need to borrow my shield or my weapon, or are you good?
I don't know how to use a shield. It's useless for me. I'll figure something out.
Hawkins,
I'm pretty fucking tough.
You know a traditional duel between bullywuds and lizardmen, they don't involve weapons or magic. It's a duel between using your natural weapons, claws, biting, tongue, tail. It is it's a raw duel between the gifts you're naturally blessed with.
That's right, Stavo. No weapons allowed.
You keep your armor on, but yeah, no weapons. That's a traditional thing. There's no help. It's a single. As this one starts stepping out deeper into the water.
I'm gonna hand my sword to Kira before she leaves. Hold on to this, please.
Good luck. As I'm patting him, I'm gonna bless him. I'm gonna give him guidance.
I'm tough as fuck.
Sure.
Actually, do I have bless?
I don't know how much a stickler you would be about traditions, but you know any help is not something that's looked highly upon. So I don't know if you would.
Oh, actually, okay. So as I
Really
pat him on,
kind of
pat him on the shoulder. Actually, would I even know that? Could I do like a history or insight to see?
Well, you
if
wouldn't
I
know that,
would
but I'm talking about Hawkins. Just he would know he's being blessed, or he gave him guidance.
Oh,
So I don't know.
I'm like, no.
Yeah, I don't know if he has.
Yeah, I would like as I'm about to give you blessings. I guess you stop me, right?
No.
No?
Bless it. No.
You good, Hawkins?
If any of these people noticed that, they'd go fucking feral.
All right, I'm gonna pat him on the shoulder. Good luck.
I don't need it.
I know the frog will need it
Oh yeah.
as I walk away.
As he walks deep around here.
I've never met a frog I can't beat the shit out of.
He seems to be up on this land a little bit over here, waiting for you to approach.
Wait, over here.
As you walk over, you hear all of you. You can see the Crocodile was telling you guys to get farther back. He's standing up on here. He's telling you to He's like finally speaks up, and he's trying to get you guys up on the bridge. He seems very adamant about it. And whenever you look at Crocodile, whenever you climb up there, you can tell that he just seems annoyed. He does not seem very pleased by what's going on. But the fight is going to happen. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom.
You got this, Hawkins. Sorry.
Just don't kill him. Don't end its life.
Hawkins, you hear Stavros saying that, obviously not knowing how the tradition works, but you guys don't. It's not about killing each other. It's about subduing one another. So if you reach 0 HP, you're not in threat of your life being ended. At least through the duel. The duel is to subdue, not to murder one another. But if you reach 0 HP, that's the same thing as being subdued. But you won't die. Unless it intentionally try and kill you. Bum, bum, bum. Alright, perfect. Alright. Go ahead and we're going to roll your initiative. Join the combat,
Hawkins is
please.
gonna raise his arms in the air and bare his fangs at this guy to try and intimidate him a little
You see,
bit.
he throws...
Fuck, you're going down.
Yeah, he throws his spear. You can try it. Go ahead. You have disadvantage, though. You have disadvantage because the thousands of bully ones are roaring around him. You don't know what they're saying. But they're bringing it up loud. As you see him, he stares at you and he bears fins. For a second, let me make a check with him. Save. Okay, one more. Okay. You see, as he seems to, for a second, step back a little bit. But then as he steps back, he looks around. And you see to the right, there is a bully who steps up, who's in full silver armor. As he looks at himself, and he steps back up. He throws a spear to the side. Let's roll your initiative and see what's going to happen. So join combat, please.
Okay. How do I join again?
You click on your token and put the little sword thing on the side.
Oh yeah, I think I'm in. Initiative.
Actually, you're not in yet. Here, I can add you in. Gotcha.
Oh, not in?
You're in now. Yep.
Oh, okay.
You can do that at combat and roll person if you want. He's got a 12.
Where
He
the
doesn't
fuck
see this
is-
roll.
I
Yeah,
keep
I'm pretty sure.
forgetting where initiative is.
We don't have to do that. You can just go to the combat itself and roll there. The encounter in the top right.
Oh,
Also,
shit.
if you click on your token, it should be in utility, like the little bar there. Oh, you guys got the same one. What's your dexterity? It's -1, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, he goes first. You hear all of you hear as the roars of these frauds get louder and louder and louder. As some of them start jumping. You hear the jumps. Almost sounds like a drum is starting up. And this reminds you almost of when you were in the Colosseum, except this feels much more savage, raw, and intimidating than in the Colosseum. It feels like there's a bunch of bloodthirsty warriors around you. None of them seem to be looking at you lot, but they're all glaring heavily at Hawkins. As this creature, suddenly, as you look down, there's no start to a duel. It's just whoever strikes first. He jumps. He runs 5, 10, 15. As you see as he leaps at you. Oops, not that. He leaps at you with a bite. But you expertly step to the side as he goes past him. Hawkins, your turn.
Okay, Morgan's just gonna like kind of get in a bit of a rhythm,
Yep. Go ahead.
hop his feet a little bit and go for a bite.
Go for it.
Try and bite him back now that he's up close to me.
You see, as you go for a bite, even though he missed, he drops down to the ground on his all fours, making you miss your bite. Now you watch
Does that mean he's
as
prone?
well, he intentionally did it, but yes, but he is technically prone, but you see what he does
So,
next. Unless you have
Oh,
a
sorry.
yeah, if you have another thing you can. Yeah, he went prone
Yeah,
to
yeah.
avoid that.
I want to use my bonus action to do another bite. So
Sure.
does that mean I get advantage?
Is your bonus action a normal bite or is it a special bite?
It's a special attack with your bite. If the attack, it's a normal attack.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, do have advantage.
So-
He is prone.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Oh no. I don't know why that didn't show up, but that's in that 20.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I
Roll
still have
damage.
the blind
Firstly,
boon.
max out your damage. Oh my god. Oh my god, this is brutal. Firstly, max your
Okay,
damage.
it's
Sort of this.
1d6 plus my strength modifier.
So 6 plus 1?
6 plus 3.
Okay, so that's 9, and then roll 1d6. Oh my god, this is brutal. No! Oh shit. You watch as he jumps down to avoid. You bite into the back of his neck and thrash him around some, and you see his blood is just pouring down the back of his neck. Oh my
And
god, that was
I
brutal.
gain hit points equal to my constitution, so I just gain 3 hit points.
Fuck. You see
3
as
10 hit points.
that's really nice. You see as he's on the ground. I need to make a death save. Please do it with disadvantage though, since you're right over the top of him right now.
Oh, you want me to do a dex save?
Yeah, you're doing a death save disadvantage since you're right over the top of him.
Okay.
You know, whew. You see as his hands are on all four, he jumps up, his back coming flying to you. You barely back up as your chin barely gets missed by his body flying upwards. He jumps into the air. He's about 10 feet, and he's falling down at you. You see as he's falling at you, he's going to go for a bite as he's coming down at you. Let's find out, can he do anything cool? Come on, baby. Yes!
Oh, hits.
You see as he lands, as he falls down on you, you take 4 damage.
Okay.
And you see as he bites on you, you feel he bites on your shoulder. You feel as his tongue comes out of his mouth. I need to make a dex or a strength save. He's trying to grab you with his tongue.
Okay.
Start with everyone else. You see as this frog went down to dodge one of the first attack of Hawkins, got brutally messed up. He's jumped in the air. He's landed and bit onto Hawkins, and now he's trying to grapple him. Let me see. Let me do him. He's going to do a strength check. Come on, baby. Let's get crazy. You see as his tongue slips off, tries to go around your neck, but you grab it with your other hand and rip his tongue off. He is holding on to you, but you're not grappled. You can move just fine.
Okay. Is it my turn?
Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna bite him. This is why I'm called the fucking bite, and I'm gonna bite him right on the face.
The frauds are doing. For a second, they paused whenever you did such a brutal attack to them, but they've gotten louder again. As you say, I'm doing the bite. Go for it. Oh my god. Do it to him, man. Do it to him.
Get him, Hawkins!
You realize he's on your shoulder, and he's trying to hold on to grapple you. You turn. As your jaws open up, and for a second, you see his eyes go shallow. You're opening your mouth so wide, you see in his eyes that he's terrified. Do an insight roll for me. You can tell that for a second, he freezes. It reminds you whenever they saw Sothis, you see your mouth and the reflection in your mouth is so wide it looks like a giant mouth of a snake. Its jaws opening, coming down. As your head goes... as your teeth slap together on his head. As he falls over. Suddenly, all the frogs stop.
He's not dead. I
Oh.
didn't kill him, did I?
No, he's not full dead. Don't worry about
So I saw a puddle of blood and I was like, oh fuck, what have I
it.
done?
No, he's not actually dead. He's like unconscious, you know. You're like basically so much
Yeah.
trauma to his head. But
Okay.
he's in your mouth right now.
I let go and I plate like slowly on the ground, so he's lying down.
You put him on the
good
ground.
fight.
He inches out. All the frogs are silent. What do you do?
Fucking go! I'm the fucking bite, baby. That's fucking right.
I'll pound my chest.
Only you two, and if any of the rest, no one else is making a sound. So the sound of Hawkins celebrating, and then this is here, the sound of metal banging against metal as Stavros is banging against his chest.
I'm just sighing, like just a very slight sigh, like, oh.
All of the frogs are silent as they stare. Where are you going? Combat is over.
I'm gonna go back to my party. You know, I think I'll pick him up and like take him to this guy that gave him a pep talk,
Mhm.
and like try and hand him off. Just like, you know, might want to get him to a bed or something.
Which the guy appear on the thing as you approach him.
This guy in the armor.
As you approach him, you see. You look at this humanoid wearing a very shiny set of full plate metal armor. The ones you guys on the other side see this as well. You're just not as close. This is very nice looking. It looks nothing like the shabby stuff everyone else is wearing. The armor completely covers all the creature's body, not revealing anything about him. You don't see any skin, his eyes, or anything. On his right arm, attached to his armor, you see a round silver buckler. And in that hand, there's a large iron flail. On his back, you see a very long metal lance. And as you look, the armor seems pretty normal until you look up to him and you look him in the face. And you realize that his headpiece seems to be resembling the face of a frog. He has a mask with his wide-gated visor that resembles a giant grin of some type of frog. Above that are two bell-like balls that seem to be the eyes. And on top of that, even more, is some nostrils and this really ornate set of what seems to be red feathers with white polka dots. As he sees you drop it in front of him, and he doesn't pick it up. He lets him stay there for the moment.
Nice fucking armor, shit. And he walks away.
Crocodile seems to stand up and start going back towards Ollie Hops. And he bows once again.
I'll do the same.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Yo, you all see that shit?
That,
Yeah,
Hawkins. That was brutal.
Oh,
Most
Seppi.
definitely. That was very brutal. Hawkins, you most definitely feel proud of yourself right now. That was a very much so a clean,
Oh,
lethal strike at the beginning.
efficient.
Crocodile looks over to... Actually, you hear...
What are you doing? Come back before. Lolly Hutch the seventh Frogollian.
As the nasty-looking toad that seems to be trying to look fancy is looking over at Kira and Kit. I think Kit might be AFK.
Oh, I'm back.
Okay. He says it to you, expecting you to move over. You jump
Get in the
over.
water again.
As in front of you, Lollyhops, which you know as a 7th Frogollian, he looks at you. As all the other frogs are like still, wide-eyed, looking. As Lollyhops looks down at you, his eyes unblinking.
Or I'm willing to hear you out. It seems what Proto said may be true. Is it true that you have defeated the champion of Alpharos and the Green Men?
It's true that Sothis is dead and that we played a large part in his death. However, the Green Men, we may have defeated a portion of them. However, do you know the name Aldania?
I do not. Aldania.
As you see quickly as he's trying to respond to you, you watch as this weird dragonborn-esque creature stands up again. Or he's been standing the entire time. He seems to be like the position of an advisor would be to a king, where he stays on the side as he steps up and as he whispers in his ear. He can't hear what he's saying. And Lollyhops looks around, and he steps up and says,
We cannot allow our warriors to be so disgraceful. I believe it is time to make use of a useless warrior. We are going to perform a ritual for Mother Devorator. Prepare the sacrifice.
As you see, as they were still shot, they suddenly opened their eyes and like, ribbit. As you see, many start dispersing to do things and changing positions. I see some jump down and they take the unconscious bullywug over here. See, as him and some others carry this unconscious bullywug over here to what seems to be a log that seems to be set up like a post. And you see them they're not over there yet, but you see him start dragging them off. And Kroko turns and looks, and you hear a slight sigh. Like, Kroko is very much annoyed. But he says that.
Prepare the ritual!
As he stops the Dragonborn stepping away.
Okay. I can now hear you out. Especially if you are strong enough to kill the champion of Anthros and the Green Men. I would even be willing to offer you to stay here. Become my warriors.
He seems to be making an offer for you to become his warriors.
You can have anything you want.
As gracious an offer as it is unfortunate that we must decline, for we serve someone who would not so easily let us go.
That is unfortunate. Well, if you ever get free, this is no place for weaklings. So, you are more than welcome here. Especially if we become enemies.
We do have a favor to ask of you, though.
Sure. You see as they're still dragging off and everyone's dispersing. And he says,
Yes, I do inquire as to why you've come to see me. But first, please, tell me, how did you defeat Sothis, the Everborn, and the Green Men? What was your trick?
How we beat Sothis had to do with first sealing off spellcasting abilities with a silence spell.
You cast magic?
His eyes widen up.
I had cast magic on Sothis.
Suddenly, as you say that, the toad, he straight up,
I saw your magic and not that you didn't mine. Ribbit, don't speak about magic.
The one who approached you originally, the nasty-looking toad.
My magic is better, Ribbit, than yours.
It's hard to understand him, but he seems to be trying to dismiss your magic capabilities compared to his own.
'Twas a scroll. It wasn't my natural born ability.
Oh, a scroll, yes. Ah, much like potions.
As he seems to, you see, as Lollyhops puts his hand to dismiss him, and he says,
Okay, continue. How did you defeat the Green Men?
The Green Men, we simply took out a small platoon. It wasn't their main force. However, we did go and infiltrate their main force, and we met their leader, the witch Aldania.
Did you kill her?
you see as his voice stutters for a second.
Did you kill her?
I'm afraid to say that she may be a foe even stronger than Sothis.
Are you coming here to ask for us to help you kill her?
No, as she believes coexistence is possible between you and her men.
You see as he stops. At this time, instead of being whispered from his advisor, he turns, he looks at his advisor, and the Dragonborn-esque creature leans back up, whispers, after I look for a second, and he seems to be talking to him, and talk very briefly, and then Lollyhops turns back to you.
I'm actually very glad to hear that. You aren't actually enemies of the witch. That would have made it very awkward between us.
Right.
Well,
We're simply wary of her abilities.
well, you see, I wish we were not enemies with them either. It comes from... I never wanted it to be this way.
It appears she has but one desire from all of you as a condition for coexistence.
Oh,
That one condition is during the hours at which she performs research, nightfall. She wishes for peace, for quiet.
You see him stop as he's not trying to process. Then once again, his advisor. And he speaks up. And he says,
well, you see, it was natural that we would end up running into her. She lives in the swamps. So naturally we found her. And, well...
He stops for a second. He looks away. He's almost like he doesn't want to say it. He turns back and he says, as if he puffs up his chest, he says,
she was the most beautiful woman I ever saw. And I decided to make her my wife.
No.
But
For fuck's sake.
I didn't feel it was appropriate to approach her at the time. So, I decided to romance her. I decided to send my men to sing the most beautiful songs at night of the Frogollians. I tell you, they're the most beautiful Frogollian songs we have. But then one day, my men stopped returning. So I sent more, thinking they were killed by the Everborn. And then they stopped returning, and it kept happening. So I sent a small group to investigate what was going on. But it didn't go well.
and once again, you watch as his advisor stops him. As he's in the middle of him talking, he gets stopped by his advisor, and he whispers in his ear, hush, 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 hush. And then he speaks up again.
The Frogollians that returned, there weren't many of them. They were greatly wounded. And how the survivors spoke about the green men. They ripped my warriors apart after they were defeated. They just went to negotiate, but they attacked. They attacked without warning, and they seemed not to listen. They didn't even blink as their own men died. And they released this awful poison whenever they were injured. They mercilessly killed my men who just wanted to talk. From that point on, there's been nothing but violence, revolt, and any men I send will go missing.
He stops for a second and seems a little bit down. He's just kind of upset.
May I speak? I might have hope for your personal quest for love.
You hear him go,
Yes, please, speak.
You see, songs will not sway Aldania. That is not her way. However, she cares very much for those green men as if they were her own young. And there's something plaguing them. The ones you see from day to day aren't the same ones from the day prior. They have short lifespans. She seeks to extend those using a plant that's perhaps found in the swamp.
You
find that...
You see, as instantly he turns and looks at his advisor, and his advisor, as he whispers, unable to hear what he says again. He turns back.
Do you think if I give her a good flower, or good plant, she will like me?
I believe if you find the right plant that she is seeking out, I believe that she may, I cannot guarantee that it will cause her to return your feelings, but at the very least you will make her one of the happiest women on this planet.
As, once again, his advisor speaks up.
I think we have the best plant that exists in the swamps. If you can wait a little bit, we can acquire some and you can send them back with my messages of love.
It would be an honor to be your messenger.
Yes, it will take a little bit of time to acquire them. They're very sparse, but they're the best smelling flowers in all of the swamps.
As he stops for a second, and then he holds up his hand.
But I have another idea as well.
As he puffs up his chest, seeming like there's more hope.
You see, there's still hope yet. My advisor here, Pythonicium, has given me hope.
He goes on. He seems to stop for a second. He's like, breathes in a breath.
You see, I do not think she's also impressed by how strong I am. I think it might have also been a test with my men, and my men are too weak. So, if I can become Frogollian king, and not just a Frogollian, I will make her my queen. She'll be the queen of the entire swamps, not just my bride. There's no way she can deny that. But Pythonicium says that I must, before we undergo the ritual, I need a crown. I've heard that there's a crown in the human town nearby. A large crown. If I can get that, I can... Well, if I can get that and help Mother Devorator regain all of her strength, I can finally undergo the ritual to make me Frogollian king. And then there's no way she could deny my marriage proposal. I think it fits all the problems, but I do think the flower idea, and Pythonicium thinks the flower idea is a good idea as well.
Might I offer a third piece of advice?
Oh, yes, please, speak.
The woman for which your heart has that you've given to her, she not only does she value her powerful forces.
Yes.
She also values
powerful forces too.
She values intelligence above all, particularly toward her research. So if you could show her that you are of the beautiful sentiment of your mind, I believe that would be your best bet. Show her that you have similar interests, similar desires to, if you can find a way to not only give her the flowers and offering a piece, to show her that you are, of royal authority. You also want to, show her that you are of the same mind.
He stops. And says,
Oh, I like that idea. Pythonicium, my advisor here. He's both a prophet and a master potion maker and medicine man. I'm sure he has a lot of knowledge that we could help share. Isn't that right, Pythonicium? Oh, that was a good idea. Thank you.
What did you say?
Well, he said, of course he'd help me. He's my advisor. He's a master.
Oh,
he says he's more than welcome to share his knowledge with Aldania. Oh, what a beautiful name.
I believe that is your
just
best
like
course
the most
of
beautiful flower. Aldania.
Suddenly, as you're talking, you see the frogman who has been over here kind of watching. He gets a messenger comes up to him and he walks up.
And all the opposite seven Frogollian.
As he bows.
It is time for the ritual. Would you mind if I do it this time?
As you see, as soon as he asked if he can do it, Pythonicium steps up. As he reaches out in front of you, he puts his hand out to the toad over there and shakes his head. Then the toad who just asked if he could perform the ritual looks up at Lollyhops, and Lollyhops shakes his head.
No. Pythonicium is the prophet of Mother Devorator and my advisor. You're no longer my advisor, Froop. You don't have the expertise to perform the ritual.
You see right away, the fraud named Froop is giving the nastiest lair you've ever seen in your life to Pythonicium. It's even worse than the other frauds are giving to Hawkins as a lizardman. It is awful. And he seems very, 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 very angry right now. But he looks at Lollyhops, he nods.
Yes, Your Majesty.
He steps back. And Lollyhops looks back at you.
Please, step to the side. It's time for our ritual. I would love for you to witness us worshipping Mother Devorator.
How do the rest of you feel about that?
They mentioned sacrificing. I say we
Step
do
to
what
the
they
side.
want.
What do you think, Newt?
See this
I think we could stay.
You see as this one walks past you. As he walks past you, you get this really weird fragrance off of him, Hawkins. And as you look closer, yeah, you can tell he's most definitely not a dragonborn or a lizard folk. As he's walking with his crutch, almost. Like, he seems like an old man, almost, as he's walking. As he walks over past you. If you guys do want to watch, he's telling you to move, so probably basically go back to where you were earlier. On the bridge. Crocodile over there, too. Dun, 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 dun.
Do you even think it's safe to leave now? Like,
I think we should try to see how long thereabouts it'll take for the flower, whether we should first head for town before we head back, or whichever seems to be more convenient. Best use of our time.
works for me.
Kira, you see beside you, you see that Krokol seems... He's just seemed on edge the entire time you've been here. He seems like he just... do me an insight check. But you can tell he's not been comfortable. Most of you can kind of tell. Do me an insight check on Krokol. You have enough insight to be able to tell the first place. Yeah.
You okay there, buddy?
He just looks at you, and you can see in his eyes that he just seems very irritated. And he seems irritated by everything that's going on as he points at over here where you see the silver armored what you guess is a bullywug walk back away, and the other one's back up as you see tied to the post is the one who's defeated by Hawkins. He just looks at that and just shakes his head. Across from you see that because it's kind of in the same direction. Looking past this other bullywug, you see that Froop is still giving the most mean glare you've ever seen in your life to Pythonesium. Staring awfully. But you can tell that these two are having very different emotions from each other and from the rest of the bullywugs. Do you see all the bullywugs, the thousands of bullywugs are starting to reconverge back to the area? Because they all dispersed to do whatever. And they're all coming back now, and they're all lining back up kind of how it was earlier when Hawkins and the bullywug were fighting. However, whenever they come around you, they seem to be, instead of glaring at you, Hawkins, they seem to be looking at you, and they're not glaring, they seem to be showing a little bit of respect to you. Which is very strange for you. Not like lesser than you, but they're respecting your capabilities. Usually, these bullywugs are really weird to you, Hawkins. Well, you know, firstly, they don't call themselves bullywugs. They call themselves Frogollians. You don't know if that's because they're not from the Mocha Marshes or what. But these Frogollians are very different than the ones you met before. The ones you met before are very crude, very unorganized. These ones seem to be very trained, seem to be very organized. They're all about strength. Usually it's about either they think they're superior to you, and if you defeat them, they all like worship you because they're afraid that you're going to kill them. But these ones do not seem to be vice versa. They seem to have enough backbone to look at you with respect instead of look at you as if they're lesser than you. With all the bullywugs you know, they always, if you defeat them, they all think they're weaker than you. And they also
Hawkins has
refuse...
had a skip in his step this entire time. His head's been held high. He's like, yeah, you all see that? Fuck yeah.
Yeah, you know that you did a great job, but you know, looking around, that these Frogollians are a lot different than the ones that you came back from. These ones seem much more trained, warrior-like. They're not just the
They're like
trash.
this group over here.
Yeah, well, all of them in general. This entire tribe of bullywugs. It's like a lot different than from the Mocha Marshes. These ones seem to be like a military organization, like they very much care about strength, which is very strange. Individual strength. Okay, anyway. Yeah, you see that? I'm going to take a pee break before we get into this section. We take like a 5-10 minute break if you guys want. Or we need just at least a 5-minute break.
Okay.
Sure.
And then we'll keep powering on so we can try and get to the end today. But yeah, 5-minute break here.
Okay.
I'm gonna go pee.
Oh my god.
Wow.
It's somehow gonna end with Mundo leading this group after the Literary Guild.
Very bad.
We're going to make a vegetan army, and we're also going to get a frog army.
Wow.
And then
I
we're
don't really
going
want
to. We're going to. You say you don't know about that?
I don't know about that. I don't know about
And
these
they-
frogs are cool, but sacrificing?
Seems like maybe we can overthrow the king with the. I keep forgetting this frog guy's name.
Lollihop?
No, the guy next to us.
Oh, Crockle.
Crockle, yeah. Maybe we can replace the main leader with Crockle. Just form a coup, you know?
Just, I usually remember these names as I'm trying to keep tabs on my notes.
Yeah.
I have to do it later.
Where are the frog? The anime frog women.
Are there anime frog women? Do they exist? In anime?
Kind of. Have you not seen My
Name
Hero
3.
Academia?
Name 7.
Do you know about Froppy?
Who?
Hello.
You know
hello.
Froppy. Have you not heard of Froppy? Look
How do you
in,
spell that?
Throne of
Froppy?
Rihdar. Look at Throne of Rihdar.
Talking about the anime girl?
Yeah, I'm because I'm over here. I'm like, where are the frog,
Oh, yeah.
anime frog women? Why do they all?
Whoa, Schmeat. That character's underage.
Schmeat.
I was just coming up with an example. I didn't say I wanted to have sex.
Wow.
I was really hoping one of you guys were going to try and murder Jest.
I had an impulse, but I fought it.
Yeah.
Of course you would. You're the only one with experience of killing Jest.
I
Or
just
fighting
fused
Jest.
doesn't know Jest, but Jest was my first D&D character with this group. Oh, Frogman.
Okay.
He fell down a hole and he never stopped falling.
Sure.
Still
Epic.
falling to this day.
Falling down.
Who made that dumb meme again of like if it's playing that
If I didn't
it's
tell
like
you,
da, 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 da.
yeah, man. That's
Let me
epic.
see if I can find it. Where was it?
I have it somewhere, I think. Epic jump. Alright, we're starting in about 2 minutes. That was a really sad moment.
At
There it
Leroy
is.
Lamar.
But yeah, so
Weird.
that's why whenever you're in the Aldania's Grove and you mentioned that frog people were kind of perverts, that's why I was like, it's a little bit on the nose, because I already knew what lollipops was like. So I was like, that's a little bit on the nose.
Maybe I just
You just made up
Nice.
at it.
Well,
Will's
I was like-
reading the
Jest.
DM notes. Cringe.
I was just like, that's a little on the nose, because lollipops doesn't dress right and lights Aldania. Kind of has one of those weird like noble syndromes where he thinks any woman should be his.
Yeah.
Yeah. Alright, we'll get started here in 2 minutos. And find out where I need to go.
Oh, there it is.
Oh wait, this is I remember that character. I saw. I didn't see him die though.
Oh, yeah. I
Do
forgot
you
you
know
ran
who
at
the
that time,
background
Matthews.
guy is? Do you know who that is, Phoebus?
No.
Loto.
Lotta.
Loto.
I would have liked to make Loto make an appearance too, but this is like this moment is like the bad story of Just. Just his bad story was he was escaping from his. Basically, he was imprisoned, and he accidentally got mismatched with another prisoner. So they killed the other prisoner, and he managed to get away.
Epic.
So we're never gonna see Jest again.
Oh, you could see him out in the world.
He's going to fall into
But
an
that was just,
abyss.
that was the first appearance of one
Yeah.
of our old characters. You might find him again.
And that's the
Self
thing,
insert NPC.
he gets on a
Yikes.
ship.
Goes to Mo5's game.
He falls into a portal, goes into the Forgotten Realms.
Wow, man, little does that frog know that in like several months, some blue guy's gonna beat him up.
And then they're both gonna. And the funniest part is they both get stuck in the endless void with each other.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyone need to take a break or anything? Or are we ready to restart?
I'm good to go.
Zoom.
Okay.
Sorry, 1 second.
Let's wait for him. Yeah,
Yes,
let's
wait
see.
Yeah.
for sure.
It's fucking sweating in my room. Oh my god.
I'm back, guys.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
hey, man.
Owen.
What's up?
All right.
What are you RPing, bro? Everything's RP.
All right.
Kind of
So
weird, honestly.
as we come back, you guys have stepped to the side. Everyone, just like before, these like thousands of boy ones. You see mostly when you pay attention, you don't really see any of the ones who are chained together, like the women. What you assume to be the females. They seem probably off doing their own thing. There seems to be a very big gender a thing going on here where only men are warriors, have many rights or whatever. You haven't seen any of them at all
Right,
besides when they're walking away. But you see thousands of bullywuds are standing on the side watching as Pythonesium walks out. Here, let me fix my camera here. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. You watch as Pythonesium walks out to the center. And as he's walking, you see he's using his cane heavily. And he's stepping until he gets kind of to the center. And you see, for the first time as he's walking back, you hear his voice for the first time. And it's very strange. It's something that... It has a weird sound. He's trying to... It seems like he's speaking in bullywug. But due to his vocal cords, it comes out really weird. Hawkins, I want you to make another... Are you pushing insight?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. You're also a lizard folk because you technically speak like this too. Damn, Hawkins not role-playing right with the world. Oh my god. You hear this, and it sounds really weird. You don't know if it's just weird because he's not a lizard folk or dragonborn who you've heard before, but his voice seems off. It seems very creaky, croakily, and he's also speaking in bullywud, so you don't know if it's a weird combination, but in your head, it's weird.
Is it kind of like he's speaking a language he's not fluent in or something? Like he's kind of botching the...
Yeah, kind of like that,
pronunciation?
but it also sounds like... It sounds like, yeah, that. It's hard for you to understand because he's doing so much right now, you can't really tell what it's caused by, or if it's just like, a coincidence. But yeah, it sounds like he's speaking a language he's not super fluent in. Secondly, it sounds like he's trying to speak with different vocal cords, like you do in common. Like you hear bulk, like that weird.
Oh, like all right.
Yeah, they don't have the vocal cords for common, so they speak like that.
Yeah.
But whenever he's doing it, it doesn't sound natural. That part either. The part of him having reptilian vocal cords doesn't sound natural, nor does the bullywug, and you can't tell if it's because of one another or if for some something seems a little bit weird. Just none of it sounds natural to you. Like you can't really, but the problem is you can't tell what it is. You can't tell if it's just a coincidence or what. But yeah, you have.
And I haven't heard him speak anything else. So yeah, he has generally whispering.
First time you hear him speak, and that all of it sounds unnatural for what you'd expect another reptilian to sound like. But you hear as he's as he starts doing this weird, sounds like a chant, and as he's chanting, you hear the other bullywuds in bullywud as they start mimicking what he's chanting. And as they're mimicking what he's chanting, you witness as some of them start jumping. A light drum starts to pick up. As many of them jump in unison. Drums are starting to sound like, as a croaking, as his chanting starts becoming overwhelming. It is even getting louder. It seems like more bullywuds are here than even whenever you're fighting in the traditional battle, and it's getting louder and louder. You watch as Pythonesium starts pulling stuff out of his rope. He opens his rope, he starts pulling out things. He's throwing what seems to be bones, certain powders, spices. You see him pull out some pebbles and rocks as he starts to throw things into this giant pond of water. As he pulls out even more bones and takes some plants and vegetation off of his uniform and throws them in. Then he puts his staff in there and starts stirring it like it's a giant pot of like a potion or a cauldron or something. He starts stirring it up. The entire time he's doing this weird sounding chant, and all the bullywuds are sounding as well. You can't really even hear your own thoughts. That's how loud it is. At the same time, looking across, you see the bullywug who was tied up. He seems to regain consciousness. As he looks around, you can't hear him, but you can see he's making noises as he starts desperately squirming. But he's tightly tied to his pole, and he's desperately squirming, looking around. Kira, actually all of you would see this, it's pretty obvious. You watch as Krokle steps back and turns around. He's not watching. He's turned around and he seems to not be able to watch this. As Pythonicium keeps doing this, louder and louder, and this goes on for about 3-4 minutes, as he throws more stuff and starts stirring faster and faster. As the louds get louder and louder, comes this deafening roar of these frauds as you watch, wondering what's going to happen. Suddenly, you hear. As Pythonicium picks up his staff, he slams it on the ground. When he slams it on the ground, silence takes over as everyone watches. You hear a deep, deep rumbling. As suddenly, you start seeing the mouth of the cave, this large cave. It starts to turn as the water starts surging into the cave, and everyone's quiet, watching as these two bullywuds step back. Water comes in. Then in a moment, no, everyone's quiet. The only thing you hear is the splashing of the panicked Frogollian on there, as jumping out of the cave. In a moment, you witness as this giant, enormous crocodile surges out, bites down onto this Frogollian, and rips him and the entire log out and throws it up in the air.
My God.
Starts biting. I need all of you to make me a wisdom saving throw. As soon as this happens, you hear once again. Actually, no, they're still all silent right now.
Oh shit.
As you all make these wisdom saving throws, nothing bad's happening, but you all feel this deep, deep pressure coming over you as you want to put your arms together in almost like a fetal position as this monstrous creature is in front of you. You have heard legends of creatures like this, but this far exceeds that. You've heard things. It's different than hearing legends about ancient creatures than seeing them. In front of you stands the largest crocodile you've ever seen. A giant shadow is currently cast upon you and a lot of this pond by this creature that stands nearly 25 feet tall as it raises out of the water, chewing on this Frogollian. This creature is very dark green in color. However, you notice large patches of moss growing on its scales. Several clumps of vegetation hang from it as well. Let me show you this picture now that we're here. Show all. Kind of blurry, but mind it. You see all this vegetation on its scales, making you believe that it might be a different color, but it's just been in the swampy water for so long that's collected all this. Its back protrudes high up above it, and in between all of its scales are these large pieces of wood that almost look like wooden shrapnel, like states, stuck in between its flesh. They remain lodged up there, suggesting this creature has been attacked before in the past by something. Large scars also exist all over this creature, verifying that it has been alive for a long time and seen a lot of battles. As you see more of the crocodile, you suspect that it must be, as it exits out of the cave, somewhere around at least 100 feet long as its tail slits out. Its large mouth opens as it chews and releases a low growl. You see several of its teeth. They seem to be at least twice the size of yourselves. For Kit, 4 times the size.
Fuck.
Some of them seem to be chipped, missing, but you know you don't get any closer to inspect. You've never seen a predator so big. You've heard stories of ancient creatures that far exceed normal constraints. However, seeing one in person can't be experienced just through stories. You see, as the water and vegetation slides off the creature, you can finally see its black, crocodilian eyes that were first covered by the moss, staring. It rests unblinking as its head turns, looking around at all the Frogollians and you. Above each eye, you can see what seems to be not the same size as the wooden states, but there seems to be a metal rod sticking out between both of its eyes. As it turns, it looks at you. All of you. Its gaze does not stop as it turns and looks around. Just as fast as it came out, it starts to turn. All the Frogollians, as soon as it eats the friend, fall to their knees. You see as their heads, the only ones not doing this are Crokle. Their heads go to the ground as they start slamming their head into the ground. You watch as you hear the thud, 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 as thousands of Frogollians bash their head into the ground at the same time. You watch as blood starts trickling from their foreheads, as blood splatter starts leaving splatters and stains on some of these wooden boards. As you hear, as some of the wooden boards start to break. Mother Devorator turns as fast as she came and heads back into the cave. As she leaves, she splashes with her tail a giant wave of water that splashes up into the air, soaking all of you. As this weird swampy water rains down upon you, you feel it start sticking to your skin as she slinks back into the cave. After she goes about 10 feet, her body starts to vanish in the void as her tail vanishes behind her. As soon as she leaves, as soon as this water hits her, you hear one final as the Frogollians hit their head harder for the last time. It's silent. As you look around, Frogollians have stopped moving, their heads on the ground, blood around them. Pythonesium stands up, and you hear him speak once again. But this time, it seems to be more so uncommon.
I confer Mother Devorator's power returning.
He's speaking very loudly as all the frauds look up at him.
Soon the blessed land will prosper again. Soon we will be able to march upon Anthros and any of our enemies. However, we must still help her regain more power. We must continue to worship and perform rituals to help her regain her strength.
They start standing up, the Frogollians. He looks around one more time.
My brothers, let the water, the blessed holy water of Mother Devorator, soak into your skin. Rub it in. I suggest you train for the next while. Her power will be absorbed better if you start to train. Fight, spar, march. Let her strength become your own.
As the frauds all stand up, and instantly they start jumping at you. And you watch as they start running back out to formations, how they were when you just saw them. They start all training. You watch as this armored one runs out. As a bunch of these men all start running out. You watch as all thousands of these Frogollians run out as the silver one stands in the center and starts giving out commands. You watch to your side. You watch as Crokle doesn't, unlike the other ones who are now rubbing this liquid into their skin, Crokle actually, you watch him as he wipes it off of him. Wipes it off and throws it to the side. Pythonesium starts walking back. What are you all doing? You just witnessed. You feel the constraints of your fear subsiding now that it's not in front of you. But that was a monstrous crocodile. One you've never seen before. Nearly 25 feet tall, 100 feet long. You suspect it must weigh well over thousands of pounds.
What the fuck? Newt, you see that shit?
Man, that was crazy, man. Those kind of poggers.
I didn't realize they had such a creature hidden along back here.
You'd realize it's probably less they hide it, more it seems to be something they worship, like their god. You remember Lollyhops mentioned that Pythonesium was the prophet of Mother Devorator, that they are the blessed of Mother Devorator, and you know that was Mother Devorator because they mentioned it. Seems to be something they worship, unless it's something
Can I
they
see
control.
if there's if the water that they're rubbing on themselves is like reacting to their skin or anything on like the frogs that are jumping?
You see the one. You see the one to the right of you as they move around. Seems doing What are you trying to see about it? Are you seeing if that's like magically reacting?
I'm trying to look for like a physical reaction.
Just do
Or magical. I guess like, I don't know, any kind of visual.
Do an investigation.
Okay. Did it not go through?
No, don't.
Okay.
You look around, it seems it's absorbing into their skin, but you also know bullywuds are really good at absorbing water. I don't know. That seems mostly like water to you. If any of you want to do an insight on this, feel free.
Oh, I'm definitely doing an insight.
Any of you can.
If I could do an insight, I'm doing a fucking insight.
Okay, I guess I'm not gonna really notice anything differently.
The ones who incited you, you recognize that this is like the shit you've heard about cults and stuff. Like, you've seen magical stuff, you just came back from Sothis and all that nonsense. But, like, you were in this water, there seemed nothing special. All that happened, you think, is that Mother Devorator, the giant crocodile, splashed them with water, and now they're freaking out. And they seem to worship her, and they seem that Pythonicium is her blessed, aka a prophet of her. And now they're frantically training. It seems almost like they're fanatical.
I hate fanatics.
As you look, as Pythonicium walks back over to Lollyhops. Lollyhops seems to be looking at you.
Guys, what do we do?
Do we just humor them? I think I'm gonna hop in and just kind of like wash my hands a little bit.
Well, they're not doing that. They're using the water that fell from the sky from the splash on them. They're just training in this.
Oh, the stuff that's already on us. I thought we were
yes,
like.
It's all. No, you guys have liquid on you. It's like just water though. When you look at it, it's just like swampy water. A little bit of vegetation
I guess
here
I'm just
and there.
gonna rub it a little bit, or just play along.
I don't touch the water. I just kind of look to Crocal and wait to see what.
Oh, you've already seen it. He. The first thing he did is instantly wiped it off. He didn't look. He did not look at the death. He actively turned away not to see the death of the Frogollian who was just eaten by Mother Devorator. And the first thing he did is as soon as the water hit him, he instantly wiped it off. He didn't. He's the only one who did not rub it in.
I just let it sit where it is. I'm waiting just to see if he does anything additionally here.
He looks at you, seeing that Lollyhops is looking, and he looks at you and points. It looks like he's trying to suggest for you to go over there and talk to him.
Sure.
But he seems not to be going any closer.
Oh, he himself is not.
There's also a lot of people. There's also a lot of frauds in Frogollians inside this pond now. But you can make your way around the edge. They seem to all be getting their own formations. But there are like hundreds of Frogollians in the center, and more jumping in.
So like an audience, like where we were before, or where are we going?
Go back to where you were. Yeah. You just see as someone is up here. He seems to be doing a little training regimen.
Kira, you don't think that would have been me if I lost, right?
I think that definitely would have been you.
Why the?
So, thank
You should have
God
stopped.
you won.
Why would you let me do? Fuck! I don't even.
You think I can stop you from doing anything? Once you set your head on to do something, you always do it.
Holy shit, that was stupid. Oh my
matter.
God, I nearly
It doesn't
died.
matter, you won.
Again.
I had total faith in you, and you won. That's what matters, alright?
I'm pretty fucking sick, but geez, I'm not gonna lie, it was kind of a lucky draw.
I just want to get to civilization, alright?
I kind of just fell onto his face with my mouth open.
Well, thank goodness their fighter was not that great. And you were able to beat him because of whatever you did.
Oh my God, that was fucking close.
Why are you all standing over there? Lollyhops the 7-foot wishes to speak to you.
Okay, come on.
See as the toad once again is calling out to you for the second time.
Oh, sorry. I thought he was just wanted Stavo.
No, he was looking at all of you. But yeah, he stands as you near him.
Thank you for watching our worship of Mother Devorator. You see, I'm sure you weren't aware, but we are the blessed of Mother Devorator. And our city is the blessed lands of Mother Devorator. A long time ago, all of us were separated, but I've managed to bring everyone here under my rule with the help of Pythonicium. You See, Pythonesium is the blessed child of Mother Devorator and her prophet. He has taught us the way of her, and what it means. She shall bring us victory. All she asks in return is for us to help her regain her lost strength. You see, she lost a lot of strength fighting Anthros many years ago. So now, we prepare to fight back. Until she regains her power, we are her blessed children. I'm glad you can experience her blessings as
he's currently rubbing in he's currently rubbing in the water on himself.
However, I do must apologize. It'll be a little bit longer on the flowers. The day's still young. I'm going to go with Sir Toldevelt and oversee the training of my men to make sure we get the best out of Mother Devorator's blessings today. You guys are free to make yourself feel at home, especially since you killed the champion of Anthros and even some of the green men. You are strong warriors and you're welcome to be here. Please make yourself at home.
As you see, as suddenly, you haven't noticed them before, but coming out from under this bridge are like 4, 5, 6 Frogollians as they pick up. You thought he was sitting on a bridge, but he's actually like sitting on a portable like little seat thing. As they pick him up and they start carrying him away.
Please make yourself at home. We'll talk to you here shortly.
As he and Pythonesium, for a second, you see as he walks by, he kind of glances. You see his head turn slightly. You can't see his eyes though. As he walks by. As he's carried over beside Sir Toldevelt. I would like to remind you guys that you guys do have, you don't have to do a lot of work on it, but you do have that sub-quest to Aldania's quest, which is, meeting people, the frogmen. You don't have to like go talk to all of them and understand them, but keep that in mind. So if you haven't heard of someone yet, think about that. What are you all doing? They also need training. Corporal is on the side. These guys are bye-bye.
I will kind of walk up to Croakle as he seems very disappointed with everything that's been happening. I'll just kind of give him like a hand on the shoulder and a nod.
Sure. He's gonna look at you. He looks you in the eyes. He takes your hand off and he puts his hand up like telling you to wait or like stop as he turns and he starts walking away.
I'll wait.
And he's just leaving, it seems. Kira, Kit, what are you doing?
I don't think I can help you.
Okay, Raid.
Speed, please.
I literally cannot believe it. I smile and wave.
I'm not smiling. What if I help in the middle?
Island wave.
I capital D colon.
I'm going to turn my alerts off if you want to follow anything. I'm sorry, we're in the middle of D&D. Thank you for stopping by. But I'm trying to get my players to a level up point. Thank you, Emmy, very much for the raid. I appreciate it. Oh shit, maybe I can't get rid of sounds. I don't know. Oh fuck me. Oh god, it's gonna be so loud. Oh god. Okay, whatever. Anyway. Thank you for the raid. We're gonna get back to it. Thank you very much. Hope you had a nice stream. Okay, what are you doing? Kira, you're going that way? Okay, you watch, the three of you watch as... Oh no. Oh no.
I'm watching from a distance. I'm not by no means getting close.
Yeah, you're watching, and that's perfectly fine.
Yeah.
Okay, you guys see as Croakle seems to be walking away.
Hi. May there be mercy upon my soul. Everlasting love.
Oh no. Oh no, I don't know how to
May
turn
there
off
be
my
mercy
stream alerts. Fuck
upon
me.
my soul.
Rest in peace.
Everlasting love.
Oh no.
May there be mercy. Everlasting love.
Oh no. Oh,
The swamp got awfully
May
loud
there
all
be
of a
mercy
sudden.
upon my soul.
Oh no,
Everlasting
how do I
love.
turn off the... No. Oh god.
May there...
Oh, wait, did it work? Oh, I think I might got it. Oh, thank god. Oh, I did delete it. I did turn it off. It was literally turned off, but it kept going. Maybe I did still turn it back. Okay, anyway. Okay, so... Kit, Hawkins, and Starros, you watch as the three of you saw, even here, you saw briefly as you're walking back, you saw Croakle put up his hand, basically telling you not to approach, as he is currently seem to be walking away to do something. Kira, please make me... you can see Froop over here. Please make me a investigation check. Because you didn't see him, for sure.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, you can see him, but I want you to see... Okay. You see him pretty well. You see as he is still mean-mugging the hell out of Pythonicium as he turns. He and Crockrell are the only two Frogollians who are not currently going to train in the center. They are currently walking off to the side. Well, Crockrell's going one way, he's going the other way. You watch as in his cloak, he seems to be hiding what seems to be this bottle with green liquid, and he looks very, very, very suspicious right now as he's mean-mugging Pythonicium as he's trying to sneak off into the thing. You can tell, with your natural insight, you can tell he's about to do something. That is very nefarious. If that interests you or not.
It most definitely does.
You see the other three of them watching as Crockrell goes the other way. What are you guys doing?
Can I tell that these three are looking at me?
I don't know what they're looking at. You all know where each other are, so I mean, you guys can look at each other. That's up to you. I don't know.
Hawkins is definitely looking at Kira. Who's going
Hawkins was definitely looking at Kira? Okay, then I'm going to literally motion you all, or motion Hawkins at least to... Very quietly, like... Here.
Lads, I'm going to go help Kira.
You see Hawkins over there. You guys see Hawkins go. What are you two doing? You guys did see Leap Fruit go that way. So you kind of have a suspicion out there about the... Like, you know where you went. But it's really loud. Everyone, you hear the clacking of training and other things. So I'm basically wondering what Stavros and Kit are you doing? Are you doing with them? Are you doing with Hawkins? Or
Yeah.
Stavros? It's just you.
I want to... I'm going to actually go back into the water and see if I can train with the frogmen a little bit.
Are you training with them, or are you going to go over there where the three... Well, you see the same Frogollian you saw the first time. He seems to be training them over here. He seems to be leading them, at least. He's up top, giving out commands. Pythonicium's beside him, and it seems that their leader, Lollyhops, is to the side. Where are you going with this?
I sort of begin just doing the same training motions, the same distance away from the Frogollians over here.
Yeah, they look at you, and you switch away. And keep in mind, there are thousands. Did you just join? I'm just temporarily joined, I think. There are thousands of fraud, or hundreds at least, of fraudmen here training. So yeah, you can join in pretty easily. They notice you, and all helps looks at you and nods, as well as even the one in armor looks over and nods at you. All right. So
Oon posted in the group chat if it's right to join.
Yeah, tell him. Can you join?
Call.
Did you join the call?
Yeah.
Is he in the
Yes,
call?
sir. Oh, he's
Oh, yeah, I
muted.
see.
Soon as he bumps up in the
Welcome,
viewers, he
Moon. Welcome back. Join.
you.
Oh, sorry. Let me add you to this thing. I'm glad you can make our acquaintance. Let me give you a rough. I'll give you two options what you can do here. So, right now, there's a bunch of frauds training in the center. Stavros wants to train with them. The other three are following a very suspicious-looking fraud shaman who's going off to do something that they suspect is about to be nefarious. Crockrell is going off to the right, but he seemed to like not want anyone to follow him. And yeah, I can't really explain much more. It'd take too long. But you kind of have a choice of who you're going with here, or what you're doing.
Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a tiger by the toe.
Mostly matters
I'll
what
go
interests
with
you.
the group.
Okay, yeah. Go with them then. Perfect. You suddenly see, all of you suddenly see as Newt seems to kind of come out of his daze. He seems to have something on his mind all day, but he seems to come out of it. All right, so the party is kind of splitting. Stavros, you're just training, nothing too special right now. So we are going to go with the other guys. All right, so you guys, you're following him, yes? You watch as he starts slowly walk. Can I move him? Yeah, he starts walking off. He's looking behind him, but I want all of you to make a stealth check.
Okay.
It's a group stealth check, so half of you need to pass. Okay. Okay.
Oh no!
No, I mean he doesn't seem to really pay any attention. He seems to feel like he's pretty safe, probably due to all the Frogollians as he goes around the corner. What's the story here, Lethy? They're currently talking to these frogmen in order to try and make a negotiation with them. And right now they're following this sussy guy. You guys follow him. He doesn't seem to be paying any attention. And you follow him. You basically are going through these shabby towns and these really windy bridges. And it's so complex. Sometimes he jumps up to another layer, starts walking. Sometimes he goes this other way. And it's just very, very complicated. The more deeper you go in here, the so complicated. And you're not seeing any other Frogollians around. You do notice every time now and then you walk past a house, you will see 2 Frogollians chained together with baskets. They seem to be the women working on something, but they're not really paying any attention. Until we get to a certain point where, let me bring you guys here. Stavros, I'm going to bring you here too for the moment.
Yeah, just so I can see.
Yes. Well, I could actually leave you back if you want, but yeah, if you want to see. Ding dong. Okay. Everyone should be coming over here, I think. But yes, right now they're following this Frogollian shaman who seems to be kind of suspect. So I need to pull him out because I forgot about him.
All you need to know about Frogollians is that they're pervs.
True.
They're kind of
Did
pervs.
you see the MS Paint thing I drew?
I didn't see the MS Paint thing. I'll have to look in a second. Un, is your thing changing or no?
Stuck on 60%.
Okay. Shmeeb, I'm sending you back. Screw you.
Oh, it worked.
What?
Back to Brazil.
Yeah, you don't have to ask him about what's going on.
Brazil.
No, I'm just kidding. I'll leave you there. You won't be able to see much stuff if you don't move. Because everything's blocked anyway.
Okay.
Okay. So you guys see Froop up here. As you see as he goes around. Bridges are kind of wonky. Are you just following still? You see as it goes around the corner. You see as he goes this building?
I can't. It's kind of hard to squeeze past you.
You got it. Sorry.
This is like 5 feet, like 5-10 feet wide. It's a little small here, but you guys can kind of squeeze one another as long as you're not trying to fight. It'd be very inconvenient if you're trying to fight, though.
Stefan, what'd you get?
Orbit.
All right. You guys are in fact moving. You realize as you walk past, you catch a glimpse of. You walk past it, you catch a glimpse across the way of Froop. You realize you passed the thing. I need all of you to make another stealth check.
Oh no.
Oh Jesus.
That was great.
Let me see what is his insight.
It's alright, I'll save it.
Good old
I cancel it outright, Smile.
I love her John. He seems to, well, one of you beat his. He seems to notice you guys. He turns.
Who's there? Where's it?
I just push up one back.
He turns around. He catches the edge of you. You know he saw you.
Come out. What are you doing?
All right, guys. Stay still.
I saw you. I saw you go in the corner.
Guys, just be still and you won't know we're here.
Sorry. I'm just getting a good lay of the land.
You see his eyes. He seems like shocked. He's like,
why are you over here? The way I went.
I just want to know what your wonderful city is like.
Do me deception. Bing dong. Skills. Let's see. Insight. Oh, very good in deception there. Oh. He looks at you. He can tell. You can see in his eyes that he knows your line. He's like,
how about this? I can tell that you're following me. However, how about you help me? You see,
as he looks around for a second, make sure no one's around. As you can tell, he instantly went from shock and like trying to defend himself to instantly. You feel like his tactics just instantly changed with you.
At least don't rat me out. But if you help me, I promise I'll help you in the future. I don't like Pythonesium. He stole my job. He doesn't deserve it. What happened was, he suddenly showed up one day. And I used to be the best spellcaster, the best shaman of the Frogollians. And I had the position of advisor to Lollyhops, the 7th Frogollian. However, he showed up one day, and he stole it from me. And now I'm nothing but dirt. And the only reason he has it is because he is the prophet, the Mother Devorator. He's not even better at magic. He doesn't even cast real magic. All of his magic comes from potions. He brews his magical potions. He doesn't even cast them. I cast my magic. He's a fraud. I plan on taking my position back. I'm going to challenge him to a duel. A traditional duel to take his job. This is his house. He points. You see this window behind him? I don't know if this window's open for you guys or not.
No, I don't see it.
Okay. Well, there's a window behind him that's closed. As he says,
this is his house. I'm going to sneak in here while they're busy. And I'm going to poison his cauldron. So when he makes his potions to fight me later tonight, he gets poisoned and I can feed him and take my spot back.
Can I see how much truth is in that word? Like,
sure.
Mainly to see if like that actually is.
Yeah, Leslie says,
help me and I'll do anything I can for you as a new advisor. He doesn't even talk to you.
As you do then, what are you trying to exactly find? Like, if
I'm trying to see if like that's actually Pyronesius' house. Or if there actually is truth in his words.
The window's actually open, and you saw him slightly. You feel like you see maybe a cauldron in there. But when you think about what he's talking about, this guy had a vendetta out for Pythonesium. It seemed like he seemed extremely angry. You don't think he'd be lying to you. Also, you don't think he's also currently in the Frogollian city. He probably feels very confident in himself. Like if you guys try to do anything to him, he could probably croak out, and there'd be hundreds of frogs swarming you. So you don't feel like he has really a good reason to lie to you. If there is anything he's lying about, is maybe him saying he'll do anything for you, because you have no idea what he could even offer you as the advisor. But he's saying he will.
Also, you can have anything in here if you want, but I don't know if you should take it. Help me.
Hey, you know, my lips are sealed. And what do you need my help with?
Just come inside and help keep watch at the window. I'll do all the dirty work.
Do I have to be inside or can I wait outside?
But you can come in. The windows are already open.
As
Plus, I doubt you came here by yourself, did you?
No, I certainly did not come by myself.
Exactly.
I came with one other individual. Hawkins, come here.
He looks over.
I don't care how many of you there are. The more, the better. Here, just come inside and help me keep watch.
Okay, and I'm gonna walk across, and I'm just gonna look towards Kit and Newt. Keep an eye out.
Newt, can you see him from your point of view? Actually, I don't know if you can even see you.
Yeah,
I don't know.
He says, "All right."
Well, I'm assuming they've heard the conversation happening, so I'm mainly asking them to keep an eye out for Pyronesius.
All right, crawl through the window with me.
As he looks at you and he jumps. And the windows are those ones that are like kind of like saloon doors where you can pull them open or closed. And what you're seeing is like this one's currently open, and there seem to be quite a few of them. This house is also very different from the other ones. This one's a circle, and it stands. If you were looking for this house, it'd be pretty easy to see in this town because it stands higher than the other ones. So it's like this circle house that looks kind of like a hut. It's very nice. It's not very nice compared to everything else. It seems to be much more kept up with. As he crosses the window.
Okay, come inside.
Well, before I hop in, I'm just gonna look towards Hawkins. Hawkins, do you think it's a good idea to go in?
I don't think this is any of our business.
What would you say we do?
I'll say we fucking walk away.
He sits his head in.
Hurry up. Also,
Keep a
if you
secret
want,
and walk away. I don't trust Pyrothenius, whatever his name is.
As soon as he hears you whisper,
exactly that. Come in here. Look at this. He has.
He looks over. He says,
he's been making this weird book. I think he's worse than just a fake shaman. I think he's a liar.
Hawkins.
He doesn't deserve his position.
I'd agree with you, Hawkins, but something is just not adding up. As I hop through the window.
Sure. Hawkins, you see him out the window. Anyway, the rest of you can hear him go through the window. Are you two staying there? Or are you doing with them? She asked you to stay there, but Kit and Newt. So are you both watching in the same area? Because you know this house goes around. Also, as soon as you jump through there, Kira, you see the doors on the other side.
The doors on the other side?
Yeah. This is a window you guys went through. The door's on the other side.
Oh my god.
This is one of
Okay,
several
well,
windows.
That's great to know. Okay, well, I'm gonna quickly just look at him like, hurry up, do your thing.
Okay, hold on. You see these several inside. You see a bunch of green lanterns that are lighting up basically inside this building. You quickly notice that how messy this is. There are books, papers, various supplies lined all across the ground. You watch in this other room. There seems to be a tipped-over stool with broken furniture there. You see a very strange handmade scarecrow is near the door, and it just stands there. It's a scarecrow, not doing anything. And there's a bunch of dirt in there as if it was just recently dug up and brought in here. You see these large, droopy red mushrooms are in the corner. Some are growing on the table. And your eyes are mainly attracted to the large brewing station that's in the center of this room. You see a cauldron in the center. Around it seem to be 2 chests. One seems to have a lock on it. The other one does not have a lock on it. You see various supplies, and a few shelves seem to have a bunch of books, like ingredients and various other things. And you see some strange liquids staining around the cauldron, like something spilled out and stained this grayish floor. And you can tell this is obviously where Pythonician spends a lot of time. This is like a proper brewer station for potions and medicines and other things. He watches, he goes over here. He's like, okay. He pulls out this in. And, Hawkins, are you staying outside or are you coming inside?
Hawkins is going to stay right by the window.
Okay. Kira, are you looking for anything, or are you just literally just stand there? Anything?
I'm pretty much just looking around. I don't know what to investigate. I'm kind of just looking around.
Do me an investigation check.
Can I do one from the window?
Yeah. When you put your head inside, if you want.
Yeah, I put my head through. It's like, ooh. Investigation.
Yeah. Go ahead, Alex. Okay. You put your head inside, you realize you don't have to get inside if you want to really look around. So you can come inside and look around better if you want, but from where you are, you gotta get in the window.
I'm staying out.
Hey, for your better judgment, you decide not to. You're looking around here, you see a bunch of various brewing stuff on the tables. The one thing you see is a open book on the table where a stool is, and you remember he mentioned that Pythonicium has been carrying around this weird book. The only thing you see, just various things stored around, obviously this is where he does research or whatever. The only things you don't know about are the 2 chests and what's inside of them. So you see that book that he was mentioning. You're not close enough to read it. You can get close and read it if you want. And these 2 chests here, which are closed, which you can try and open if you're curious about that.
I'm gonna look towards. What is my buddy doing in here?
He seems to be pulling out this vial of green liquid. He seems to be opening it, and he seems to be trying to rub it into this empty cauldron.
Okay, I'm gonna walk over to the book.
Okay. As soon as you get to the book, you see that's open. The book looks to be something that he's most definitely not been reading, but instead it looks like something that he's been creating. Upon looking at it and reading, you quickly realize that this seems to be some sort of holy book about Mother Devorator. Its words seem to loosely follow the same mannerisms and style of various other holy books you've read before and religious texts. However, unlike those, this does not seem very elegant. It seems to be pretty crude and feels almost like you kind of rush through it. As you're reading through it, you see where the last line stopped off. The last line says, "An exceptional feast must be provided to Mother Devorator. If not provided, all past worship is nullified. Her wrath will not be avoided. Doom will befall all." And this is written in common. This is not written in like bully water or something you can't read. This is written in straight common. So it basically says there must be a big feast for Mother Devorator, or nothing will matter, and her wrath will make doom befall all. Seems to be a bad omen that he's written into this book. Behind you is the chest. A chest, at least. Oh shit, fuck. As he seems to be meticulously putting this into this cauldron.
I am going to... Can I check these chests? Not open them, but check to see if there might be any kind of like... Maybe they're trapped or something?
The first one's locked.
The open one.
The second one you go up to, it's not locked. You lift it up a little bit to check for anything. and it doesn't seem to be locked or trapped. You can flip it open and just see what's inside.
I'm gonna flip it up.
You should be able to click on it and see what's inside, I believe.
I can indeed see what's inside of it.
You look in there, you see just what seems to be a bunch of glass bottles, various peppers, spices, cinnamon. You see chalk. You do see one set of what just seems to be clothes that are very nice clothes compared to the Frogollians, which is a little bit strange. And then you see at the very bottom a flute, which the clothing and the flute seems kind of weird to you.
I'm gonna close the case again.
Yeah, with your insight, you kind of find it kind of weird that he could be someone who plays a flute and has nice looking clothes.
Are you finished yet?
One more second.
As he sees he's rubbing in and he finishes up.
Okay. We're good to go.
You
won't regret this.
So you're killing this person, correct?
No. I'm just going to defeat him in battle. In front of Mother Devorator. Now, if Mother Devorator kills him, I'm in. Good for him.
You're done, right?
Yes.
As he starts chit-chatting out.
Excuse me.
While that's happening, is there like any like pencil or paper or anything like that?
There's a pencil that's near the book, the holy book.
Did he already leave? Like, did he already hop through the window?
Yeah, he's out the window.
I'm gonna write a note that says "Beware."
Okay.
Beware the cauldron.
Where are you leaving it at?
I'm gonna leave it by this book.
All right, perfect.
And
It's pretty visible. All right, how about the window? He's like,
all right. I'm going to go challenge him to a duel. It should take place here in an hour or so, if you want to see the outcome. Enough time for him to come prepare potions and poison himself.
Alright, well, we should head back. By the way, has he ever mentioned what race he is?
No, he's not. Are you asking him?
No, I'm asking him, yeah, like before he leaves.
I'm not sure, but he's the blessed Mother Devorator. Maybe her offspring, I'm not sure. He doesn't talk much.
He leans up close.
He's a real bastard. He only talks to lollyhops and whispers in his ear, or whenever he's doing rituals. He doesn't associate with any of us. He's awful, I tell you. He's killing us. He's ruining us. I'd be much better at the job. But that will change tonight. Thank you.
As he starts running off.
I guess we should probably leave the area.
As you're walking away, Hawkins, I left a note for Devorator, or not for Devorator, for Pyronesius. Do you think that was a good call?
What's going on, Kira? You're trying to do your things and everything, trying to meddle.
I don't know. It just seems interesting.
Kit and Newt, you heard the fraud jumping away. Leap-a-loop, Proop left as they come back around.
I don't know if what I did was the good call or even the right call. I couldn't really discuss with any of you, but who would you say you all like better? That slimy, scummy-looking priest or the other slimy, scummy-looking priest?
Listen, I don't know who Pythonisum is. I don't know what he's supposed to be, but he's no lizard folk. He's no dragonborn.
I don't even know who the other priest is.
He's like,
Dude, watching. Yeah, you must definitely know that the only thing you know about what he might be is that they're not trustworthy.
Yeah, he's no lizard folk. He's no dragonborn. He's some kind of fraud. That's all I know. He ain't. He's hiding something. And at least that other guy, he was very vocal about his betrayal. At least to us.
That's true.
Maybe I shouldn't have left the note then, huh?
Well, what can you do? I don't think it's a good idea to go back in.
It's a fair fight regardless.
And you're like 5 feet away to go back inside if you want. The window's still open. Well, it was open in the first place. So if you did want to go back, it is possible, but that's up to you guys.
You can change it if you want, Kira, but honestly,
like 30 seconds.
What's done is done.
I think what's best is a fair fight amongst those two, at the very least.
I agree.
Okay. Then we should probably catch up with Can we just come on, I'd be happy just to leave this town as soon as possible, regardless.
It kind of smells.
It smells horrible. Or smells horribly. Okay, I'm heading back to
You think there's
Strongos.
tadpoles in the lake?
I don't even want to think of... Don't even bring that image to my head.
That's funny. All right, we're gonna switch back over to the camp. Stavros, these guys are talking, but you hear very quickly as, very fastly, as you're up here doing this, you see running through the crowd is, he jumps over this, is Leap Froop. He runs over, jumps down. As you see as you're training, he jumps up.
Patronism! I challenge you to a duel. To take your position as advisor. I believe you've lost Mother Devorator's blessing, and I shall be the advisor now. Robert Groke.
As you watch as Lollyhops looks over at him. You see, firstly, Pythonicium seems to just kind of nod. He nods, and then you hear Lollyhops speak up.
Ripple-leap-roop, you are shameful. You are shameful for challenging the prophet, the blessed child of Mother Devorator who has brought life to our tribe. However, if Pythonicium agrees, I will allow this.
He looks at Pythonicium, and you see Pythonicium looks back at Lollyhops and just nods.
Fine. There shall be a duel. However, we all know Pythonicium needs to prepare, as he uses strange magics. It will happen in an hour in front of Mother Devorator. Does everyone hear that? In an hour, there will be a duel for the new role of advisor. As per tradition, regardless of how shameful it is, if Froop, Leap-a-Leap-Proop survives, he'll become the advisor again. And Pythonicium will take the role of Leap-a-Leap.
And everyone looks up. No one seems to cheer Stavros. Everyone just seems to kind of stop and stare at Froop. Seems like they're judging him almost. But he doesn't seem to be blinking. He seems just to be... His eyes are glaring at Pythonicium. Same time, Pythonicium starts to walk away. The rest of you are now coming back into this. Leap ran over here. Also, Stavros, you've just been training. They've been doing various things like swords. They didn't do much sparring, but some people with range were shooting. So there was some sparring that you could have done part of, but you've just been doing general training. Nothing like overly special happened. Just a bunch of orders from Sir Todevelt. You'd watch as he would give orders using his lance and his flail, as as Lollyhops would every now and then butt in and give advice himself, as well as Pythonicium never say anything. He's stood there, and every now and then would whisper in the ear of Lollyhops. But the rest of the party showing up. Go ahead.
Have during that incited the silver armored one?
What are you trying to
Just
insight?
kinda like-
Yes.
I'm trying to insight whether he's what makes him above the others, kind of thing. Like, I want to know more about him.
Okay. You can realize from looking at his armor that this guy is well kitted out. He has some hard, he's whenever you think of paladins, he's like a paladin version of this. He's probably just the strongest warrior. You've been around these guys and realized they really value strong warriors. He's probably just, maybe you've seen a couple of traditional duels now. Maybe through traditional duels, he proved how strong he was and took the role of what you presume to be commander. Because Lollyhops has referred to him as the commander. It seems to be the right-hand man under the advisor of, so firstly it's Lollyhops, then Pythonicium, and then on the other side is the shaman with the title Leap-a-Leap, which is Froop, and then on the other side is Sir Todevelt. So you have the magic shaman leader, and then you have the warrior leader. So you assume that he is just a strong warrior. Another thing you realize, he does not speak much either. He, every now and then you hear a weird sounding gurgle croak come from him, but for the most part, Sir Todevelt does not speak. He just gives commands using his hands and stuff.
I see, okay, that's all.
So everyone else is coming back. I got Pyrofast. You guys can... Oh, shit. You guys can meet Stavros, whatever. We'll get to this. PRP.
This is quite the village.
Yeah.
Guys, I don't know how to tell you this, but I think these guys might be frogs.
I'm glad you're doing well too, kid.
My mind's been occupied.
Are you still thinking about the cave?
Yeah.
Well, it's too late to go back now, I'll tell you that much.
You know, I think everything is supposed to happen. And the way that this turned out is the way it's supposed to be. So, don't cry over spilled milk. You know?
Oddly very mature
Well,
of you.
what did happen?
What's Kid talking about? I don't. Does he mean the frog that got eaten?
No, I mean you not walking into the pool. Kind of ruined my day if you think about it.
Kid, Newt, how could you already forget what happened? Here, Hawkins will explain to you what happened.
Oh, time out on that, because that'll take ages.
Let's just go tell them what happened.
Holy shit, nice.
Newt kind of
Oh,
knows,
I know
but-
exactly what happened now.
Yeah, but Newt, you're in a weird daze, and I'll get to you. There's a reason for that as well. I didn't see about that there. Okay. So you guys have talked. Did you guys reconvene about what you just experienced with Stavros?
Yes.
No. We did not
You're
say
right,
anything.
Stavo.
Wait,
That was
you
your
did what?
training.
You read
We
what?
took part in a conspiracy.
Did the what's his name?
Froops.
Froops. Did Froops seem to show any concern for, did you bring up their large crocodile and how the whole swamp could be doomed if he doesn't get fed, or she?
What?
I assume if you guys shared everything with me, you'd shared that, right, Kira?
Yes, probably would have shared you everything, but no, we did not enclose anything about
I didn't know about that.
the giant crocodile. In fact, it completely went through my mind, if I'm being honest. There was this one quote, however, that I read from a book. It's pretty interesting. It went something like, "A feast must occur, or all worship of Mother Devorator is
Devotor?
not. Devotor is not."
Yeah. It's basically nullified, and the last thing it said, I suppose I can actually link it to you real fast. Easy enough. So you know exactly what it's saying. You see that? And for notes purposes. Oh shit. One second. Boom, 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 boom. Keep talking. Go ahead.
If I'm being honest, I don't know what this feast is all about, but generally, if my mind is, taking me to the right place, when a feast usually occurs, it's not their people that becomes the feast. It's usually outsiders.
There you go.
Who are the feast.
Well, 5 does not a feast make, especially considering that.
Why'd you say it like that?
Because it sounds, well read.
5 doesn't make a feast. That's the right way to say it.
I don't think either of us are wrong.
You can't make a feast out of 5.
Alright, so I think that they mentioned the village. I wonder if they intend on making the villagers the human settlement.
5 isn't enough for a feast.
Hawkins, say.
Sorry, I just...
So silly sometimes.
What do you think here?
I don't really know what to think. In fact, quite honestly, these frog people are kind of, not all of them are insane, but I'm not the biggest fan of their leader.
Yeah, I watched them train. They seem very primitive.
Yes, and did you hear the reasonings that he had
Well,
for ordering?
Their training was actually pretty good, Stavros. It's not like super good, but they seem to be very militaristic. That should be a vibe you guys are audience, especially Hawkins. These Frogollians, well, they call themselves Frogollians. They seem to be lollipops, and all of them seem to be very military mindset and like strength mindset, which is very strange. Like this is like maybe not like the top tier knights of Kadoy, but this is like like this is like army level training.
They
And they have different
almost
squadrons and
invest
everything. Go ahead.
everything into something, or nothing into something. Like, you know, they put all their effort into training, but they'll put none of their effort into fucking cleaning the floors. You know.
The biggest thing you should take away, Hawkins, is that normally it's either they're the top dog or they're the bottom dog. And you would have learned from fighting them, since they didn't all like be like, oh my god, they're terrified of you. That means that they have a much more willpower and like faith in their strength than other bully ones. Because usually it's either they're the strongest, but as soon as they realize that they're weaker than you, they're like a little baby, and they'll surrender right away. But these guys,
You're either the best or the worst.
these ones have a
You're either
backbone.
worth something or you're worth nothing. There's no middle ground.
Newt and Kira, make me a perception check.
Oh my god.
And you can hear a bunch of this training going on, but Newt, you're pretty close, and you hear like a bit of a, almost like a distant argument going on.
Could I look and see, I guess? Do I see anyone arguing?
You can. You think if you go to the right, like near the pond, that's the direction it's coming from, but you can't see it through the buildings.
Does anyone else hear that?
Hear what?
Yeah,
When he points it out, if you stop and listen for a second, you can probably kind of make it out, but it's kind of faint. Sounds almost like an argument, or like a bunch of croaking at each other.
Yeah, what is that?
You know, if you go down and to the right, you'd probably
Yeah,
go in that direction.
I would like to go.
See as Newt starts walking.
Wait, hold on. Wait a
Guys,
minute.
follow me.
Alright. Where are we going?
I don't know. He's been kind of quiet this entire time. I don't know if I trust him.
You got
As soon as
some
you turn the
talkative
corner,
moments out there.
Quirky.
As soon as you turn the
Yeah,
corner,
why'd you go in front of me?
as soon as you turn the corner, you're kind of in this weird little like clothy open area, so all of you can kind of see this. That's not a full building in front of you. But you can see ahead of you. You can see the back of what you recognize as your frog friend, aka Krokle. You can't really see exactly who's in front of him, but you hear him go as he's throwing his hands up and pointing at the frog in front of him. He seems very angry. If you want to do perception, you can try and perceive who's in front of him, but that won't need perception as it's kind of blocking.
What he's so angry about? Is it just Un doing that or no?
Any of you. You guys all, this is like a clothy little thing. You guys can kind of see through this. It gives you a little bit of cover, but any of you can see through it. Alright, anyone above a 10. The other ones can kind of make it out, but they can't really tell who. Anyone above a 10, please. No, you would remember this. It was only the other day. Actually, please maybe. I'll wait on that. You guys see across the way in front of him as he's weaving around, getting in his face. There's another frog arguing back, pointing back at him. You see, as on his face, he seems to be a lanky one. You can tell that he is an archer because of his build, and he's carrying a bow on his back. And he's missing. He's missing an eye. Like he has a scar going down one of his eyes, and it's covered up.
This is the guy that shot his teammates like 4 times.
Yes, you're right. This is the one I've deemed fraud killer. This is the one. If you guys remember, any of you who want to, well, I'm assuming you tell that to the group.
Yeah, I would.
Yeah. So if any of you would do an insight check on why he's alive, unless you remember.
Unless I remember what? Sorry.
Run?
You said unless I remember.
I don't worry about it. Okay. Anyway, unless you remember, but if you don't, you can do an insight check. If you can't remember why he might be alive.
I'm gonna insight check that because I don't remember.
RP, I remember, and I tell you the reason.
Well, if you don't remember in game, your character kind of doesn't remember.
I think I was dead.
Well,
No, he definitely doesn't remember at this point.
Yeah, I was omega dead.
Anyone else? Maybe you can.
I think I was.
As soon as you realize who it is. That's just me. Don't.
That was
Ask
when
the
I was
guy
fighting. He got grabbed by a snake, didn't he?
No.
No,
He
that
was the only one who survived the initial encounter. And that's good.
Hey, didn't he run away?
Yep.
He kept
there
shooting
you go.
his mates.
He ran away, and you remember, Houghton, do you remember that he shot his mate, so instantly he's in the bad. He was the first one to run away, even when Kroko tried to get everyone to stay, he ran anyway. And do you remember when you woke up to Sothis? He said the reason he kept this one, he said, I revived him because, basically he said he revived Kroko because he was brave. And he said only one of them managed to get away. Well, he said Kroko was one of the only 2 frauds that managed to escape with their life. So you would know that somehow this fraud managed to even escape Sothis. You assume probably because there were so many that ran away, he could only handle catching so many of them at once. So you can kind of get an idea of why Kroko is currently... I'm sure you understand why he's probably angry with this guy. So these
I
are
really
the
can't figure out why this guy's angry with him.
These are the only 2 frauds who survived Sothis Everborn's attack. And you see as they're arguing back and forth, and they're pushing him, then suddenly you see as Kroko with his bow on his back, he leans back and he sots the one-eyed fraud in the face.
Yo.
As they start fighting. They're now fighting each other.
Hey guys,
so
what's happening up there? I can't see.
Kroko's on top of him. You just hear pow, pow, as they're throwing punches back and forth.
I bet Croaky wins.
And Croaky's hitting hard.
Yeah,
Does
he's
the
on the
loser
ground.
get sacrificed?
The one-eyed fraud who shot a bunch of teammates is throwing punches back. He gets him off of him and jumps on top of him and does the reverse to Kroko, punching him in the face. You see, you see as his tongue just kind of hanging out of his mouth. The fraud killer's tongue just hanging out of his mouth, as it seems like one side of his jaw is like really numb. As he's throwing punches, Robert. Kroko puts both of his legs behind him and kicks up with his fraud legs, sending the other fraud about 10 feet into the air, where he lands back down, giving enough time for Kroko to stand up. The fight resumes. Are you just watching?
Did we,
I'm
get anything?
definitely just watching. I'm just
We'll
watching.
probably
this
get
fight.
closer in case our friend gets, fucked.
Is he really our friend?
Well, I mean...
Well, I
sorry to
voted
say-
him
He's my
MVP at
friend.
the start of last session.
I don't know what that means, Kit. That was fun.
Okay, yeah, fine. We should probably make sure they don't kill each other, right? That's
Who's
probably a good
killing
thing.
each other? I can't see from back here.
That's frog fight.
That's
a
a
frog
fight. All right, I'm gonna get a little closer.
As you guys move forward, the fight's still going on. You see that there's a nasty amount of blood on the lanky archer's face, as well as Krokle. But you see as Krokle hits him with another wipe, and the front killer goes to the ground, Krokle jumps on again and starts stomping on his face with his foot.
Yo.
As
World
you see,
Star!
Yeah, I start recording.
you see the one-eyed frog, who seems to have been thrown off because he got him in his blind spot, seems to throw his hands up as Krokle stops beating him. You see he stands up, his tongue is hanging out of his jaw. As he stands up, he starts limping away. That's Krokle. You see his chest puffs up and his cheeks expand. Seems to be some kind of intimidation method as the archer walks away. As he turns and walks away, you can see he turns around and glares at Krokle. Kira, this glare looks very similar to the one that you saw Froop give Pythonesium. You see an intense rage in this one-eyed frauds as he just limps away with his tongue hanging out of his mouth.
Frog fight. Ollywog brawl. Toad tuffle.
These
One of
frogs
those.
really,
I don't like
I
alliteration.
don't like each other.
It reminds me too much of rhyming.
Krokle turns around and sees you. He's like,
Sorry.
Nude, I think you should handle this one.
He just kind of puts his hand up, lightly ribbits, and just in a wave almost.
I'm gonna wave back. I wanna do like thumbs up or thumbs down, like interchanging to see if he's okay or not.
He just kind of puts his thumb up, and you see he does like a weak kind of like smile, and you see his blood comes out of his mouth a little bit, but he seems to be all right. He seems like he just got in a fist fight, you know.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I would like to walk up to him and lay on hand him for my last point.
Oh, epic. You see as the blood dripping out of his mouth, it seemed like there was a cut on his tongue, but you see the cut kind of goes up and blood stops dripping out of his mouth. He kind of like nods to you.
I'll nod back and then pat him and then kind of get out of the way.
He's walking away. At this time, you guys have talked for a while. You just keep talking, but you would recognize that It seems everyone's starting to disperse. All the frogmen. It seems like it's been about roughly an hour or so. A little bit less has passed by. Do you think everyone's probably starting to get ready for a fight?
That was a long fight if it lasted an hour.
That wasn't a long fight. You guys talked as well, but there were other things.
So I guess during this fighting time, I'm gonna try to get everyone's opinion. So let's just review what's happening. So what's our next plan of attack, or not plan of attack, but our plan of action after this fight between these two priests?
We figure out how long it'll take them to get the flower, and then we decide whether we're going to go to the human settlement first or to Aldania.
Okay. Why can't we just leave?
You're waiting on some flowers. And you also haven't yet got confirmation about anything.
Yeah, Oon, pay attention. It's like you weren't even there for that.
Freaking Oon doing his natural.
I laugh. In character.
As time goes by, you guys are free to talk, but you see that Lollihops is brought back over here. And over time, everyone, once again, the crowd seems to come back together like they have for the previous couple times. As Pythonesium walks out to, you can see him from where you are. They seem to be on the far bridge, way up here. On the other side, oh Jesus. On the other side, Froop walks out. He doesn't get closer if you want, but you see as the crowd starts formulating again. What do you guys do?
Alright, let's get it close. Let's get a
I'm gonna
view.
get a good view. Yeah.
Yeah, you can squeeze your way through the crowd and get wherever you want. But right now it's like 100, 200 feet away from you. Yeah, you can run through the swamp over there on the other side. You watch his Lollihops. Actually does the same thing. He gets his men to carry him over here. Kind of across from where you guys are.
God,
Is everyone,
big frog.
Who the hell is this, like, steampunk frog? That's scary.
Sir told about
the frog in armor. I'm gonna wave towards Newt and Hawkins. Over here.
You see the other two on the other side.
I got some good seats.
Alright. You see suddenly as Lollihops speeds up.
It is time for the duel to determine who the advisor will be. As per tradition, taking the spot of advisor, one is allowed to use any weapons, tactics, or magic they have. Do you both understand?
You see as Pythonesium nods, as Froop also nods. You see a grin on Froop's eyes. As suddenly, much akin to the other fights, there's no countdown. It just happens. Instantly, you see Froop summon a wave of water in between these pillars, and the wave goes splashing toward Pythonesium, almost like a small low tidal wave. Pythonesium, he kind of jumps over it as it's not high enough to properly reach up here. Froop seems to be almost disgruntled, but he's kind of smiling, almost like he's taunting.
Go ahead, Pythonesium. Show me your weird magic with your drinking ability.
As if following orders, you see as Pythonesium opens up this really complicated outfit he's wearing and pulls out, you see a couple vials of random drinks, or like potions. He pulls one out, pops the lid. It's yellowish in color, and he swallows it down. As he swallows it down, you see suddenly as this huge mist of what seems to be this greenish fog comes out from him, and it goes over this gap here, and you see as Froop tries to get out of the way, but it's just about 20 feet wide, and you hear as you see as he runs back some, and coming out of it, you see his skin is bubbling as if a bunch of acid has just hit him. You see as he seems to be burning, as he's wiping this acid off of his skin. All the Frogollians around, unlike when they were cheering for the other ones, they're silent. No one's cheering. Everyone around you is watching silent, unblinking, as their gazes watch on this. You would know that this is a very important moment for the future of the Frogollians, because this is changing a very important role inside the tribe. You see that Froop seems to be actually very hurt. by this. You see as these flies, what actually attacked them, seem to be these flies with some acid dripping off them, seems to disperse. His body is boiling, and he's wiping it off. And as you look at him, you think for a second, Fruip has got it really bad. But then he starts walking back forward, and then you hear... As Pythonesium has blood spitting out of his mouth. You see, even though he did a bit attack against Fruip, you see blood is just... He's spitting up blood as he's holding his chest. Once again, even more silence is here. For a second, some Frogollians are cheering as Fruip got attacked. But now everyone stops, and they're turning and looking at Pythonesium confused. You see, as Pythonesium steps forward as if he's about to do something, but Fruip, smiling. Kira, Newt, you see very clearly that this was the opportunity he was waiting for. It seems that the poison has worked, as once again, a tidal wave from this murky water comes up into the air. Twice, 3 times as big as the previous one. It's hovering 10 feet over the bridge as it... as it crashes into this bridge. As it cuts off,
May there
you can
be
see
mercy
nothing.
upon my soul, everlasting love.
As the wave...
May there be mercy
It starts going
upon
down.
my soul, everlasting love.
Anyway,
May
the
there
wave.
be mercy upon
no.
my soul, everlasting love.
Sorry, something's spamming in my ear. As you see, as the wave disperses, Pythonesium's body is now off the bridge. It's now floating in the water. He's currently on, it seems, this water's decently deep, but he seems to be on his hands and knees. As he's more blood is coughing up. Fruip jumps off the bridge and walks up towards him. Everyone is still silent. A few gasps can be heard. Fruip walks up to him and kicks Pythonesium's body over. He's now on his back. Fruip takes his metal staff and puts it towards his throat.
It seems you've lost, Pythonesium. You fraud magician. You think you can win using potions? Fake. You don't deserve to be advisor.
At the same time, you suddenly hear... a growling comes from the inside of the cave. As suddenly, very slowly, you see the face of Mother Devorator start etching its way out of this dark cave. Fruip, for a moment, he freezes. He turns and looks. He steps back, almost innately in fear. As she gets closer and closer. As her face looks down, her face is currently, or snout, is currently hovering, looking down at the two of them. It seems Fruip realizes what's going on as he's...
It seems Mother Devorator has chosen me.
As he kicks Pythonesium forward, his body spiraled on his back. He puts his hand up in the air. Putting his hand up in the air as if he's won.
I am the new advisor.
As he turns around and looks at all of you. Puts his hand up.
Long live Lippo-Leap Fruip.
You hear as the mouth of Mother Devorator opens and starts going down towards Pythonesium. Kira and Newt, make me a perception check. Suddenly, in this moment,
I beat Pythonesium.
you watch as Mother Devorator, her mouth closes, not on Pythonesium, but closes on half the top body of Fruip, cutting him in half. As she lifts up, throws the half of his body in the air, opens her mouth and falls right down her throat. The legs of Fruip stand there, unmoving, until they slowly fall over into the water. Fruip has just been eaten by Mother Devorator. Silence echoes throughout. Kira, Newt, you do not see this, but Kira, you notice that whenever you saw the mouth of Mother Devorator going down towards Pythonesium, about to eat him, and then suddenly, this all happened, and Fruip was killed instead. As Mother Devorator throws up Fruip and eats him, she goes to turn her way back into her cave. and you see a little bit of static electricity seeming to spark off of the two metal rods above her eyes. You're not sure if you saw something, but you believe you saw two things of electricity going off those metal rods above her eyes.
What the heck?
As Pythonicium slowly stands up. As he stands up, he starts walking forward a little bit. You see he's still coughing. Silence fills the area as Pythonicium walks up, and you hear him weakly speak.
It seems the mother has continued to allow me to be her blessed. I hope you will all still accept me, even in my loss. It seems Froop wasn't virtuous enough.
As he falls to his knees. In that moment, all the Frogollians, they break out in cheers.
Ribbit, 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 ribbit.
As they seem to jump up and cheer in happiness. Pythonicium is still with them. Quickly, a few of them run out to help Pythonicium walk over towards Leap a Leap. What are you all doing? He's weakly walking with the help of others back towards his rightful spot.
Well, Hawkins, I guess he still survived, huh?
Yeah.
I guess I can't really complain with this outcome, huh?
No.
Hawkins just seems a little bit like dumbfounded.
Can I use an Arcana check, just generally speaking, on
what?
the lizard guy's name? What's his name again?
Pythonicium.
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 Just on his spellcasting.
Sure. If you ever do me a Arcana check, you guys ever need names, you can always look at your quest as well. All the names are there for you to check off. When you look at him, you realize that his magic seems to come from... some type of, more like potions. You know potions can grant people magic spells. There's something that people use, such as shamans. You also know there are different kinds of magic casters. Some are innate casters. Some casters do this. Some, like shamans, people who are closer to the earth. So there are some big ones that use potions. There are shamans. There are some warlocks. Anyone who is like a natural caster out in the wild. A lot of untrained creatures do that as well because they get power from nature and they learn how to make these magics, combining certain skills. Another one, witches. Witches are known to do this as well. Another one.
For my role, can I determine which one he is?
No, you have no idea. They all do like the same kind of thing, you know. Yeah, they all do the same. You just know that from the Arcana check that this is the type of magic he uses. Because they all kind of fall into the same category. But they're all unique individually, you know? Like, even, one shaman might be different from another shaman. But you can just tell that this fall in this kind of category of natural magic. And he likely has no innate magic ability. As you guys walk over, Lollyhops...
Please, my visitors, come over here.
He just calls out. As everyone goes silent as he calls out to you guys.
Please, come over here.
Yes, it's wet socks again. As I hop back into them.
Wet socks.
Can I actually do a because that was the first time I heard Pythonium.
Well, you guys heard. No, you guys heard him speak whenever he was doing the ritual as well, because he also spoke a little bit common.
Yeah, but was that common? Okay.
That right there was common as well.
Try and look into the pronunciation, see if he was like.
Sure, go ahead.
Like if he sounded like a lizard person.
Do with advantage. Do a insight with advantage. You most definitely know speaking common yourself and limited lizard folk. What might be a little bit different, but you think about it and you think.
Thanks.
I mean, if you really want to do it, you always got. Some people have card inspiration. But you're thinking about it and you're like, it just doesn't. I don't know if it's his voice. Maybe you also heard him speak after he just drank what you believe was probably the poison or poison potion. You don't know if he's coughing again. It still seems weird to you. But once again, there's another thing kind of in the way that makes you not be able to determine if it's just a coincidence, if it's caused by the poison or something's really weird with them. So yeah, this is still not very clear to you, but it's still weird to you. Like it isn't
Do you guys
supernatural.
think the Devorator knew that Fruit was cheating? Do you think it might be legit?
I don't know. Man, but I'm not. I don't want to be here long enough to find out.
Maybe Mother Devorator is a real god. Who knows? Dun, dun, dun.
What did you wait? Hold.
You'd hear Houghton's probably thought about that. He's asking if she's legit. You know that.
Somebody
You
say
know
real
this is
god?
like this is like a religious quote kind of thing going on. Seems. That's their god.
I mean, she could have just been hungry, and he was the fattest. But also, like, she could have known.
I don't think it's gonna matter whether we know the answer or not. This is definitely a future us problem, not a now us problem.
True. All right, let's talk to Lolly. Pops. Gotta add that.
Luckily, Froop is killed, or he would tell you to calm the 7th Frogollian. Thank God for that nuisance being gone. As you approach, he says,
Oh, I'm glad you've been here to experience so much today. I've got the flowers ready for Aldania. Oh, I hope they impress her. Be sure to tell her how beautiful I am. And make sure she knows how strong me and my men are. Maybe she will fall in love with me. Here, Pythonesium, I know you're wounded, but please give this to them.
as Pythonesium seems to step up with some kind of really nice looking flowers. He kind of looks around, seeing if any of you want to step up and take them.
I'll step up and take them, and then I want to sort of nature check these.
Yep. I'll put these in your inventory as well. Ding dong. They are nature check.
Oh no.
These are swamp lilies. Very rare.
You know that swamp lilies are probably the most popular, like the craziest, like the most unique flower of swamps and marshes. Mostly flowers and stuff in the marshes. Let me turn down this croaking. Not croaking anymore. They're just like, these have a really good smell. They look like little like lily pads. On the very top is this pink bulb that flows out into a lotus, like a purple pinkish lotus. And they're known for how good they smell. They have an insane smell to it. They're very strong. If anyone who encounters these will have the smell stuck on them for days. And it's a good smell though. So it's really popular, you'd know, in perfumes. And they're usually pretty rare in the swamps, but they're popular in perfumes, and you can smell them from pretty far away. Like they smell so much better and different than the swamp that they stick out. But it's a very nice smell. As you smell it, it's very potent, but it's also very mellow in your nose at the same time. And all of you can smell this.
I'd like to ask Pythonesium, do these have any magical properties, potential?
He looks at you.
Medicinal.
He goes back. He whispers in his ear. Lollihops looks at you.
I'm sure they will please Aldania.
I could take these to Aldania, but if it's not the right flower, it might instead disappoint her.
Well then, it will be alright. I'll become king and marry her, make her my queen. However, if I find any more rare flowers or plants, I will send them to her using one of my frogmen, the Frogollians. Please let her know so she will not have her men kill them. Tell her I will, as you requested earlier, tell her I will stop sending those who sing such awful songs. I didn't realize how bad they were.
I'm sure it's not the songs themselves that were the problem, but rather the timing, as she did important research. So don't feel the need to punish any of your men for their singing.
Sure.
But of course, I will inform her of this. I will deliver the flower, and I will inform her of the aid to her research that you'll be
yes.
doing. And of course, I'll be sure to speak of your right hand man there, Pythonesium. As
He's
he,
an excellent brewer.
yes, as you have magical intelligence amongst you, which is sure to impress her.
He, you see, Lollipops bends down a little bit.
Okay. That should be all. You're dismissed. However, if you ever change your mind about being warriors for me, Ribbit, you're more than welcome to come back. I will give you the highest honors, especially since you've managed to kill the champion of Anthros. An unexpected feat we never thought would happen.
Yeah, he's dead.
Until we meet again.
Yes, thank you.
If you ever need anything brewed as well, please come back. I'm sure Parthenician would happily help you.
Might I make a request for a return?
Perhaps. What is it?
And I'll look to Kira and I'll say, "How's your hand?"
Kira, you know your hand is basically all gone. You do feel a little tingle every now and then. A magic, you think maybe remnant magic. That's somehow, you think it might be similar to, since it was made from the magic that made your collar, and your collar was sent to your new body. You think maybe that raw magic somehow managed to stay in your body a little bit. But your hand's fine, and the magic, raw magic seems to only be kind of in your fingertips. So it's mostly gone. But you don't know if it might become a problem.
How's your hand, Kira?
Feels fine.
Fine. All right. Then might I request some sort of something that could aid us in battle.
He looks at you.
Yes! We specialize in battle. I'd be more than willing to help you if you remain on good terms with the blessed lands of Mother Devorator and us Frogollians. And
he leans down.
if you go, you humans,
He just like referred to all of you as humans.
you humans are welcome in the human town. If you can get the crown and bring it back, I'll accept any request you have and make sure I fulfill it.
Would I know, is this between Aldania's Grove and the swamp here, would I know, is this village on the way to the human settlement, or is it kind of like...
It's deeper in the swamp. You'd be able to go to Aldania's Grove first.
So if I go to Aldania's Grove, would it make more sense to go to the human settlement or to come back here?
It'd probably make more sense to go to the human settlement.
Perfect.
Probably
okay.
because it's closer to the road. And if you tried to go anywhere else from here besides Aldania's Grove, you would probably... you're really deep in the swamps. It's going to be very hard for you guys to navigate because you've never been out here. But you should be able to find your way back. Because you were already pretty close initially when you first got attacked.
We will heavily consider your request and visit the town. Should we be able to acquire the crown, we'll return here.
Yes, yes. Good luck, warriors of old or something. You're really strong. I don't know what to call you. What do you humans go by? Just blessed warriors of the humans. If you ever wish to become a blessed warrior of Mother Devorator, please. It'll be my honor.
I see he turns away.
Now, Shu, go tell her of my love and how hot I am.
We will speak well of you to Aldania.
You see, as you leave, the Frogollians seem to watch all of you because they're still in the circle after the battle, and they seem to watch all of you, and they don't seem to glare at you. They seem to just kind of watch you all with, kind of not admiration, but mutual respect almost. They seem
Morgan's gonna give this group like an up nod, Yeah, that's fucking
they were respectfully, nod back, but they seem to be on pretty good terms. As you guys all leave.
I think a good point was raised. We have a new sort of purpose, a new sort of we're the same platoon we've always been. However, we have a new goal, a new mindset, a new leader of sort. Perhaps we should come up with a new name for ourselves.
Newt and Hero, are you guys with the party, or are you guys staying back for some reason? Making sure.
I'm with the party.
Okay. Go 5? Are you okay?
Sorry.
I'm making sure. I'm making sure everyone's here, not doing some weird shit.
Yeah, Stavros, I'm feeling a little tired.
As you guys walk, you don't only know you're a few hours away from the grove, but so you should be able to make there before nightfall. But it's getting close to nightfall. As you get closer, you see Crokle sitting here waiting. As he puts his hand up.
Crokle. Or sorry, our frog friend.
Well, you've Lollyhops mentioned the name of Crokle. You know the names of all the important frauds now. You've at least heard them.
Good. Crokle. Will you be accompanying us, or will you be staying here? And I'll gesture like thumbs there, or like pointing downward.
You see, as he looks around, as the frauds are watching leave, he kind of puts his back to the frauds and opens up his cloak. He has this nice leafy green cloak, and he pulls out this big leaf and he quickly slips it to you, Kara.
Oh.
Let me get this. Open up your inventory.
Thank you. Kind of like
as you say thank you, you see on his eyes, like this is not like a common thing. He's trying to be sneaky, and his eyes are looking at all of you, and he's not blinking, and he's like giving you that look where he's like trying to let you know he's very serious. But he hands you this note. It's on this big green leaf. It's almost like the leaf that Pythonicium wears as a hat. And on it, when you look at it, you see like a weird chalky scribbles on there. But you can't look at it yet because he's scrolled up to you and he quickly snuck in your hand so no one knows you.
Okay, now I'm gonna quickly just stuff it in my pocket.
Yeah, it's pretty easy.
Then I'll give him another hand on the shoulder, a nod, and then kind of give him like a 2 taps on the cheek, and then walk away.
He just kind of looks at you and nods. He puts his hand up.
Stay safe, Crokle. So does anyone know their way through the swamps?
You would know pretty easily which way to go. You guys got 90% of the way here in the first place. As you guys travel, there's nothing that really... Let me make sure I'm not missing anything. I don't believe there's anything that really pops up.
Again, the rest of you, any ideas for what we could call ourselves, so we can introduce ourselves as a group?
Well,
what was our original name again? One we used at the tournament.
Weren't we called something like the so plus one?
The orphans.
Fimpus.
No, we weren't known as the orphans.
I don't think it was Fimpus, was it?
No, it wasn't. I don't know what your name was, but maybe if you can't remember, maybe you should come up with a better name.
Please find out a way to work in Fimpus, guys. We got this.
But if you can't remember the name, maybe that means you should have a better name if you can't remember your first one.
We should.
It's like the underdogs or something, but that name sucks.
We should name ourselves after our, our primary goal.
Fimpus. I do not say in character.
I think we perhaps something like the Unshackled, perhaps.
That sounds.
But we're shackled. That would be kind of a.
Well, exactly. That's our goal. That's what we have in mind.
Yeah, but still, think about how many times people are gonna be like, the Unshackled. You guys are shackled.
Like the spares.
I think it makes a good sort of symbolism of we're free. Do as we want.
We could call ourselves Despairs, like they said but it said duh instead. But
what about why not call ourselves something maybe like the Liberators?
Liberals? I do not say in character.
The Liberators.
The Liberators, like talking.
You know what? Never mind. Let's just call ourselves Unshackled.
I'm just throwing out suggestions. We don't have to commit to Unshackled.
You guys have been walking and talking for probably about an hour or so. Seems that none of you...
Anyone got anything?
Seems that you guys so far have not quite put enough thought into the name and are kind of all disagreeing. Who knows? Maybe something will come to you guys eventually. As you guys
How about
walking,
the bite and his goons?
What?
I don't think we should call ourselves that.
As you guys are walking in the distance, you hear... in the distance. Seems very vague.
Looks like we're near, huh?
Yeah, we're getting close.
Careful, this is snake territory.
Hahaha, very funny.
Not a joke.
Somebody keep a close eye on Kit. We don't want him getting swallowed again.
Kit.
Fawnde.
Hi.
Could I?
Please stop there for a
Go
second.
up.
Oh, no one move. Everyone stop, please. Go ahead. What are you doing?
I would actually like to go look at the statue again.
You all see as Newt goes back to the similar statue that he looked at the first time before he's ambushed.
I will follow him because I am
Newt,
also curious.
Remember
Newt,
about
Kit.
us saying about leaving without saying anything?
Wait, what's going on over here? What is this?
I can't say I wasn't curious when we passed by this earlier, but I didn't get a chance to.
Anyone looking at
I
it
would
can
like to
do-
look at the statue.
Yes, when you look at it, you see what seems to be a giant frogman. In his hand is a spear. The spear is two-handed, going straight up. The spear is pierced through the giant body of a snake. The giant body of the snake is wrapped around the frogman, like as if it's squeezing him, and biting onto his neck. It looks very similar to what Sothis looked like. It looks like a snake with the face of a human.
Guess we should have seen this before we fought these guys.
They seem to be killing each other. It seems to be a sign of.
I did
Stavros, you can do a history check, or anyone with.
Yeah. I'd like to take off one of my gauntlets and run my hands along it.
Sure.
Do the history.
When you run your hands along it, it just seems to be made out of stone. It's not really fine or anything. It seems to just be a marker or something. When you think about history, you remember stories of the swamps, stories of the frogmen of various times, especially maybe when marshes have had a long-lasting rivalry with the Nagas. You've heard stories before, there's been myths of giant crocodiles and giant frogs and giant snakes who fight one another off in the marshes. You would have heard something. You looking at this, and you've seen Mother Devorator, and you've heard about Anthros. You know what Anthros looks like. But you guys remember when you came through town, there was something mentioned to you when you came through Maplewood about a hunter who is always looking for information on a giant crocodile and a giant snake, and he swears he saw them fight each other one time. But no one seems to believe him. And you seeing this now makes you think that this rivalry might have been a thing for a while. But you don't know who put this here.
Do I notice anything different about the statue, or is it the same as last time?
It looks pretty much the same.
Okay.
The combat didn't really happen too much over here for anything to happen to him.
Wait, hold on, Newt. What did you just say?
Huh?
You said that you did see the statue.
Yeah, I saw it. Whenever I was hopping around.
So you saw a statue saying that these frogs are being hunted by giant Nagas?
To be fair, you all saw it. Only Newt investigated it.
Yeah, but
I mean, it's kind of hard to miss.
What? And you didn't tell us this?
Like I said, it's kind of hard to miss. It's like right here. There's nothing blocking it. There's
Well,
some
I would have looked at it
candles.
if you didn't, get ambushed. But whatever.
All right, men. If the frogs don't let us in, we attack them and kill them. We must find our friends to the Frogland. If they're
Struggles,
not,
you gotta stop them.
they better let us in, or we shall fight.
You see Rappa Medfast is face backwards to the Richtons.
I hear their voice now. They're calling to us, men. They must
tap
be
on
in
his
the
shoulder.
Frogland. Ah! Oh my! What the?
you cast fireball.
Yeah.
Kills the foe.
You're alive!
He grabs your arm and hugs you. Oh my god, I was so worried. Tiny
I'll
plant
kinda-
was in tears.
I'll clasp his arm and say, I apologize for our tardiness. Whoever
Oh
the
my-
talks went well.
Oh, what happened? We were about to march. We've looked all over the swamps for you. We were about to check the Frogland if they would let us in or not.
Probably for the better that you had it, but
Oh my goodness.
do you know
Oh,
do you know the name it was Sith Lazar, right?
No, that's in Mofi's name.
It's a oh no.
Sothis.
You can always check names as well. You
No,
know, check lists.
Sothis.
I was
Yikes,
looking.
doesn't pay attention.
It was very hard.
Sothis.
Yeah, Sothis.
Have you heard the name Sothis?
oh, Sothis. I've heard rumors. about
we
the
came face to
Nagas.
face. We came face to face with one of their strongest warriors.
As he suddenly stops. He puts his hands on you.
Why didn't you run from him? Why did you
We
fight
tried.
him?
We tried to run.
Why?
but
No. Why didn't you run before he got there?
We didn't know.
I look at Newt.
He stopped. He like glares on your arms.
You didn't know.
He seems in shock almost. He's like,
you already traveled through the Maplewood Marshes without being aware of.
Are we already what?
You went through the Maplewood Marshes without being aware of the dangers.
he's like holding on to you.
You know, it probably would have been best if you explained the dangers to us. You know, we're all.
Why
kinda...
didn't you ask?
I feel like it's pretty important that you, who's lived in these swamps, should warn us.
And turns to you.
I mean, I would have, but we just assumed, since you never asked, we just assumed you already knew. I mean, you were already traveling through the swamps. Who would travel through the swamps unless they knew?
Someone who, by necessity, just needed to go through them. We had no idea.
I can't believe you're alive. How did you escape?
Just
We killed him.
Yep.
You see, as suddenly he goes limp. You killed as he's like faints.
I'll catch him.
Is he awake?
You can try to wake him up. He like fainted a little bit.
I'll fan him and sort of.
Aldania is not going to be happy with us if we bring him back fainted.
You see Hawkins, when you look at the vegetans, they all look at you, and as soon as they see you looking at them, they put their hands up in a salute and show you their sharp spears.
Oh, that's much better.
Do we see one with a
It's still
different
pretty
colored
crude.
hat?
You don't see Vegeta.
No.
It's pronounced Vegeta.
Vegeta.
Yes. He doesn't seem to be here.
I would like to. Let's see. I would like to. Does he have a nose? Does Rappa have a nose?
He has a little one. Not very big though.
I'd like to put the flower that I received, the really smelly one, near his nose.
Oh yeah. When you put it near him, he's like,
No! Oh my! Oh, what's wrong? Oh no! Did I die? I knew you were dead.
You
he shakes his head.
Oh!
He stands back up.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I can't believe you really killed him.
The circumstances were complicated surrounding it, but yes, we did kill him.
He looks at you, shot.
How the hell did you get caught by the Vegetans then? If you didn't fight him, you should never been caught by the children. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness!
We were caught off guard. We tried to diplomacy first with the children, and then they came at us nut first.
Oh, never mind. Yeah, we need to hurry up and get back to the. Oh, thank goodness we don't have to go to the frogmen.
We have good news for Aldania.
He just like puts it in.
Tiny Planet will be so happy to know you're alive. We spent the last 6 days. It's been 6 days since you've been gone, searching the swamps, but we couldn't find you.
Well, we would have prioritized informing you, but we first wanted to complete our mission.
Oh, it would have been so bad if you would have died helping us.
He turns around.
All right, hurry, quickly. We must get back.
Lead the way.
Perfect. He leads the way. He doesn't go everyone, but you hear,
all right, march, men.
As they're all humming and marching. Very, very. This is totally different. Stavros, all of you realize this is like leads and differences different than what you've just seen the training in the Frogmen. Like the Frogmen are training like hardcore army warriors, and like this is just like once in your beta, a childlike joke nature. And you really question how they even lost to how the Frogollians are even losing to.
If I see any of them get out of line or not marching straight, I'll kind of walk up and correct them.
I'll kill them.
No.
I'll stop Kid from killing them.
Straighten their back or like push one back into line.
Yeah, they all kind of get back in line, and they're like, some of them do get distracted. It happens. Then about 2-3 hours go by, and you guys get back to the grove. Let's switch over there.
Oh my god, we made it back alive.
I push Kit so that way he has to march.
1 second. Let me put your guys' tokens in here.
I killed you.
Please do not. Please do not kill. Let me get your guys' tokens.
You couldn't kill me, I kill you.
I kill everybody except for you, and then I say me.
You see, as the marchers come back, Tiny Plant's not here. She's inside.
Okay. Here. I'm so glad you're back. Please, you all, go speak to Aldania and report. And see Tiny Plant, please. She's been crying for so long. She's so happy to see you.
You see, as he pulls out his little wooden pinecone comb and starts combing his mustache,
I shall release the troops.
as he starts combing his mustache, as he sends you all off to speak to Aldania. The troops disperse.
Stravos, I think it's best if you knock on the door first.
Okay.
Before we go in, could I see that leaf that you were handed?
Right. Okay, I probably would have looked at the leaf.
Yeah, we probably would have.
Yeah, definitely.
When you look at it, you didn't technically trade it with him real fast and show it if you wanted, but it seems to be, you can read the description, it seems to have this big leaf with a bunch of chalky, muddy
I
scribble
checked
marks.
my inventory, which is, I don't know if it's like the inventory slot,
Should
but it's
be.
like the item. All I see is a time chest.
No, it's called, it's in loot. I put it in your actual inventory. It's a damp leaf. A damp note. It's in your, character
Oh, it's in
inventory.
my actual inventory,
Yeah,
gotcha.
I've started moving stuff to your actual inventories.
Okay, yeah, I see it.
Yeah, and you it's not only Regina. Or you either stop.
Alright. How would I trade it to this man?
I can see it. I just opened your inventory.
Okay,
you
cool.
you guys opened each other's inventory. Anything about that?
Sick. Alright, open my inventory.
There's also
yeah, look at this leaf.
There's also a new quest you guys can potentially pick if you ever wanted. Let me find it.
I say I really like the quest system thing.
Yep, there's a new quest you guys can potentially accept if you want. Actually, you can't see that, I guess. 1 second.
Do I recognize what language it is, even if I don't know?
You spent most of your life in a city, right?
Yeah, in a library specifically.
Yeah, in a library. Not really.
Really?
As a sage, though, you'd know, if you go to a linguist or maybe someone who, so you got from Bullywood, maybe someone from Maplewood who is used to the frauds, maybe they know a little bit, or something. Someone who's, goes out, even diplomats, diplomats who go off and negotiate with other races, you would know kind of where the type of people who might know, but you do not know. Also, you guys should be able to see the quest.
Aldania might, or no?
You can ask, but you don't really know. You know for a fact that she has not been associating with the fraudman. Also, here's the quest. You guys can accept this if you wanted.
In that case, who did that? In that case, I'll just... Perhaps we should look into this once we get to Maplewood. I'll do some research.
We're gonna research this. Oh my goodness! I was so worried you wouldn't be alive. As Aldania steps out, holding Tiny Plant. Tiny Plant instantly throws her arms up. And she almost seems sad and putting her arms up. That she's about to cry, seeing you.
Yes, we ran into some trouble. However,
I'm so glad you didn't die doing something for me. That would have been very awful. How did your mission go? Yes, please, go ahead. Here, come inside, come inside.
Right. Well, Aldania, what, would you like,
Just close the door on me.
Would you like news on, potential of the plant
After you, Newt.
that you're looking for, or the state of the frogs?
Just everything, I guess.
I guess maybe it makes more sense to go in order.
Let me turn off these fraud noises. Whoopsies. Go ahead. Sorry.
We're able to negotiate.
Followed us.
We're able to negotiate, and it seems that their leader,
Go ahead.
It seems that their leader. I'm looking at
Let's
that.
just say that he's down.
Okay. One second.
What do you mean?
He's down.
No, stop saying that. It seems that
He's
their
up for
leader-
it.
You guys can see Stavros seems to be fumbling with the name.
Lollyhops. Their leader Lollyhops is for lack of a better way of putting it, particularly interested in you and your grove.
What do you mean? What do you mean interested in me in my grove? They wish to take it over?
He's rather charmed by you.
I've never charmed him. I've never met him before.
not in the magical sense. It seems he's seen you.
No, seen me? Is he trying to kill me? You better not.
Quite the opposite. He's trying to. The sound of the frogs was actually a love song that he composed.
You see, she looks at you. She seems to be very. She reminds you of a very dense girl. She doesn't seem to understand. A love song, but there's no female Frogollians here, or fraud women. I don't
Well,
understand.
he wanted us to be very clear that he is. He wishes to marry you.
Huh. You see, instantly she kind of gets flushed, and she turns around. No. What is? No, I wouldn't marry. Of course not. As she turns around. No, I'm the mother. You don't need a. That's weird. As she stops for a second, and then she looks back up. As she seems to bashfully be rejecting this idea, and then she's like, no way. And Tiny Plant seems to be like looking up, kind of like confused what's going on. Then she looks away. She turns back. Is he good looking?
Yes.
He
No.
He's. I would say you shouldn't worry about his looks. You should worry more about his intellect.
He's definitely a type.
Yeah, he seems very committed to. Okay.
Frog jump scare.
You should it's as I've lived a life amongst the a large city, and I just have to say if you judge based on looks, you'll be rather unhappy. You should base it more on their personality, their knowledge, and he seems very much so like he would be committed to helping you with your research, which I think would be
marriage is too much, especially if he's a frog.
Well,
yes.
I think he's rather passionate, and I don't think you should be so quick to reject his marriage proposal, but you should definitely maybe tell him if you'll think about it. You have to you get to know him. Perhaps start with a friendship. I agree with you that marriage is perhaps too quick.
That's so strange. Does that mean he'll stop sending them to sing love songs, right?
Yes, but instead, and then I'll produce the flower that he'd sent me with and hand it over to Aldania. This is for you from him, and he said he's going to continue to provide plants to you, rare plants of the swamp, and helping your children.
Oh. This is a very lovely flower, but you can't win me over with this. And she smells it.
Oh,
it's definitely a swamp lily.
Yes, this is the first of many. He plans on sending not just swamp lilies, but whatever rare plants. He's committed him and his people to finding you that plant that you're seeking.
Oh, he's looking for the plant I think might exist that might stop the moldening. That's very sweet of him. As she seems to suddenly have a different look upon the swamp lily, as she actually, instead of putting it down, she actually gets a little vase and puts it in there. Seem to care about it a little bit more now.
Yes, this is a symbol he sent of his commitment to you and your cause.
Is there anything else I should know about? What happened to you all?
Yes. Have you heard the name Sothis?
The Everborn? Wait, you didn't run into him, did you?
Oh, we ran into him.
Did you mean to?
No.
That's very unfortunate. No.
That's right. We killed him back.
He
How are you alive?
We were spared the moment of our death.
He healed you.
Yes, and because
That's
of
strange.
that,
Why did he do that?
He had a mission for us. It seems he didn't want to stay beneath Anthros. He wished to circumvent. However, we were given an opportunity to strike him down and escape, and we took it.
Wait, you killed him?
We didn't strike the death-dealing blow. But
Exactly. Say we killed him. I'd say I killed him.
That's very impressive.
Don't listen to Kit, but we definitely played an important role in his death.
You see her glasses are falling down her face. She pushes him up and says, "Seems you all went through a lot recently.
Quite a
Glad
bit.
you're all alive. Would have been bad if you'd have died working for me. Would have been the opposite of why I went up.
Right. Yeah. I sure hope so. As we've decided to undertake your mission, although albeit by extension putting the Frogollians on the mission. I will say we will continue attempting this as we were given a task by the Frogollian leader.
Ah. Well, she looks around, almost uninterested by that. It seems you've done all I asked you. It seems you found out why he kept sending those frauds to think it was a love ballad. And they're going to stop, thanks to you all. She looks around, pushes her glasses up, and tidies her hat a little bit. Seems there's a bunch of pots and pans around, like she was working on stuff. Ties up. I suppose rightfully so, I should reward you. If you're interested, I'll happily make you my blessed. It's a rare feat to become the blessed of a witch. You would all know that is in fact, well, Kip may not know as much, and Newt as well, but the other three would know very much so that becoming the blessed of a witch is a very rare feat that usually ends up with people being cursed or never coming back. Most people often go out looking for the power of a witch, and they ends up not being best for them. But you also know witches You also know witches are usually also known to be extremely evil. And that's
might be
why.
impertinent of me, but I would also like another book and a potion if you'd spare it. And could we spend another night here?
Guys,
Of course.
That thing that Krogel gave us might have been the herb to help her plant people.
No, it's got a message on a leaf. Why would it be
Okay.
It says this is the herb to
Yeah.
As you bring that up, she looks over. No. The herb I'm looking for probably has some kind of property to suck the life out of someone and replace it. It would do the same thing with my children. It would end up being a disease, being a plant that would cause one to die. It will end up fighting against the moldening. And if I make it in proper dosages, it should be able to fight off the moldening and then come out of the body before it does any extra harm.
Oh, well, also, before we forget, I did find these mushrooms. They're like kind of bloody. I found they were in Sothis's dungeon.
As you pull them out, you see the blood's dripping off them, and unlike the swamp lily, her eyes widen up. Bring those over here.
All right, check this out, guys.
You got these from his lair. Where did you find them?
Yeah, that's
there?
fucking right.
I've
Oh,
never
it's
seen them
blood pool. I fucking picked it up from the edges of the blood pool and I put it in my bag.
Her eyes go wide. A blood pool.
Yeah, we threw some skeletons in it.
What?
He seemed to use it as his bathing area.
What kind of awful
Daily
things is he
hygiene
doing?
schedule.
What kind of awful things is he... Oh. Here, as she quickly takes the plans, and I'll have to look at these later. I've never seen these before. These mushrooms.
Did anybody grab his book?
You would have heard that
Lovely Bones took it.
Lovely Bones did.
As she lets you keep one, Hawkins. Well, it depends how much you're giving her, I guess.
I have 4, so I'll give her 3, and I'll take 1. Just
she would have handed it back to you if you didn't. She takes it. Yes. Here, I'll put this off. If you guys wish to, I should reward you. Here tonight, I can give you a blessing of a witch if you want.
Yes, the blessing.
Yes, please.
To stay, a book,
she
and
nods
grab
at you.
whatever potions you could
Of course,
spare.
as I promised, this will become a place of refuge for you. I'll happily supply you with whatever I can, or help you in whatever way I can. As she nods, she says, "All right, just wait till nighttime, and we can get started. I'll go get everything prepared."
All right, and if you could give me a slightly simpler book tonight, so I could read it to Tiny Plant.
She turns around, and smiles. Of course. Steps outside. So it is technically 5 o'clock, but if you guys give me another 30, 40 minutes, maybe we can probably get the level 2 if you guys have time.
Sounds good.
I have time.
Anyone don't have time?
Yeah, man.
I also have time.
Okay. I'm gonna go pee.
man.
It'll be like 2 minutes, and we should be able to wrap this up. It'll be like 2 minutes. Right back.
Yeah, I'm gonna get some water.
Yeah, then we finish it up. We're very close.
Cool.
Guys, look at all these ticks I put in our notebook. Look at all these ticks. We've done so many tasks today.
You must be feeling so proud of yourself, huh?
I'm so proud. Why are you saying it like that? But yes, I
Why
am
do you
very
say it
proud.
like that?
You must be so proud of yourself, huh?
Why?
Oh, good for you, man.
Scary, you're
Like
freaking
half
me out.
moaned. What the fuck?
You must. Yeah.
RP, I eat the plant.
So, while we're doing this, can anyone give me some info on Sothis, just for my notes?
He
Because
was
I
really big.
I was asleep during all of that time you were talking with them.
Yeah.
Okay, well, what exactly are you looking for Sothis? Like, and just any kind of information about Sothis?
What's their deal?
What's their deal? Their deal is
What
they
was
don't
their
like
goal?
Antros. They wanted
Antros.
they originally wanted us to defeat Antros because I think Antros had something over Sothis, so Sothis could not defeat Antros without our help. Also, Sothis was also known as the Everborn.
Not our problem.
Like his whole title was Sothis the Everborn, so I'm not gonna lie, I'm pretty sure he's gonna come back. So that's future us problem. So
Future
Man,
problem.
only it was, if only Shmeeb went into the puddle. Maybe he wouldn't come back then. This is Shmeeb's fault.
also Sothis' main goal, or one of his goals, was trying to find ways to resurrect people without expending his own energy.
That's what he said.
Yeah, that's like one of his main
Maybe
one of his main goals, quote quote.
Maybe he should have figured out how to get some bitches. That's what I think.
And I think this is the final one of the other things is that like Antros told Sothis to control the frogmen, or the what are these called? Frogollians.
Frogollians.
Yeah, the Frogollian population, so he can have domain over the swamp. Oh, excuse me, to keep them in check, the Frogollians. But Sothis wants us to kill Antros so Sothis can have full domain over the swamps.
Yes.
Okay.
But Sothis, I was also, if we ever have I don't always answer any more questions you didn't have for notes for your one. But Sothis said the Frogollians are one of the few threats to Anthros, and that's why she wants him to make sure they don't get too powerful.
Sorry. Yeah, the Frogmen or the Frogollians are one of the main threats to Anthros.
So there's another one. But
so it's pretty much like this rock, paper, scissors, shoot that's occurring right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can't wait to get the crown for the Frogman, and then we get the Frog Army.
Yep. And if anyone else has any questions about notes, we can do that someday. We've done it before.
I would like to know the components for my ritual to speak to the Guardian.
What do you mean components?
You
how,
said,
how do you talk to him?
Yeah.
What you have to do, it's a very simple ritual. It's like you just have to give like almost like a prayer to him before bed, and whenever you sleep, he'll like kind of approach you, like the presence of the Guardian.
I don't like need to make a stick altar or anything.
Nothing like
the heart of a goat or some shit.
No, it'd be something like really easy, if anything, like maybe some instances or something like that.
Epic.
Like very common stuff that you would carry in your component pouch, so it's covered.
Boggers.
Oon, are you here? Are you still doing your thing?
I'm here.
Okay, epic. Is everyone here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Seems like it. We'll continue on. She basically told you to wait till nighttime. You guys are free to talk or do whatever at this moment as I get this stuff set up.
Tiny plant across the room.
Tiny plant isn't
and
there.
laugh.
You all don't mind me being a bit selfish with the book. You got someone else can take the potions.
You all can trust me. I just want to make it out alive at the end of the day.
Right.
Oh, Newt. You gave me a potion before you died, right?
I'll fucking remember.
Never mind.
Dude, that was a little harsh.
Well, uncharacteristic. Yeah.
Did I?
Alright, never mind then. Doesn't matter. You didn't give me anything.
Wait, what kind?
Who knows?
I'll pat Hawkins on the back and I'm like,
if you don't fucking remember, it probably isn't important to you, so I'll just hold on to it. It's fine. You didn't need to be so rude about it. You know, I was trying to have conversation. You've been a bit of an asshole, not gonna lie, but it's fine. Whatever.
Look, man, I've been sitting here all day. I don't know what the fuck's happening.
Yeah.
It's just
All I've been doing is following you guys around. Next thing you know, my eyes are open in a frog area. There's a giant crocodile. I don't even know what the hell's happening.
He didn't mean anything bad. Hawkins.
Nude, you don't have to yell, all right? You know, like we're all in a small space. You know. Yeah, don't yell at Hawkins. You can yell at literally anyone else, but don't yell at Hawkins. You're all right.
I don't know why he's so upset. I was just trying to give him back his.
It's okay, Hawkins. It's okay. It's okay.
Hawkins, keep the potion.
Okay.
You might need it. Okay.
That's probably true. Yeah, thank you. I'll hold on to it.
I'll
pay you back somehow.
After a little bit of time,
Don't worry about it.
You do hear Aldania calling for you.
Is that the sound of Aldania?
Oh,
I think that is the sound of Aldania. I wonder what Aldania could possibly want.
I suppose that wouldn't be one of the vegetants. Right here.
As you come outside, you see some lights, and they're not there. But imagine you see a couple seats. I'm still saying something up. You guys keep talking for a moment.
I wonder what Vegeta is.
You see a bunch of vegetants around. You assume he's probably in the crowd somewhere.
Yeah,
I assume at least.
Hawkins. These guys don't live more than a few days.
You don't know that.
I think Vegeta died.
I think that you're
we
kind of rushing to conclusions.
No, Hawkins.
I'm sorry, Hawkins.
I'm sure if you think about it hard enough, there's no other answer.
He was my favorite.
Hawkins, it's okay.
We didn't get the plant in time.
He was really good at sharpening sticks.
You see to the right, Aldania is actually across the way. You see beside you some vegetants are standing around. You see a Rappa and Tiny Plant to the side. And I've never shown you guys an image of Aldania properly, so here's an image of Aldania. You guys know what she looks like. And whenever you guys
I've changed my mind. We're not helping the king. I think that Stavros now wants to marry Aldania.
Stavros is a fucking simp.
This Stavros guy is kind of sus.
Lollihops can forget it.
You see as he turns. Aldania is kind of a similar outfit to that, but it's a little bit. She has a little bit more foliage and vegetation on her. As she beckons you forward to stand, kind of in between the two rows of plants there. Of those like wheat-looking plants.
Stand where?
Kind of beside Stavros. Kind of where you are.
Is that where we're being prompted to be?
Yeah, like in between, like where you guys roughly are.
I follow. I don't know where they went. Oh.
Let me see. As she does approach, you're all kind of lined up. She's across a small river. It's about 5 feet wide. It's not very deep. To the left is a much bigger pond. As you all look at her, and she does a bow. She seems to be not in her. She's kind of in her normal uniform, but there's more like plants and flowers and such all over her. As she bows, she says, "I thank you, and as reward, I shall make you my blessed." As you stand there, she starts to do a kind of a strange dance. Let me get this started. Where's the other one?
She does the Harlem Shake.
Dang, she's throwing it back.
You hear as she starts doing this dance, she bows to you when she starts. She starts doing this dance, almost like a traditional dance you would imagine from any tribe, Native American style, where she's throwing stuff in there. She's starting to dance. She starts humming. You hear her voice start humming gently. As she starts humming, as she starts humming, her body seems to be flowing smoothly, as if she's one with the wind. As she spins around, Her voice isn't very in tune, but it almost has a unique charm to it. As she starts to move, you start hearing more humming come around. As if, not the vegetants around you quickly realize, but as if the plants themselves are humming along with her. She starts to move. As she, with every step she takes, gentle lights begin to form around her, almost like fireflies. From the water, small blue lights form these weird humanoid specters. The water ripples as the specters step in time with Aldania as she moves left and right and spins. You recognize as she starts to speak, as these fireflies form around her. The words around her as they leave her mouth, you watch as they begin to visibly form in the wind, as if her words are etching themselves into the air. As she dances around, she spins. A minute, 2 goes by, as these blue water specters dance alongside her, as the trees, red lights form in the maple leaves as they fall down and start to circle around her body as she moves. This is very alluring. Her eyes look off as if they're not there, but your eyes can do nothing but watch this dance as if you're drawn in. Even if you want to look away, you feel like you can't. Her voice comes out. Life of Orbis, I, a witch of your grace, beckon you forth. Children of Orbitus, your good deeds have been recorded. She looks at you. The steps you take leave marks upon our mother's flesh. Your steps are gentle, and your actions innocent. As she spins around across the way, you see the words as she spins are etched behind her, as if a sentence has been drawn out in the air. Children of the Divine Mother, come forth. Grant me the permission to bless those who support the children of our mother's blood. Guide the souls of those that bring you safety. Grant them your undying support. She spins again. She does a very elegant bow, as if she gestures to the lights, the specters on the water, the lights in the trees, the firefly lights swing around her. Answer my call, for I am Aldania Petal-Feet, witch of the wild, blessed daughter of Mother Orbitus. Phew. As she says that, she does an elegant spin as her dress lightly floats in the wind. The words etched into the air blur quickly as they start to rotate very fast into a spiral. No longer are the words intelligible as they speed up. Suddenly, they lurch towards the 5 of you, moments before the spirals consume you, as if being controlled and split apart. Aldania does an elegant wave of her arms and redirects each of the words towards the 5 bracelets given to you by Tiny Plant. Suddenly, as the lights and the words hit the bracelets, an explosion of light blinds you. For a moment, each of you are transported to sweeter times. Hawkins, as the humming echoes in your ears, gets distant, more and more distant. For a brief moment, you visit the time when Gomer Bonnet was praising you and your ability to learn and understand magic. You see as a large smile is on his face as he scribbles down and watches you practicing in the distance. Kira, you go back to a time where your family is celebrating your birthday. Your mother, your father, and your brother. They're all singing you a traditional elven song, and they tightly embrace you and congratulate you on your birthday. Newt, you go back to a time before all of this stress, a more simple time, a time before you're even a humanoid. There, as a little salamander, you sunbathe on a large rock with Warp and the rest of your salamander family, happily living a life without any troubles or care in the world. Kit, suddenly, you see in your head, Jolly Colorado. The 2 of you are currently marching in circles around a fire, doing what your teacher called the bad boy walk, your famous cowboy-like walk. And the 2 of you are talking and trying to figure out how you're going to beat the hell out of those mosquitoes who stole your blood earlier. Then, Stavros, you're suddenly back in the Golden Cathedral of Prosperity's library. You're happily debating with Felix and Claudius over the proper origins of where mortal life comes from and where it goes afterwards. Then, as if just a sweet dream ends, the light goes away. Your eyes open to see Aldania leaning over you, her hands behind her back and a large smile on her face. She speaks gently. You've been through a lot, haven't you? Don't worry. It'll get better from now on. I'll make sure of it. She comes in, and she ushers all of you together, and she gives you all an embrace. She sits there for a moment, before she bats away. Now, I'm not one to tell you how your characters feel, but each of your characters feel emotions respectively to one another. The feelings of things you care about, of things that you yearn for, of moments before the last couple of days, the days that have brought so much disaster and hardship to you. The time more simple. Slowly, the humming stops. As Aldania, now in front of you, standing knee-deep in this water, steps away. Congratulations. You're all now my blessed warriors. I hope you all feel alright. As you all start coming out of this deep feeling of your past and times better spent. And then, seeing that you're not responding right away, she goes in, oh, I promise I won't. I know you're technically my champions now, but I won't force you to go on missions or do anything you don't want to. I kind of had to make you my champions to give you my blessing. But don't worry about that. I won't force you to do anything. She seems to look at you, waiting for a response.
That's quite nice.
You.
Oh, thank you.
Do we call you anything now? Like, just Dania,
Please.
Miss?
You are,
my lord.
well, technically my blessed. No, there's no need. I assume you don't necessarily know what it means to be a blessed of mine. Here, I'll explain it to you. She looks down and she points to, I don't know if all of you are actually wearing the bracelets or some of you have them in the bags, but wherever your bracelet is, she points to the bracelets given to you by Tiny Plant, each respective in their own color. I'm going to quickly, ding dong, bing bong. I'm going to, in the item tab, I don't want to drag this to all your inventories. I'm going to show you all of these, and please drag and drop this feature. It's called A Witch's Blessing. Please drag and drop that feature into your inventory, or into your feature tab. She goes on to say, well, unfortunately, I don't believe you were strong enough to handle the blessings of the mother spirits. I didn't want to potentially have you all die due to the spirits rejecting your body. You're not being strong enough. So I redirected them to the bracelets Tiny Plant gave to you. Now, in title, you are the blessed of mine. What this means for you, as long as you wear this bracelet, you can read this, of course, on the feature. You should never get lost again in these swamps, as long as we remain here. As long as you wear the bracelet as well. You should also now be able to understand the language of the vegetans, at least I think. And each of the 5 flowers can now, as she points to them, you now see the flowers weren't originally there, but you see a berry growing on top of each flower. You can now all eat one of those berries to slightly replenish your energy. Also, if you're in danger, you can always rip one off. It's probably best used in the swamps. But if you rip one off, it'll alert myself and us of the danger going on to you in these swamps, so we can rush to your aid. And of course, you can also spend them to help empower your attacks based upon, well, the color of your flowers. And finally, you can summon a vegetan temporarily to help fight with you, if you so deem it. That is what my blessing gives to you. I would like to give you more, but unfortunately it takes a lot of my energy to give you my blessing. I'm not powerful enough right now to give 5 of you more than that. Nor are you powerful enough to directly, well, potentially you could, but it's too much of a risk to directly give you the blessing. The spirits might reject you and rip you apart. That wouldn't be good. As she looks at you all. Now, suddenly she yawns.
As I said, it took a lot of my energy. You can ask me more about the bracelets and look over them yourselves. But I should go rest. It'll probably take me at least a week or two to fully recover. But I'm glad that the spirits didn't reject what happened. They can be very, very judgmental if they don't think you're worthy, or if you do something to wrong myself. You see, they know more than we know. Mother Orbitus knows more than we know. But I must rest, and at least partially regain my energy. You're all free to stay here, and Stavros, or any of you can pick any books you want off the shelves as she walks through you. I'll talk to you all in the morning. Thank you very much for taking care of the matters with the Frogollians. As her eyes start drooping. She walks into her house.
I'll look up to Rappa and yeah.
Rappa is wiping a tear from his eyes.
Oh, that was so beautiful. Oh.
Tiny Plant is like trying to wipe the tears off his eyes too.
Oh. Yes, Stavros. Oh,
I appreciate what you did today. The willingness to charge right into the Frogollians.
Well, we didn't want to, but it's been too many days. Thought they might have you captured.
They've been doing weird things. He looks at you.
Recently, we saw them go towards the human settlement, towards the springs. We don't know why. It's very unlike them to go near the human settlement, much less the Maple Springs. So we suspect something weird's going on with them. So we were worried that maybe they did something to you.
Oh well.
They've been acting strange.
We were fortunate that the Frogollians were the least of our worries in that swamp.
Yes, I'm glad you survived. I'm sorry that we didn't warn you. It slipped my mind. I didn't expect that you would have just not known. I'll try to be more vigilant in the future. I promise.
As he combs his hair, combs his mustache again. A Tiny Plant takes the comb and is trying to comb his mustache.
Do you have any more of those combs? Those are kind of nice.
I can try and craft you one for the morning. This is my only one.
That'd be nice.
How about this? He actually says, how about this? Here, you have this one, and I'll make myself one. But if you ever find a way to take me to a human barber shop, as payment, you must take me there.
Human barbershop.
You'd
one.
You'd remember that he brought it up that he's always dreamed of going to a barbershop, but he just can't because humans wouldn't accept him. They're trying to kill him.
If I come across one, I'll be sure to let them know that you're interested and see if I can get them to come here.
No, I would like to go there. It's about the experience.
I see.
As he hands you the comb,
take good care of this.
I will.
And mind you, his hair, it looks more like roots than actual hair.
Right.
Like very fine roots. Yeah, go ahead.
Robert, I
Yes,
was wondering if you knew where they buried Vegeta. I'd like to pay my respects.
Buried Vegeta? What do you mean? He's still alive.
Wait, he is?
Stavros told me he kicked the bucket.
I assumed so, but Vegeta, he lives? Where is he?
He's been very preoccupied on getting better with. He just can't stop cutting spears.
I love him.
Where is he?
He's been hiding around, usually the corners of the buildings, out of sight, using the light of the house.
I know he's kind of more your protege than mine, Hawkins.
No, Stavo, he's our protege.
I'll let you handle seeing to him, but I'd rather get started reading before it gets too late. Tiny Plant falls asleep pretty early.
Sure, I'll let him know you give him your best.
Of course. On that note, Rappa, I'll take Tiny Plant in if you don't mind, and I'll make sure.
Sure. I'll put the vegetarians to sleep.
He'll give you Tiny Plant. Tiny Plant. Tiny Plant seems pretty happy to be in your arms.
Yeah, I'll bring Tiny Plant in, and then I'll hold Tiny Plant up to the shelf and say, "What do you want to read?"
Tiny Plant looks around, and she's looking through, and she points at one, and it says, Grozel's Travels.
I will take that book, and then take a seat with Tiny Plant and begin to read.
It's a as you read it more, it seems to be a condensed version, like not the actual version. It seems to be based off something, and it's all about a giant named Grozel and his travels.
Yeah, and I'll do the same thing where I kind of point out very like easier to say words and spell them out for Tiny Plant, stopping at like any ones that are like 4 letters and shorter, single syllable type word.
Yep, she seems to be once again paying a lot of attention, trying to speak, but she seems more proactive than she was last time. But she's doing her best. Definitely much better than the other vegetarians.
You know what Tiny Plant's saying now.
I know what the vegetarians are saying now.
Yeah, you would have realized in this moment that you don't understand Tiny Plant.
Oh.
Seems to be something is you just innately different about Tiny Plant versus the vegetarians.
But yeah, I'm doing that.
Yeah. What's everyone else doing? It's nighttime now.
I'm just gonna sit by the river, just stare into the water, just thinking about my family.
Guys, what color bracelets do you have?
Newt brings that up whenever he's trying to think about family. You hear his voice in the back.
I'm just gonna ignore him.
Guys, seriously, I can't tell what color mine is.
You're greeting.
It's in your inventory.
What?
I made
Mine's
sure it's in your
red.
inventory.
It's not in my inventory.
You're supposed to
it
add
is in my
yourself, I think.
inventory.
It is. Yeah, I put it there. I had to manually put those on some of you guys'.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so you
Wait,
all
does
should
it
have
say
in your inventory.
does it say what color it is, or because it says like
Yes, it does.
Does yours says it? It's in your loot. White flower bracelet.
oh, I have a white flower bracelet. Okay, that's what you meant. Gotcha.
Each of you have a unique color that, if you read the description of the Witch's Blessing, that relates to different type
Yours
of
is
power.
force motive. Poggers.
Force. All right, can't wait to force choke one of you guys.
Like Star Wars.
Oh, mine's fire.
Whoa,
I
Kira,
love fire.
you're gonna do what to us?
I'm gonna force choke you all.
Whoa, all right.
Newt likes that.
The frogmen would like that.
Did we pick up the book on Devorator?
Sorry, say one more time?
Did we pick up the book on Devorator?
No, it was left.
Dang.
Spy for the best.
Yeah, especially with the board.
Well, we should probably get some rest. We gotta leave to go to Maplewood, right?
When you go around that side, Hawkins, you don't see Vegeta.
I don't.
Not on that side.
Alright, I'm gonna try the other side.
Yeah.
Where are you?
Oh, Newt, by the way, when you check
shit.
your inventory, since you switched from strength to deaths, you're overweight by 20 pounds, so you should consider getting rid of one of your tins or something else. No, you're not super overweight, like it's not too big of a deal, but like, it will start.
I can't even see my weight.
If you need some weight taken off,
It's at the very bottom, it's
you
170.
can pass it to me.
Yeah, it's 178 and 150.
Oh, can I spend? Oh wait, you said that you can't like identify an item unless you have the identify spell, correct?
What you can do is you can spend more time looking into it and get a little bit. But the way identification works in my game is by testing it. And if you spend a lot of time, you might get a little bit more information because you can redo your rolls. But if you spend time, it's not just going to tell you what the problems are and what the benefits are. So the main way is by testing it, but if you spend time, you might find, if there's an activation word, you spend time testing things out and you might discover a few things about it.
Do I have to like give you something to accept this trade?
I don't know. Why didn't this work?
You should be able to accept maybe? I don't know. Whenever you go in the corner, Hawkins, you're face to face with a
Let me try doing it.
vegetan sharpening the spear under this, like he's crouched down under this window and using the light to make the spear.
Well, what we got here then?
He turns around, he stands up and salutes.
Okay, I got it. Thank you.
I'm still overweight.
Yeah, maybe a little bit, but another thing you should consider, I need, don't worry about it yet, but we're going to have to talk about something after. Don't worry about weight too much for a second. Go ahead, Hawkins.
I hear you've been cutting some spears up.
When you look at him, you see the face that was drawn on him is now drawn, but he salutes, and you understand it as "Yes, sir."
We also gave him a different hat.
Yeah. What color was the hat again?
It was yellow, I think.
Yellow.
I mean, it was yeah.
Okay. Remember. Go ahead.
So if you're so good at making spears, do you know how to fucking use them?
He looks at you for a second, and he's about to like say yes, sir, and he's like, and you just hear long.
That's what I thought. I'll see you tomorrow morning, yeah, Vegeta?
He nods in. Yes, sir.
First thing in the morning. I'm gonna work you to the fucking bone.
Write that for myself. Alright, so you back off. He seems to be still sharpening the spear. Kira's looking off the thing. Kit, what are you doing? Newt, what are you doing as well?
Asterisk gives Kira more stuff.
Here I am just trying to have like a, just
He's keeps
a
pestering.
moment where
There's a
she's
bedroll.
creating this. It's
Hold
just like
this, hold
Newt
this.
just hands me.
He just keeps pointing on poking on your back. Alright, what else? Kit,
How do we know if we're going too much?
How much weight do you have?
I have a lot.
Look at your inventory. It's a blue bar at the bottom.
I can hold
you
a
can have one of
lot of
those.
stuff. Like I could probably hold an extra 150 stuff, 150 pounds.
Oh. Well, you can have that for now. That should be fine.
Oh, is Newt giving free shit away?
Pretty much.
As you walk inside, Kit, you see Stavros currently reading and trying to teach Tiny Plant.
What you doing, Stavro?
Hawkins, do you want some stuff too?
Oh hell yeah!
Oh, I'm streeting to Tiny Plant.
I know what a road is, thank you.
No, sorry, that was for Tiny Plant, not for you.
Oh. Alright. I'm gonna just look for some books.
Are you looking for something in particular? Yeah, those are books. There's some shelves around too.
I'm looking for maybe something that will help me in wizard stuff.
Roll me a luck, actually. You have enough time to look around.
That's 100 plus 20, right?
Yes, if your thing's 20. What kind of wizard are you looking for? Are you trying to find something to help you with a certain spell you want to get in the future, or?
I don't know spells, man.
Okay, well, be sure to think about that, but roll your thing.
Perhaps something that will provide me with wild magic.
Sure.
I'm gonna keep. Oh, sorry. Before that happens, I'm gonna examine the ring that was given to me as I'm thinking about different things, and just, I guess, quote unquote, identify.
So, Kit, as you look around, you find a book that says tips on. Basically, it seems plant magic.
Pog.
So you can read that if you wish. Keep that in mind.
I read the fuck out of that.
Keep that in mind. Maybe write that in your biography or something on your character. If you guys ever do like little things like this, try and write it in your biography. So if you ever need to bring it up when you hit level up, you can be like, "Well, you remember that one time, like a couple weeks ago, when I read the plant magic book? That's why I get entangled." So try and write that down like your character's biography or something on your sheet. So it'll be easier for us to find. Oh, yep, Kira, you can easily investigate that. Newt, Hawkins, what are you two doing besides trading?
Am I doing? Oh, sorry. Before that happens, am I actually doing an investigation check or no? Just like looking. At
Are you trying to find out what kind of magic? Are you trying to find the history magic? What are you looking for?
Well, I'm just trying to figure out what this ring is in general. I don't even know where to start with this ring.
You can do firstly, it's Arcana. You can do Arcana and Luck. Do an advantage Arcana.
I have advantage?
Okay. Yeah, what good thing I said that I asked, yeah. Go. Yeah. Do a luck roll. Plus, what are your modifiers?
I think it was 15?
You can check it in the player tab, and it's there. It's in the public tab. On player passive and obligations, it is the luck dice in the first section. Yours is a plus 15.
Sick.
Fawnde, I'm just gonna go set up my tent and head to sleep.
Yeah, same.
Alright, epic. When you're looking around, I'll get back to you next week with what you figure out. Keep that in mind for me, though. So,
but as this is happening, I'm going to hide myself in the dark, in the plants, and just
fall asleep.
Eventually, these lights do wither away, as no one's keeping up with them. As everything starts to run dark, and everyone starts getting tucked in for bed.
Me.
So you set up a tent. Hawkins, you say you're also setting up a tent?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we set up a tent as well. Easy. Kit and Stavros are inside, reading. I assume you guys will read for a little bit and then go to bed in like an hour or two.
Yeah.
Okay.
As soon as I finish the book, or if Tiny Plant falls asleep before
this book is pretty long, and Tiny Plant will fall asleep earlier. But I'm just
then
trying to make sure you plan on getting a full night rest.
Yeah. I'll quickly finish it on my own after Tiny Plant goes to sleep, as I'd read faster than, and then I would set Tiny Plant over.
Well,
on,
it's a really big book. Like, I mean, like it would take quite a few hours probably to finish it.
I read it.
Actually, I'll stay up all the hours. Okay. So it'll take you about 4 hours to read it. You would learn from it more or less that Grozel is a giant who has been traveling the world for some purpose, and it's just a bunch of accounts of general places. You'd realize that this seems to be a recount, almost like a myth, because this was like a couple thousand years ago. So like most of the places he talks about don't even exist anymore. At that point, I can't remember off the top of my head if Rihdar was even the emperor. That might have been during the reign of Emperor Danyu. So a lot of it's more like a historical text, and it's almost like fiction to you because you can't really relate to much of it. But you do take it in. As you finish it up and you go to sleep, and Kit, I'll get to you with a plant magic later. But the plant magic will help boost anything you want if you're trying to go for anything magic-wise. Alright, are you all going to sleepies?
I've been going to sleepies.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alright. You know Aldania seems to be sleeping too. Unlike the first night, she's not working. Rappa will go inside a tiny plant.
RP does guardian ritual before sleep.
Oh, do you? Okay.
Yes.
You go to bed, and you feel.
Yes.
You do this little ritual where it's like you put a few sticks up and you light a little incense that you just carry around in your component pouch, and you do that above your head as you go to bed, and you wake up in your dream. You see the wagon coming towards you, but instantly you're lucid, and you're out of that main dream, and you're just like in this void, as you know the Guardian's presence is around you.
Hey, Mr. Guardian, I've got a few questions.
You see an image of a girl, like it's almost like a dreamy. Put her hands, like tilt her head as if she's curious.
Hey, do I know you?
Well, you know this is not an actual person. The Guardian speaks to you in emotions and like small, like dreamlike visions. This is like someone else's life, and the Guardian uses their dreams and stuff to communicate. The Guardian does not speak.
All right. Well, first of all, I put some bodies in that pool. I don't know exactly if they were his last victim.
You hear suddenly you see someone looking down. They look up, and you faintly hear the voice. Some. Like, it seems
Did you say
curious. I said some. Seems confused why you said some.
Well, first, I put this skeleton. It was strangely well preserved, but I did throw it in.
You hear the emotion of success takes over your body as you feel like triumphant.
I did it. Good. All right. So I didn't need Stavros to get in.
Once again, you hear the voice draw. Some. As if trying to inquire what you meant by that.
Well, we also threw a horse in. We assumed that could have been it if the other one didn't work.
You feel the emotion of confusion and almost a slight pain of worry.
Yeah, I was afraid that you'd be kind of mad at me if I did it wrong. So I tried every option. One of them I couldn't try because it required Stavros going in, and I don't really control him or anything. So
you hear the voice as you see an image of someone who just they just slain their first enemy, and they cheer up, "Yes, good job, I did it!" As that fades away, and you feel this emotion of happiness and proudness almost. As suddenly you start feeling your eyes getting heavy.
Before I have another question. This one's very important for the quest.
Once again, the vision of the girl tilting her head pops up.
When we went into this frog village, they have some sort of deity, and I was just inquiring if you knew anything about this Devorator.
Gods. You see a crazy man suddenly pop up, rubbing his head. Gods. For a moment, you feel like you recognize this man. Gods.
Is this the man of from the dream?
No.
No.
Do an insight
Okay.
check.
I will do that.
You feel a familiar presence, like someone you have probably talked to before, but you don't directly recognize them. They seem to be kind of a younger person. And then it cuts back again. God. And you hear the voice go. You feel like this emotion of understanding as another voice whispers in your ear. Gods aren't real. Defeated. Slaves. As the presence disperses.
You still there?
Suddenly your lucidity vanishes. Your thoughts turn sluggish. As you hear a wagon approaching. For the first time in your life, you've been in this forest with these giant trees. And we'll end it there. You're back in your normal dream, losing your lucidity. All right. Congratulations, guys. That's the end of the session. I'm glad you guys still around a little longer. You guys have leveled up.
Yay.
Level 2. Congratulations.
Yeah.
You guys survived level 2.
Holy friggin' pog.
I'm going to end my stream so I can talk to you guys a little bit, so I don't have to bot down the VOD I'm going to put on YouTube. Thank you, stream, for watching. Thank you, MEOK, for the raid earlier. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. I bow. Bye-bye. Love you.
I wave.
Well, goodbye.
And I blow a kiss.
Mwah.